to ABC Sports coverage of the cricket.
Grandstand cricket.
Australia versus the West Indies. It emanates a certain kind of nostalgia. It's a Kim Hughes Boxing Day century in 1981.
Garner to Hughes. And he smashes it through the offside field. It's 4, and that's his 100. A magnificent century of Kim Hughes.
It's Ambrose versus War in 1985 at Sabina Park.
It's been a fascinating period of the game, particularly that over from Ambrose to Steve War. It was world championship boxing.
The moment between those two players was back to me and Dad and Lily type atmosphere, wasn't it? It was really there.
It's Brian Lara's maiden Test century at the SCG in 1993.
Lara on 248. He pushes on the offside. They go for a quick single and Mark Ward fumbles. Lara 250 not out.
It's the most aggressive bowling lineup world cricket has ever seen.
Great catch by Marshall near the boundary, and Michael Holding 6 for 21.
Seeing Curtly Ambrose bowl the perfect whacker length.
It's 7 for 1. He's got another one. What a spell.
It's the men in maroon going 29 straight Test series undefeated between 1980 and 1995.
And Briggs is back and cutting a this ball down to the boundary. The West Indies have won. He's cut the ball away down to backward point. The West Indies have won the match and have created history here at the Antigua Recreation Ground.
It's their dominant era of the 80s and early 90s that became ours in the late 90s and early 2000s.
Long in again to Benjamin, and Benjamin goes, oh, and it is out caught by Mark Taylor, and how appropriate that Mark Taylor takes the catch at first slip to win the match, to win the series, and for the first time since 1975-76 to defeat the West Indies in a Test series. The date, the 3rd of May, 1995. The time, 2:46. The margin, an innings and 53 runs. Australia victorious, creating history here at Sabina Park, have defeated the West Indies.
It's the Frank Worrell Trophy, and it starts now on ABC Sport with the first Test live from the Adelaide Oval.
Right for 4. That's it. That's 100. He's on the full shot. Boy, did he get that on the drive through the cutters. That's 4.
Full straight, LB shout. Both arms held aloft and gone.
Driven well. That's 4 more. There's an edge and caught. Hit on the pad. Big shout. He's out. Oh, second ball. What about that? That's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Australia versus the West Indies, live from the Adelaide Oval on your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
And a very pleasant good morning to you from Adelaide Oval, where it's a little overcast, temperatures in the low 20s, much cooler than what we had here in this city of churches yesterday. And what about listening to some of those names in those highlights in our intro from the glory days of the West Indies? Carl Hooper was a part of those days and those great West Indian teams. He's with us here on the ground and will be during this Test match, and so will another one, great fast bowler Ian Bishop. He'll be joining us a little bit later on. I'm Andrew Moore. Jim Maxwell will join us later. The birthday girl Ali Mitchell, the world's #1 statistician Rick Finlay, and here on the ground former Australian fast bowler Stuart Clark, former South Australian top order bat Dutch international Tom Cooper is with us on grandstand cricket. Crowd starting to build for this day Test match here at Adelaide Oval, where the Australians are now the #1 team in the world and the West Indies are looking to recover with a very young team they're bringing out here this summer. First things first, let's get out to the middle for the toss, and with the two captains is Michael Vaughan.
Welcome to the magnificent Adelaide Oval. It's toss time in this first test of a 2-test match series between Australia and the West Indies. Joining me is the match referee Andy Pycroft, the West Indies skipper Craig Brathwaite, and the Australian captain Pat Cummins. Pat, you've got the coin, give it a flick. Tails is the call. Australia have won the toss. Pat, what are you going to do and why?
We're going to have a bowl. Yeah, it looks like there's a little bit of grass on the wicket, and have first use of it.
The first day Test match here for a few years. You happy about that?
Yeah, it's a beautiful venue every time we play. The ground's always in magnificent nick and beautiful stadium, so a little bit different to normal, but it's good.
Your team, you've got a new number 4 and a new number 2.
That's right, yeah, Cam Green comes in at Smithy's traditional spot, and yeah, Smithy has a crack up top, which is going to be exciting to see for all of us.
How easy a decision was it to put Steve Smith to open in the batting?
I think we were pretty sold on our 6 batters that we wanted, and he was really keen to open a new challenge for him, so why not? Give it a crack.
Your team have been playing some really good cricket. Anything from the Pakistan series that you feel you could improve upon?
I think we, fought our way out of some tight corners pretty well, but I think we could sharpen up a little areas to, probably about half an hour or hour at a couple of moments, kind of let Pakistan back in the game, so just try and avoid that.
Good luck, mate. Go and get your bowling boots on.
Thank you, cheers.
Craig, welcome to Australia.
Thanks, man.
What would you like to have done?
Well, we were about it. I think it does have on a bit of grass, but I think it looks a good pitch.
And your team?
But yeah, the same team as discussed before. Kavim Hodge makes his debut, Justin Graves makes his debut as well, and Shamar Joseph.
Exciting times as a captain. You've brought 7 uncapped players here to Australia. How exciting is that for a captain to try and lead them through that?
Well, yeah, very, very exciting. I truly enjoy leading, and I just want to lead from the front and let these guys follow. And I believe they have all the potential and all the talent in the world, and they just have to have the toughness to come and show it to the world.
And you've had about a week here in Adelaide. You've played 1 game. Do you feel that's enough preparation for this challenge ahead?
Well, we actually had 2 weeks, which was great. The preparation was good. I think we were a nice oval, not too far away. I think we got us a good preparation, good practice game as well. And I think the guys prepared well, and it's all about action now.
Craig, good luck. You better go and get your pads on. We wish you all the best.
Thanks.
So the news from out here in the middle, Australia, Pat Cummins have won the toss. He's going to have a ball first.
All right, thank you very much, Michael. So a bit of a shock, I think, but gone are the days of the Ian Chappell era where you win the toss and you bat, and if you're in 2 minds, you think about it and then bat first. So the West Indies will be under the pump from the outset, and their captain, Craig Brathwaite, will open with Tajmuddin Chanderpaul, then Kirk McKenzie, Alec Athanaze, and the 2 men on debut will go back-to-back, Kavim Hodge and Justin Graves, Josh De Silva, the keeper, and then the left-arm spinner, Gudakesh Moti, Alzari Joseph, Shamar Joseph, a quick bowler on debut, and Kamar Roach. The only change to that Australian side effectively is Cameron Green in for Dave Warner, Green trying to resurrect his Test career at number 4, and Steve Smith moves up to open. Carl Hooper was a top order bat for the Windies, an off spinner, and also had bucket hands in the slips. Carl, great to see you back on grandstand cricket. Do you have much optimism about this young team here for the West Indies?
Yeah, I'm optimistic. It's a pretty young side. I mean, today we've got 3 debutants making their, first appearance in a Test match. Young Shamar Joseph, who hails from Guyana, comes with great raps, sort of built along the lines of Malcolm Marshall. If he's half as good, it'll be a massive plus for West Indies. But look, everybody knows it's an uphill task for West Indies on this trip, but I just want to see a competitive West Indies team compete and perform well against Australia.
Also here, former Australian fast bowler, Stuart Clark. Good morning to you, Stewie. Welcome to Adelaide. What about Pat's decision to bowl first?
Yeah, morning, Andy. Morning, everybody. Look, caught us a little bit by surprise, but if you look at what's been happening here in Shield cricket and domestic cricket, and also just in the last couple of years, especially, and there hasn't been a day Test match for a period of time, the wicket's not what it used to be. And it was interesting listening to Pat going on and almost saying, not the norm. Well, it was the norm to be, and the wicket was flat and good for batting. This, not disappointing, but this is not a traditional. It's got more grass on it than we've seen before. And as I said, it is going to look, it does look like it may seam around early on. That's what's happened in all the Shield games. There hasn't been huge scores here, as you've seen in some of the past Adelaide Test matches of yesteryear. So I think he looked at it. He then probably looked up and went, there's a bit of cloud cover around as well, and the ball may swing around. So he went, right, we'll have a bowl and see if we can put some pressure on the West Indies.
And it will be the coolest of the 5 days here in Adelaide, according to the forecast. On Test debut with us is former South Australian top order bat. He started the Big Bash for many years. Dutch international, Tom Cooper. Tommy, welcome. How are you, mate?
I'm good, Maury. How are you?
Very well. We were together in the Prime Minister's 11 v Pakistan game in Canberra. Here, this Test match, you have recently been to Karen Rolton Oval nearby to watch the Windies play the Cricket Australia 11. They dominated that 3-day draw. What did you make of some of these young guys?
Yeah, some of them look good. The top order struggled, apart from the skipper, who scored 50 in the first innings, then put his feet up going in. But the 2 debutants, Hodge and Graves, they batted beautifully with a couple of half centuries, and will take a lot of confidence going into today.
Yeah, Hodge managed 52 and 99, unlucky for him, from 174 balls in the second innings, and Justin Graves 65 and 41 not out. Carl, we spoke last summer about the differences in tours, like when you played, you're out here for 2 or 3 months going all around the country in between Test matches. It's a 1-game, 3-day hit out for the West Indies, but at least there are some encouraging signs.
Well, yes, I think in addition to that, we had Joshua De Silva making 100 in the second dig, and we knew when he was here last year, he struggled a little bit. I think he'd be better prepared, and I think in addition to that, the boys came out here some 3 weeks before the first test match, before this test match. They would have had adequate preparation. They had 1 3-day game against the Cricket Australia 11, and then I suppose heaps of days to get acclimatized, and you know, wonderful facilities down at Carroll Rolton. So they should be well prepared going into this game.
Stewie, we spoke about it in the end for a couple of days at the SCG when during the rain delay on day 2, the rumours started circulating about Steve Smith, and we spoke to him after day 3, and he was vehement. He wanted this gig, and apparently he's been talking about it for some time, and the selectors and coaches didn't know that he was all that serious. He's deadly serious about it. What are you expecting from him as this test and this series goes along?
Well, deadly serious is the word. We were all a bit surprised and caught off guard when it started to come up, because we just assumed Smith, averaging 58 at 4, would stay there. So from that point of view, but look, Steve Smith, he's averaging 58 in Test cricket. I don't think he's sort of worried about having to face the new ball. He's batted at 3, so he's been in numerous times when the ball does dart around a bit. If you want to open the batting, you know, Adelaide's not the worst place in the world to do it, even with a little bit of life in the wicket, but they'll bat second where some of that life might be out. Look, Smith is Smith. He does it his own way. Let's be honest, it's not a traditional way of doing it, but it's very effective. So don't be surprised if Stephen Smith excels at opening the batting.
What are you expecting, Tom?
Yeah, I think like Saab said, he averages 58 at 4, 62 at 3, and you'd be doing better opening. He averages north of 150 against the West Indies. So yeah, I'm expecting he's going to make a real good fist of opening batting.
Talking on the way to the ground, Carl, most people think he's going to be peppered with short stuff with a new ball from Kamar Roach and Azari Joseph. Is that the way to go against him, or could that be a mistake?
No, I think you want to make him play early doors. I mean, this is a bloke who averages 58 after some, I don't know, closing down 100 test matches. So he's a phenomenal player. What West Indies will want is probably try to see the back of him. So they've got to make the, when he bats, make him play early doors. New rock, fresh bowlers. Obviously, in this case, they're batting first, so they'll probably bowl sometime, I don't know, maybe tomorrow or the day after.
I would think you want to be careful just bowling short to Smith, because the ball's new. The wicket's got, if it's got any life in it, it'll happen when the ball's new. If you run in bowl halfway down and he decides to duck for 10, 15 overs, all of a sudden you've got now a 15 over ball that's not going to do anything. And that's the last thing you want to do, bowling to Stephen Smith once he's in. Pitch it up. He's no different to any other player that's ever played the game. He will nick them, he will miss them, and he will get hit in the pad occasionally. So I think that's what teams have done with Smith. They've worked out that forget about what he's doing, just be consistent bowling good balls. Make him nick it like everyone else.
Do you know what his average is against the West Indies? It's his 8th test against WI. He averages 150.4. It's not bad, is it?
That's batting at 4, though.
Yeah, well, maybe that and 3. Yeah, only 7 tests because, you know, for so long we didn't see the Windies out here. Now it's 2 summers in a row. Pat Cummins has won the toss. He's sent the West Indies into bat. So it'll be up to Craig Brathwaite and Tangerine Chanderpaul to get things moving. They played really well as a combination in Perth in the first test last year before things came asunder very, very quickly here in the day-night test at Adelaide.
I was going to say, I've got to duck upstairs here, Andrew, because I've got to get to the first ball, but I've just got to pick one bone with you.
Please.
You said it's a cool day down here.
Yes.
It's always cool when Carl's around, mate.
Yeah.
And it's always cool when Bish gets in. Double cool, right?
It's very different cool with Carl Hooper.
I got to go.
He's cool in 40 degrees. All right, see you upstairs, Stewie. He'll be up there with Jim Maxwell for the first ball of this test match in about 11 minutes' time. Just before we get to the official welcome to country and anthems, Carl, Brathwaite and Chanderpaul, gee, they're key to the Windies batting lineup, aren't they?
Yeah, very much so. I think we saw last year, the minute the Australians managed to get into that middle order, they sort of just ran through. So those two will be key, especially this morning. It's cool. I think it's good conditions to bowl in. And we've seen around the country, and especially here, batting has been a bit difficult in the first sort of 30 overs. So big task this morning. Hopefully they get through it and give the number 3, Mackenzie, your Athenays, your Hodge a chance to just sit for a bit in that dugout.
It's always fun, though, these new names that come in. When the squad was announced, you're like, what? Who? But we get to see them for the first time. You've already seen them, Tommy, in that 3-day game. And they've got some potential on a couple of these guys, especially the middle order bats, Hodge and Graves. They've had, you know, they're in their late 20s. They've had an extensive first-class career.
Yeah, absolutely. They may be new and uncapped to the test level, but they are like you said, getting near to 30, so they're quite experienced. As a few of them wouldn't have expected to be out here playing Test cricket in Australia, so they've got plenty to prove.
Let's get to the welcome to country here at Adelaide Oval.
Greetings to you all in spirit of country. This is ancient land, and this game is important to us all. But the ground, the pitch, the spirit that lays beneath this country, right here where we stand, is sacred. And in saying that, we must respect that. Our humanity is calling us to respect that. So let this game bring that understanding and spread the spirit of today into the world as a spirit and a story and a song of peace that we are all searching for now. Thank you.
But through it all, we have risen above. Through our planet nights, flashing their willow and leather, these keepers of our flame must feel our undying love. This Caribbean nation is rising fast, a sunbeam cutting through a clouded past. Passion fills the world like a raging fire. As the sun shines, you know we can take it higher. Let every voice be raised. Everybody give praise. Rally round the West Indies, now and forever. Rally
Players lock arm in arm for a brilliant performance of both national anthems, and we're about 4 minutes away from the first ball, with Australia winning the toss and sending West Indies into bat. Joining Carl Hooper and Tom Cooper, I'm Andrew Moore out of the middle. Allison Mitchell joining us once again on Grandstand Cricket. First things first, Ali, many happy returns. Happy birthday.
Thank you very much indeed. I can't think of a better way of spending it than when all of you at the Adelaide Oval, my favourite ground in the world.
And you're the one who's bought the chockies, even on your birthday.
Well, so, it's South Australian confectionery as well, aren't they?
Always the best. Ali, you know, Stuart and I always joke about every day talking about the first hour, how important it is. But you get the feeling in terms of this two-test series, this first hour is now vital. If the Windies lose 3 wickets in the first hour, that could set the scene for the whole series. But if they battle through with Brathwaite and Chanderpaul, that could give them a plenty of confidence.
Yeah, and that's the West Indies, best two at the top of the order. We've seen Craig Brathwaite bat for a long time in Australia before, so he's going to have to draw on all that experience. I think with the Aussies, no surprise really that they're choosing to bowl first for a couple of reasons, and one of course being that this is the coolest day of the test match as well, but they'll make the most of these overhead conditions that are moving in. It's been so hot here in the lead up. Carl will attest to that. It's been real blue sky Adelaide sort of temperatures in the 30s and getting up into the mid 30s as well, so this is a real drop today. But yeah, I think you look at the West Indies experience, and you just hope that those who haven't played Test cricket before, those who have played relatively little first-class cricket, you look at Shamar Joseph, can't wait to watch him bowl, by the way, but only 9 professional games so far in his career, that they can make a bit of a name for themselves, put in a performance in the same way that we saw some of the Pakistan players kind of leap forward and just make a bit of a name for themselves in some key moments.
Just got a text from former Great Australian Rugby League international Greg Brandy Alexander, who's listening to the cricket. Happy New Year to you, Brandy. Enjoy the cricket, mate. Enjoy the cab ride. All right, we're heading upstairs in a minute or two. Carl, what are your expectations here in the first session?
Well, hopefully for these two to just try and see off the new ball. I think it's going to be critical. I think it sets up the game for the remaining 4 days. I think if Australia managed to get early wickets this morning, we just might see a short test match. But look, Chanderpaul has been here. We know about him. Batted really well the last time. We know about Craig Brathwaite. The onus is on them to make sure that, as I mentioned before, the 3, 4 and 5 are not batting in the first hour this morning.
30 seconds left, Tommy. What's a decent first session result for the Windies?
I think a decent first session result is just the one down. I think, like Carl said, if they can get a couple early wickets, we may see them 3, 4, even 5 down come the lunch break.
Well, with Brathwaite, who averages over 47 in test matches here in Australia, and Chanderpaul, who in his debut 2 tests in Australia last year averaged 40 with the bat. They're out in the middle. They'll be facing the new ball of Mitchell Starc, and the first over is just about a minute away. Thank you, Carl. Thank you, Ali. Thank you, Tom. We'll see you and hear you upstairs. Speaking of which, let's head there now. Jim Maxwell, good morning.
Andrew, good morning to you. Hello. Welcome to the show here in Adelaide. It's a cool day. It's surprisingly cool for Adelaide. 23, 24 degrees, a bit of a breeze coming around. And Australian players on the Adelaide Oval in January wearing their jumpers. First, second, third slip. Khawaja, interestingly, is at first slip now that David Warner's retired. Good morning to Stuart Clark. What can we expect here after Australia's sent the West Indies in? Good morning.
Morning, Jim. Morning, everybody. Well, I think we're going to see a little bit of sideways movement, a little bit of swing through the air, a little bit of cloud cover here at the Adelaide Oval. Mitchell Starc got ball in hand as we wait for the clock to tick over to 10 a.m. I don't want to start about archaic rules, but why don't we just start? Smith going to his traditional second slip position. Usman Khawaja in the long sleeve sweater too. He's standing at first, and as you said, Mitchell Marsh at third. But I think it'll be the Australians. You just get the feeling that the ball's going to dominate bat. But what we want more than anything else, Jim, is we want a good fight between the West Indies and Australia.
So here we go. Down there at the northern end, the cathedral end, it's Starc who runs in and bowls, and Brathwaite lets it go through. So if I divert to the Bayesian pronunciation every now and then, you know I'm talking about the same bloke. We hear, yes, it's Craig Brathwaite, but if you're a Bayesian, it's Brathwaite. So it might just slip out of my tongue every now and then.
Right.
Brathwaite. But okay. Brathwaite is what everyone.
Do you reckon you can just pick one and go with it, or?
Well, it just depends, you know. just whether he's hitting it for 4 or nicking it, I suppose. But
I hope he gets a few.
Yes, we need them to get a few. Sent in. There's a bit of green about the surface as Stark goes in again, and Brathwaite leaves a full wideish ball, and through to Carey it travels. But surprisingly cool. So we've got one first, second, third slip, Lyle at point, Labuschagne out there at cover. They're all wearing jumpers. Travis Head at short leg, and Hazelwood getting a drink down there out of the esky at fine leg. So it won't be like this for the next few days. Apparently it's going to get warmer, but at the moment it's perfect. Actually, this is the way you want it.
Not street weather.
It's not clear blue sky, but the weather looks like it's going to hold up for the day. As Stark goes in again, and Brathwaite is forward leaving the ball. Hasn't quite got the radar right yet. He's trying to get that ball to swing into the right-hander.
Interesting. He's got the ball up and full, but nowhere near the stumps, and Brathwaite just let the ball go. Just looking at the flags blowing above the Bradman stand, Mitchell Stark appears to be bowling into the wind. Now, the wind does swirl when you're down the bottom, so when you're on ground level, and we're up quite high here, and obviously up where the flags are blowing, it appears that it might be swirling and coming through the vacant hill area which Stark is bowling from. But it also blowing across him away from that in-swing that he'll be trying to search for to the right-hander.
Here he comes again, and Brathwaite's beaten. Good ball just outside the off-stump. Fairness to Brathwaite, he just held his hands and played the line. He didn't follow the ball, and it went past the edge of the bat. But it was interesting to hear. I'm sure I heard Brathwaite say, when he was asked the question, if you'd won the toss, what would you do? And he said he would have batted.
He would have batted, yeah. So he sort of played, but not played. We get slow to start with, a little bit of moisture, you would have think, in the top of the surface. It'll quicken up throughout the match, especially with heat, and it'll get its rolling as it does between the change of innings.
Breeze from the southwest, it would appear, as we watch Stark rush in again, and Brathwaite's forward. He nibbles and pushes and nudges away towards Lyon, who's out there at point. So a big day for Cameron Green, who's back in the test team, and also an interesting slip cordon with Khawaja coming into Warner's old spot, and it will indeed be a period of some sort of testiness perhaps for him at slip, given that he's spent a lot of his time in other places, but because he's fielded there at other levels. But yes, Warner was a very sure-handed catcher at slip. Away goes Stark, running in at Brathwaite. Brathwaite forward to a full-length ball, pushes out to Labuschagne, and umpire Nitin Menon is standing at the far end. Diminutive figure, says over, and Adrian Holdstock, the South African, is at the other end. A tall man who's created a pretty good impression so far in his international career. So the first over is a maiden.
Yeah, he certainly has. Josh Hazelwood's got the ball in hand, takes his jumper. Paddy Cummins puts it on. That's interesting that Pat Cummins was out on the ground without a jumper. Josh Hazelwood was bowling. Cummins on the bowl, gives Pat his jumper, and rather than the umpire hold it, Pat put it on.
Right.
That doesn't happen very often.
Yes, they normally ask the umpire to be a clothesline, don't they?
Yeah, can you hang it? Or they just leave it down near the esky down there and put it on between balls. But
have they changed that so that the umpire is no longer?
No, that was a COVID-19 rule, but the umpires, they were doing it during the previous test matches at different stages. Or the way the game is now, you just call the 12th man on and he runs it on and off quite a bit.
Or you did with David Warner, did with some of the bowlers, take the cap and put it on top of the white floppy. Yes.
So Hazelwood to start from the southern end. He'll have the wind at his back, looking at the flags.
He likes this ground, and he's on his way up to bowl, and Chanderpaul just plays inside, lets the ball pass outside the off stump. A bit like his father, Shivnarine. He's got a slightly to mid-wicket square leg stance.
Yeah, Shivnarine, when you played against him, faced up to the square leg umpire, which was very off-putting because it never looked like he was ready. His son, when he goes to mid-wicket, he hasn't gone the full 360 yet. The full 90. He's just a little bit open and very, probably a bit more traditional, but he certainly gets himself back around as the ball's let go.
And here comes Hazelwood, and he walks across and defends a full straightish ball at the stumps away on the offside. These two made a pretty good impression 12 months ago, opening for the West Indies. They took that game in Perth into the last day, and let's hope that they can muster some runs, because they have a very inexperienced batting lineup, and there's no Jason Holder in this side. He's decided to go elsewhere to earn a quid from the game, and I guess that's understandable.
It's the modern game, Jim.
Yeah, it is. Hazelwood's going in, and he's bowling, and Chanderpaul is forward, and he nurdles or pushes to the onside, the deep backward square where Stark is fielding from fine leg, and they get 2 runs. So the West Indies sent in, they're underway, they've made a couple, and left-handed Chanderpaul, who gets very snug in there, getting in behind the line.
He gets very low, doesn't he? He bends his knees right
How
down.
low can you go?
He's very low.
Yeah.
Gets himself in front. A lot of players these days in front of the stumps, but if he misses it, as long as it's pitching in line, there's a fair chance he's going to be out LBW.
3 slips gully, short leg. Hazelwood moves in and bowls it, and he plays inside the line. He knows pretty much where his off stump is, and Hazelwood just trying to line up the ball that he'll play at rather than leave. So he looks every part, the opening batsman, young Chanderpaul, knowing when to leave. That's the thing about opening. Which will be interesting to see when Steve Smith goes out there later on.
Yeah, one of the challenges to it all is the ball to play and the ball not to play at. The Australians winning the toss and bowling, there's a propensity to want to go searching for wickets because you've made that decision. It's a bold decision. It's not the norm.
Here comes Hazelwood, and again he leaves outside the off stump. Chance to say good morning to Rick Finlay. How are you, Rick?
Morning, Jim. I'm well, thank you.
Yes, you had your annual haircut, I noticed.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for noticing.
Yeah, well, you look good on the radio. Toss, sending opponents in. It's not a very successful gambit, is it?
82 tests here at Adelaide. Only 10 times now has the toss winner sent the other side in.
And how many wins?
For one, just one.
And
no
that
win.
It was the West Indies too. As Hazelwood goes up, and again he's forward, knocking it away to backward point. How low can you go? He's in genuflect position as he plays the ball, and that's the end of the over. The score's none for 2.
Rick, the question will be how much has that changed with the night test, because that changed it up. Does that make a difference to, as a lot of those bowling become about because of the night test?
I'll have a look, see when they were, yeah.
Because I think it might, obviously that makes a difference with the ball and getting the lights on, but this is a traditional day test match at the Adelaide Oval, so historically before the drop-in pitches were put into this ground, the wicket was very, very good for batting usually. If you think about all the games here, a lot of scores, a lot of high scores in that first innings, and then the deteriorating wicket from there.
We'll come back to that as we start the new over. A bit of sun peeping through as Stark goes in and Bradford plays away on the offside. See, that one occasion when the West Indies won was 1981 too. So if teams have been sent in with a pink ball, they haven't done.
Yeah.
The bowling team hasn't done the business.
Hasn't worked, has it?
Nope. So Rick's just pouring over all of that, but as I say, it was interesting to surmise on the toss, and that Craig Brathwaite said he would have a bat, and Cummins, he won the toss, and Australia is bowling. Stark goes in, Brathwaite is back and behind and shuffling into position and sending the ball down the onside.
There's been 7-day night tests here. Only once did this toss winner send the other side in. I think the tactics were that you bat and you send the other side in at night on the end of the first day. So
you want to bowl
batting first would be the tactic for a day night test.
Bowl at the right time when the lights are in full effect. So again, the Australians won the toss and bowl. They've got to be patient. They don't want to go searching, because all of a sudden the scoring will pick up and bowl lots of good balls and the wickets will come, but be patient.
Stark runs in wide of the off stump, full and wide, just straining, stretching there for a bit of pace but not the control that he wanted to have Brathwaite playing.
Just by the way, Australia won all those 7-day night tests.
Yes, yeah, that's right. That's why I'm so pleased to see a day test match, and I hope we see them here forever, because it's antisocial to have day-night tests in Adelaide. Completely antisocial.
As we heard last when we had Kerry O'Keefe on, he made mention that got in the way of your cordial time.
Well, everyone's cordial time.
Actually, that's a good point.
Yes.
Not just yours.
Yeah, socialising at the back of the stand around there, all of that. Stark goes up and bowls it, and he's pushing forward. He gets a run or two via mid-off, and the scampering Labuschagne heads up towards the scoreboard. That magnificent old scoreboard, as they take 3 runs on a push between the extra cover and mid-off to get Brathwaite off the mark. None for 5. No alarms so far for this West Indies team. None for 5 in the 3rd over.
A little bit of sideways through the air there for Mitchell Stark back into the right-hander. We'll see if he can get the same with the left-hander. Chanderpaul, be careful not to play at one here that he shouldn't and nick it through to one of those waiting slip fielders. The wickets, if anything, it's a bit slow. It just looks like the odd ball not carrying through, then the odd ball bounces, but certainly there's no great pace in the wicket as you saw in Perth or Brisbane. It's a pretty dour, slowish wicket at the moment.
Stark in, and Chanderpaul is edging this. He didn't want to play, and the ball followed him and took an edge and went between third slip and gully and down to the boundary for 4. That wasn't intended, and he got away with it. He was trying to remove his bat and his hands, his gloves away from the line of the ball as it bounced, but he got lucky, and it took an edge and flew into the gap for 4.
Yeah, he wasn't playing at it, but he didn't pull his hands back in time. He has his bat sort of angling out towards gully, and rather than pull his hands and let the ball go, keep his bat close to his body, it flew right in the gap. Could have gone anywhere.
He was lucky, yeah.
It was very well guided. It was like a slips catch. You know, you see them doing warming up,
yes.
Open up the face to the slips.
It was exactly that. Very good call. Stark tries again, and the cramp Chanderpaul walks across and leaves. And that's the end of the 3rd over of this test match. The West Indies have made 9 runs after being sent in to bat. I'll just read the names here and see if you reckon that they're on your top 40 of West Indies players. Probably not. Brathwaite, we know him. Chanderpaul, and then there's a Kirk McKenzie, an Alec Athanase, a Kavim Hodge, a Justin Graves, Joshua De Silva, the wicket keeper, good batsman too, Alzari Joseph, Gudakesh Moti, who's the spin bowler, Shamar Joseph, and Kemar Roche. So probably a few names there that you're not familiar with. Hopefully by the end of this day you will be more familiar with them, because they'll make some runs for the West Indies. So we're going to start with this 4th over from the river end, and it's Hazelwood who moves in, and it's left alone by Brathwaite at the last moment outside the line of the off stump. He's 3 and Chanderpaul 6.
Well, if you're looking at some of the West Indian play, Kemar Roche, he's played 77 test matches.
Yeah, he's
one that
he's the veteran of the side, isn't he, really?
Yeah. 261 wickets.
Yeah, it's a healthy record.
That's up there with some of the more prominent names. Probably not at the same average or strike rate, but still at 27.44. So he's no mug with the ball, is he?
Well, he's up there with the sort of Hazelwood numbers as he moves in now and bowls to Brathwaite. He's forward and he gets an inside edge and it goes flying down to the boundary for 4. He was lucky it didn't go into his stumps. As he pushed at that, it moved, it took the edge and just missed the dollies and flew down to the fine leg boundary. So 2 lucky 4s so far for the West Indies. You need a little bit of luck in this game, and Brathwaite had it there with that Chinese drive for 4.
The old French cut, that one, Jim, or the draw shot? Was the draw shot between the legs?
Yes.
No, that was not a draw shot. It was a French cut.
That was a French cut. Yes, the draw shot was the Ranjit Singh special as he bowls to him and he leaves outside the off stump, up on his toes, saw the line of the ball and let it go. And the score is already 13.
Rick, Stuart, the West Indies Test team have played 235 tests coming into this test between them. Brathwaite and Roach have played 166 of them. That's over 70%.
Yes.
And Those two have, because Brathwaite's got some wickets as well, those two have taken 73% of the wickets that this team have got.
Yeah, it's a very, we've talked about it, it's very inexperienced, but that's it. You've got to start somewhere. The ideal is to have limited inexperience in your team.
Hazelwood bowls it again, left by Brathwaite outside the off stump.
Mixed in with a lot of experience, so the newbie, for want of a better term, finds their way and gets them back into or shows them the way to play Test cricket. But unfortunately, that's not the position the West Indian cricket team or the West Indian Cricket Association, if you want to call them, a board finds themselves. They find themselves with this issue of T20 cricket and the lures of T20 cricket financially, as opposed to the long version of the game. So it's inexperience around a couple of experienced players.
Hazelwood goes in again and is pushed away to the onside around the pads by Brathwaite, down to Stark, who's in front of the scoreboard, and the old mound hill down there, which is pretty well occupied. There's probably, I don't know, upwards of 10,000 dotted around the place. There's plenty of space down here, so come down and watch it if you're nearby. The West Indies have moved to 14 without loss after being sent in to bat.
There might be a few more than 10,000 in, Jim.
Yeah.
Just there's quite a few above us.
It's hard to judge.
Hard to see it because the dimensions of the ground have changed significantly over the years. But yeah, I think we're probably closer to 15 to 20.
Let's hope as Hazelwood bowls it and he's forward. He's hit on the pad. A big shout for LBW, not out. And what are they going to do? Are they going to have a team meeting and go upstairs or not?
I think it might have, yeah, Carey, I think, put his hand up, so that's pitched outside leg. It's close. Anytime he gets it on the pad, you're going to see this decision because he stands in front of his stumps. But
no, they're not going upstairs. That's the end of the over. And we're getting a replay here. It clearly pitched outside the line of leg, and it bounced.
Bounced high, but
yeah.
So, yeah, good decision by the Australians. Carey and Lyon. I think Lyon might have had something to do with that as well, just from pointing and saying, he was sort of gesturing hand up. So they have a process in place where Carey sort of has his opinion. Pat Cummins is usually at mid-on, so he runs in. Alex Carey will give his opinion, what he thinks, and then Lyon or anyone who's standing at square leg will be, or point will say height. There's the other process is whatever Marner says, don't listen, move forth.
True. Stark runs in and Brathwaite gets a full wide ball from Stark. He's just a bit here and there at the moment with the score 14. Brathwaite is 8. Chanderpaul 6. They both had lucky moments of edges for 4 around the slip cordon and past the stumps on the other occasion. And that's the way she goes. Let's see what occurs from here, because we know that Craig Brathwaite is for the long haul. He's got a bit of stodginess about his batting. He can get himself in and bat for a long time, and that's probably the anchor they need to make a score. Stark runs in. Brathwaite is beaten outside the off stump. Maybe dropped his hands at the death, but just held its line across his bows and through without a great deal of excitement off the surface to Carey.
Yeah, a bit slow off the surface, but I think he cross-seam delivery, that one, Mitchell Stark, we'll call it the wobble seam. That tends to be the norm these days, the old wobble seam. Just moving slightly, he played at it and then pulled his hands out of the way. Mitchell Stark just needs to be a little bit patient. He's been a little bit, just hasn't quite got consistency yet. A little bit all over the place, full, wide, straight, and then bowl the absolute Jaffa like he usually does. So just keep it there or thereabouts if I'm Mitchell Stark, and I think you'll get a little bit of sideways movement. Looking to push this one across.
He bowls now with a bounce outside the off stump, a little bit shorter, and it did have some oomph behind it, but it didn't have the line that attracted Brathwaite to play. And he's pretty good, as we know, at leaving them if he needs to. And the West Indies just trying to get themselves in here. It's not ideal circumstances for batting on an old shirt front surface that used to be here. This has got a bit of grass, and if you get the ball in the right spot, you might be able to create some mischief. 3 slips gully, short leg ready, and Stark away from the Moreton Bay fig tree end. He charges up and bowls it, and it's driven on the hop out there to Labuschagne. He dives to his right to cut off the chance of a few runs. A good save.
It's amazing some of the pictures you get now at the cricket with, for those that are watching on TV and listening to the coverage, but you get the spider cam, which is part of every ground now, isn't it? sits above there, and the players get annoyed. And then you've got the drone as well, which you may be able to see just in the distance. There's a couple of drones flying around up in above the figs there, which you get some wonderful pictures sort of around the ground and around the surrounds.
Yeah, it used to be the drones were the blokes who occupied the hill after tea. Here comes Stark, and it's short and wide outside the off stump and is allowed to pass. I don't know whether there are as many of those drones as there used to be. We used to broadcast from that end of the ground.
Did you? Were you down that end? How long did you move? When did you? I used to have the. Did you have the demountables?
You probably weren't born when we were broadcasting down there, but we were broadcasting where that scaffold is.
Yeah.
And the cameras.
What era are you talking about then?
Oh, in the 80s, 70s, 80s.
Oh, I was born, but I wasn't particularly old.
Yeah.
80s.
This place wasn't here.
Then the Bradman stand there came in. No, so what was it? Was it the Bradman stand down here?
Yeah. Well, no.
The old one?
The old one, yes.
Yes.
As Stark charges up and he pushes forward, just fudging onto the front foot. And umpire Menon says that is the end of the over. West Indies, nothing has happened on the scoreboard for Australia. The West Indies have made 14. I'm going to make way for Andrew Moore, who's joining Stuart Park.
You're listening to ABC Sports coverage of the cricket, Australia and the West Indies. Live from the Adelaide Oval. On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
You can be better than that. Let it get the better of you. What can be better than that last night?
Thank you, Jimmy. So far, so good for the West Indies, having been sent into bat with Craig Brathwaite on 8, the captain. Tangerine Chanderpool has had much less of the strike on 6. It'll be Josh Hazlewood to continue from the Riverbank stand end here at Adelaide Oval. Such a beautiful sight as it always is. With 3 slips in the gully, he bowls to the left-hander and he ducks under a bouncer very short, taken at eye height by Alex Carey. Morning, Stewie.
Morning, Andy. That one certainly flew through, didn't it? He banged it in. First short ball we've seen. Banged it in, and Carey scuttling across to his right, taking it around about eye height, just above.
Mate, those demountables down at that other end of the ground that you talked about, I remember those in the late 80s. What Jimmy didn't mention is there was no air conditioning. They were the hottest
A bit
things.
warmth, were they?
Oh, they were saunas through long 35-degree days. Now it's Hazlewood bowling to Chanderpool, and he's struck on the body again. A little bit high, maybe an inside edge. The ball just trickles down in front of the batsman. Good delivery by Hazlewood. He has done for 7 in his 3rd over.
So you would have come in your just shorts, shirt off, tried to, you know.
Never, ever. I wouldn't do that to my colleagues, let alone myself.
Strutted in there. Hello, boys, I'm here.
I was a mixture of Rick Finlay and Ben Cameron back then. The scoring and producing.
Ben Cameron, seriously, just like him. He's our producer.
I was better. But
yeah, fair enough, too. I wouldn't wish that upon anyone.
I was better at picking breakfast joints. Here comes Hazlewood. Bowls to Chanderpool, who's forward and beaten outside the off stump. He does tend to play inside the line, but not that time. Legitimately beaten. Very good delivery by Hazlewood, who was brilliant in the 2nd innings in Sydney. Rick Finlay, good morning to you, mate. Lovely to see you here in Adelaide. And he's got some stats that he's building towards.
Yeah, Josh Hazlewood just needs 1 wicket to become the 11th Australian to secure 250 test wickets, sitting on 249. And he just needs 2 more wickets to become, for the quartet, bowling quartet that he's in, to become the first quartet to have all 4 have 100 wickets while bowling in a quartet.
Right.
Love that one. Hazlewood bowls. Chanderpool's beaten again outside the off stump. Ball moving off the seam. Away from the left-hander, taken by Carey. One thing I noticed, Stewie, talking to Josh Hazlewood as we did after the SCG test, the pride that he has about the quartet, not just the success they've had, but the fact that they back up test after test.
They play test after test. They've been together for a long period of time now. They've been very, very successful, as Rick keeps mentioning, and we keep looking at statistically. But I think they're very close as well, all 4 of them. All three of the faster bowlers. New South Wales. Nathan Lyon played for South Australia for a period of time, but certainly a boy from young.
Hazlewood bowls. Chanderpool this time gets bat on ball as he defends down to Cummins at mid-on.
They're very proud of their success, and look, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't talk about it a lot, but when you think about it, 4 guys played that much Test cricket together now and been so successful over the course of their cricket careers. You think about, we talk about David Warner not being in the team anymore, but the bowling quartet, if you take the bowling quartet out, we talked about this a little bit in Sydney when we were picking our next, you know, if we had to pick an Australia A team, none of these players were available. It's only to question, you know, Boland obviously.
Here's Hazelwood bowls, Chanderpaul plays and misses. No, I think in fact he played inside the line there. But another really good delivery by Josh Hazelwood, and it ends a wonderful maiden over. He has 3 overs, one maiden, none for 7 West Indies, after 6 having been set in, none for 14. Brathwaite 8, Chanderpaul on 6.
Just finishing that off, Andrew, yes, Cummins has 119 wickets, Hazelwood 98. Lyon has 101 and Stark has 110 wickets while bowling as a quartet. And this is their 27th match bowling together as a quartet.
Yeah, wow.
Sorry to say, it's the only quartet in the world that's when Hazelwood gets those two that will have all 4 on 100.
Wow. The other thing is Cummins and Hazelwood very close to it. Cummins has gone and got 10 for and 5 for in his last couple of matches.
Yeah.
So he's pulled ahead quite significantly. He'd probably be about, I'd say he'd probably be 10 to 12 ahead now, wouldn't he?
Hazelwood just turned 33. Nathan Lyon's 36. Mitchell Stark turns 34 later this month. Pat Cummins just 30, but he's been on the test scene for 12, 13 years. Stark, 3 slips in a gully. Bowls and Brathwaite leaves as in-swinger.
Wow.
And Mitchell Stark's head rocks back. It's taken harmlessly by Carey. Perhaps its best work was done after passing the stumps, but that was close to off dolly.
Oh, it was very, very close. Just watching Mitchell Stark just starting to find some rhythm. Yeah, probably 2 or 3 inches away from off stump.
Good lead.
I think this is the danger ball now, because he'll feel as though he's got to play, because that'll be sitting there thinking, oh, that was close to the stumps, whether it was or not. But the thought, you know, the way the slips carried on and the arms in the air, Mitchell Stark can get one around, but often goes the other way. He'll feel as though he has to play it.
The West Indian captain, Craig Brathwaite, on strike. He's on 8. Stark in, outside the off stump, just short of a length. And no dramas as Brathwaite shoulders arms. Mitchell Stark, Rick mentioned that Josh Hazelwood's a wicket away from a milestone. Mitchell Stark has 345 wickets, so 5 away from 350. It's his 86th test, only 6th against the West Indies, which shows you how little international cricket these two teams have played in recent times.
He's only 10 wickets away from the famous DK.
I was going to say, it's
355.
Yeah, so he needs, you'd imagine he'll get there. Go to
here or the Gabba.
Yeah, there's plenty of tests, and you can't see him stopping playing test cricket in the next couple of years. So, you know, he'll end at 400 plus, you would have thought, unless injury prevents him.
It's Stark, bowls to Brathwaite, and he nicks to first slip, and the ball just short. It was a great delivery right on song, and Usman Khawaja at first slip rather than Dave Warner, and the ball just short of Uzi. But it was a legitimate nick from another pearler from Mitchell Stark.
That's what I mean. Just that ball seaming back. Brathwaite will be feeling as though he's got to play, well, good yard or 2 short. Carey could have given it across, the big dive across, but would have been an unbelievable catch for Carey if he'd got that.
It's a real cricket term, but he did end up playing it with soft hands, Brathwaite, and that probably helped keep the ball down a little.
Yeah, he didn't fend at it at all, but you can just see that sort of shape back into the right-hander is just causing
Stark
concern.
bowls to Brathwaite, bouncer, and he ducks underneath, and Carey ends up taking it down the leg side one-handed, moving to his left. And the score remains none for 14. Brathwaite 8 from 25 deliveries. Chanderpaul 6 from 15. That West Indian team. Kirk McKenzie in next. Then Alec Athanase. Then 2 on debut. Kavem Hodge and Justin Graves. Athanase has only played 2 test matches. McKenzie 1. So it's a very inexperienced batting lineup. Joshua De Silva, who opened in the second innings against the Cricket Australia 11 and made 105 in at 7. Then Gudakesh Moti, their spinner, Alzari Joseph, Shamar Joseph and Kamar Roach. But for now, it's Brathwaite on strike to Stark, and he's playing and missing outside the off stump. He just went fishing, and through it goes to Carey.
The Australians found a little bit of rhythm here, just getting the ball there or thereabouts, ball shaping a little bit. You can just see Mitchell Stark now getting into his work. He looked a little bit not quite with it when he took the new ball in hand, but now that he's into his 4th over, the rhythm's starting to come, the flow's starting to come. You can see it in his run-up. You can see the energy at the crease. Something's starting to happen for the Australians.
We'll get to your text shortly, and right throughout the test, 0467 920 222 to send us a text, 0467 920 222. Stark bowls and Brathwaite well wide of off stump, just lets it go. Taken by Carey, another maiden. Mitchell Stark, 4 overs, 3 of the maidens, none for 7. West Indies still none for 14, with Brathwaite on 8, Chanderpaul on 6. Morning ABC team, happy birthday to Allison Mitchell, a true gem and great commentator. Ask Rick, when was the last Australian test when Australian players wore jumpers? Perhaps exclude Hobart, says Greg from Queanbeyan. See, the last, I reckon, last summer.
England.
Oh, yeah, in England for sure. But last summer here, we've had a couple of coolish test matches here in Adelaide.
They had jumpers on in Sydney. They on the day 2, the day where it was cloudy and we came off because of light, they had their jumpers on then. It cooled down quite significantly.
I reckon a day like today, where it's not cold by any means, it's 23 degrees, bit of a breeze about. I think it would be a day where the West Indies would have the pullovers on if they're in the field. Big time. Long sleeves.
Yeah, I think so.
Here's Hazelwood, bowls to Chanderpaul, and he lets the ball pass short and outside the off stump. We haven't seen a run for a while. None for 14, the West Indies.
I pretty much saw the slips, I think, walking out with hand warmers. You know those little white little rock things that you shake.
I do.
I saw them. I saw Smith and Khawaja certainly. They'd have them in their pockets because one of the things, if it is a bit cool, your hands get. You don't want the ball hitting your hands hard and cold. It's when you drop them. Maybe that's what I should have done all the time. But
I used them for the first time last year, calling a rugby league game on the touchline at Tamworth. And it was a freezing night, and I never used them before. I never really had to. I couldn't believe how great they were. And they last for hours.
Yeah, they keep your hands nice and warm. When you go to the snow and stuff, you.
Hazelwood bowls to Chanderpaul, and he fends us away outside off stump. It'll be picked up by Green, moving to his left at gully. None for 14.
In England, they're very popular as well because of the cold, certainly early in the season. April, May, when you're starting your county season, you almost can't play without them because it is so cold.
Remember, right at the start of the season, in October, when the Australian women's team were playing the West Indies, and the West Indies were getting some cool weather in Melbourne, and they looked so miserable.
Yeah. Well, you're not used to it. It's not the beautiful Caribbean.
Not sitting in the beach of Barbados at Jamaica, man. Here's Hazelwood bowls. Chanderpaul plays inside the line. A ball short of a length. On the SMS, 0467 920 222. That number. Good morning, ladies and gents. Looking forward to the cricket on the radio. Love it. Just at work up the road in Salisbury. Would much rather be at the cricket. From Howie and Chris. Go the Aussies. Well, hopefully, Howie and Chris, while you're working away, we can take you here. We can bring you here to Adelaide Oval.
Howie and Chris, I've got a tip for you. Say you're not feeling well.
Yep. What they've got to do is just...
well, it might be COVID.
Oh, no. Okay.
I've got to go. Down the cricket, no one's going to say anything.
Here comes Hazelwood. Bowls to Chanderpaul, who plays inside the line, outside off stump.
Not that we want to make fun of that illness, COVID, but if you want to get to the cricket, you've got to use whatever means possible.
So there you go, Chris, from the very...
You do that when you don't want to do the radio. You do breakfast show. You go, oh, yeah, but don't want to give it to anyone else. You do stuff like that, don't you?
For all the things you can attack me for, that's not one of them, no. No. It's funny how things have changed, though. Like, you used to take pride in battling through illness and colds and everything.
Oh, no, not anymore.
Since COVID, if you start coughing and sneezing, stay at home. Or come to the cricket.
Sit up the stairs. There's plenty of room.
Hazelwood bowls and Chanderpaul's forward, pushing away to cover. And another dot ball. I haven't seen a run yet since we came in.
Well, I'm going to say, they've got to be a bit careful of the West Indies. You can't just try and survive. They will try and have to force the play to some extent. At least rotate the strike. And Hazelwood, Stark, they want to bowl lots of balls in the right spot to you, and eventually you will get one with your name on it.
It's something they did do well last summer, this pair, is they could move the strike around.
It's got to rotate. People think you've got to hit the ball to the boundary and, flashing cover drives, and you've got to be able to knock the ball around and get off strike.
24 dot balls to this point, consecutively.
What did we get to Sydney the other day with Smith and Labuschagne? That was up to 32 or something.
Yeah.
Hazelwood switches around the wicket. Square leg drops back, and Chanderpaul fends at this one. Then tried to withdraw the bat. But through it goes to Carey. This is a frustrating morning so far for Mitchell Stark and Josh Hazelwood. West Indies through 8 overs. They've survived, but they've only scored 14 runs. Brathwaite 8. Chanderpaul not out on 6. 0467 920 222. As I say, if you'd like to send an SMS. Grandstand cricket. Crowd of over 15,000 in the early going here at Adelaide Oval. And the West Indies were sent into bat with this very young batting lineup by Pat Cummins at the toss this morning, and
Pat Cummins, unlike some previous Australian captains, doesn't mind going down that route. And you're with Andrew Moore on Grandstand Cricket, and joining us for the first time, Ian Bishop, West Indian great fast bowler. Ian, welcome to Grandstand Cricket on the ABC. How are you going?
I'm very well, Andrew. Thank you very much for having me. Hello to all your viewers wherever they may be, and I'm filled with anticipation at the start of this series.
Yes, and after last year, especially at this ground, Ian, in the day-night test where they were well and truly flogged, and the class difference was apparent, there seems to be a bit of hope about this young team.
Flogged.
Here comes Mitchell Starc, bowls to Brathwaite, short of a length outside the off-stump taken by Carey. How would you describe that test here in Adelaide last year?
Convincing win.
Okay, that'll do.
Flogged is a little bit sensational. But
too much, okay.
We could accept that.
Fair enough. Our first stint together, so let's get the boundaries set.
Right.
That seems fine. But yeah, there is some optimism about this youngish team, isn't there? And I know it's a different form of the game, but coming off a couple of white ball series wins over England, just raises the spirits of cricket in the Caribbean a little.
Yeah, and if you go back maybe to the beginning of COVID, it was the test team in the Caribbean that was flying the flag quite nicely for West Indies cricket, where the white ball teams had actually surrendered any initiative. Now that's turned around.
Here's Starc, bowls and Brathwaite, plays at this outside the off stump, straight to point. Again, no run, none for 14.
And there are challenges surrounding the transitional balance of power now, where Darren Sammy is taking over the white ball team. A lot of players are making themselves available, senior players for the white ball format, certainly T20 after the disappointment of the World Cup qualifiers. And there are a lot of absentees. 12 months ago, there were 10 different faces here in Australia that are not here 12 months later. 10. For several reasons of white ball cricket, franchise cricket being played around the world.
Such is the modern way of life. Here's Starc, bowls to the right-hander Brathwaite, who pushes away to extra cover, no run.
So this is the challenge. I would think at least 5 of these guys may not have been here had Jason Holder, Kyle Mayers, Shea Hope, Jermaine Blackwood not been left out. There's no Shamar Brooks, there's no Ruston Chase. Jaden Seals picked up an injury, good young bowler who I think will carry the future of West Indies bowling. So I look at it as an opportunity for them to make a name for themselves, but against the World Test champions in their backyard is no easy task.
Tough for any team. Pakistan recently discovered. 3-0 series win there for Australia as Starc bowls again to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite faces a 28th consecutive dot ball as this ball is just outside the edge of his bat. Through it goes to Alex Carey. Boy, you know that you were part of some great West Indies team as our colleague Carl Hooper, and I said to Carl, still one of the great test matches I've ever been to, that test here in the early 90s where you won by a run.
92-93.
Yeah, and Carl said we need to start creating new memories, not looking back 30 years, and that's obviously the desire for all of you guys.
Yeah, I'll come back to that actually. It's a very good point. It's an excellent point, and no players within the teams have talked about it.
Here's Starc, 3 slips in a gully. Bowls and Brathwaite, struck on the body. That ball cut in on him. Ends up going to green at the gully. Couple of hands in the air, but it was off the body, and it remains none for 14.
Yeah, because what I've often said is that we also came into a team, myself, Carl, to a lesser extent, where there was a great era coming through the 80s, and so at the back end of the 80s I came in, Carl came in a little while before, and suddenly that legacy was thrust upon you to try to continue to build that house that Clive Lloyd, Gordon Greenidge, Viv Richards and all of those guys made. And these guys are saying we want to create our own identity, and I totally agree with them. Don't judge them by the standards of that great team. Let them now make a new name for themselves.
Here's Starc, bowls and Brathwaite outside the off stump. He leaves it, through it goes, and I still haven't called a run. None for 14 after 9 overs. Brathwaite 8, Chanderpool 6. Mitchell Starc now 5 overs, none for 7. And, you know, when you come into the side, it was Holding and Robertson, Garner and Croft, and now it's Ambrose and Bishop and Marshall and Walsh. I mean, there were some all-time great quartets. We talk about this Australian quartet of bowlers that is now taking wickets at an historic level. But those quartets for the West Indies, very hard to beat when you look at them.
Yeah, and that was then. This is now, and what I would say, someone like a Shamar Joseph would have looked up to Walsh and Ambrose, and I'm saying that's fine.
Yeah,
look up to them, imbibe what you can from them, But we shouldn't be judging a young guy who's 7 first-class matches into his career by those standards. He's a different build and a different skill set altogether. But he can look at Pat Cummins as well and take something from the way Cummins runs in and bangs away at a length time after time at the principle and sort of implicate that into his game.
Had a 5-wicket haul 3 innings in a row during that series against Pakistan, and he's coming in to bowl from this river stand end of the ground, replacing Josh Hazlewood. Pat Cummins, who made his test debut when he was 18 in his 59th test, and he comes bowling around the wicket to Chanderpaul, and no run. He just tickled it away to square leg, and the score remains none for 14. How many dot balls is that now, Rick? We must be over 30.
32.
Matching the Smith-Labuschagne effort in Sydney on day 3. 3 slips a gully, point. There's a mid-off, mid-on, square leg, slightly backward of square, and a fine leg in Mitchell Stark down on the rope. And this opening combination, in terms of batting, Bish, so important for the Windies, isn't it? Chanderpaul and Brathwaite. As Cummins trying to give them a new challenge, bowling to Chanderpaul, who's 6 off 22 deliveries, and he struck on the body again off an inside edge, and it trickles away on the offside.
Well, again, there you have a difference, isn't it? Because people will always say, well, Greenidge and Haynes pummeled it almost everywhere. Then Carl Hooper came in, Brian Lara came in. But these guys are different. They are more, no pun intended, Shivnarine Chanderpaul's legacy. Both admire, Tage admires his dad. Craig always looked up to Shivnarine. And they are more accumulators of runs rather than destroyers of bowling lineups. So that they are trying to play in their own way. You still have to look to score, but they don't have the power and dynamism of some that have gone before.
As Chanderpaul on strike, waits for Cummins, who's on the money and off a thickish inside edge. It runs away to square leg. And we are still marooned at none for 14 here now in the 10th over. On the SMS 0467 920 222, listening to the Serenade of Summer, ABC Grandstand Test Cricket at the desk typing reports. Thanks for keeping me sane. Jono in Bundaberg. Good on you, Jono. Hope your day at work passes okay, listening to the cricket. Rick Finlay.
Great West Indies quartets. The top one is actually Gibbs, Griffith, Hall and Sobers, 329 wickets. But the second one, Ambrose, Bishop, Hooper and Walsh. And we have 2 of those presenting for us during this test match, which is wonderful.
50% of that quartet. Cummins bowls and Chanderpaul is on the drive. Green takes the gap. Pat Cummins strikes with his first over. Chanderpaul flayed away. Neither batsman has scored for an extended period, and Cameron Green, he's so good in the gully, plucks it out of the sky. Chanderpaul gone for 6. Cork Green, Bolt Cummins. West Indies 1 for 14. Ian Bishop.
Yeah, Pat Cummins doing his work again from the angle round the wicket, and Cameron Green has taken some spectacular catches across his career so far. One of the few players on the field that could probably have reached to that. Perhaps the only man who has that reach and reflexes to be able to rail that in. That was a brilliant catch. And unfortunately for Chanderpaul, he was given very little. He goes for 6.
43 minutes he lasted, 25 deliveries, but he's out in the 10th over after the Windies were sent in at now 1 for 14. They've faced over 30 dot balls, and even in light of what you were just saying about the style of play from the openers, that does start, that pressure builds, doesn't it? That's a real thing.
It does, and we've often talked about that in test match cricket, and therein lies the battle in terms of balancing, finding a way to score, which against the great bowling attacks is very, very difficult. And Australia perhaps have the best fast bowling attack, the best bowling attack going around the world at the moment. So finding a way to get deliveries into gaps, it may not be boundary hitting, it may just be rotation of strike, is going to be the consistent challenge for the West Indies against the excellence of this bowling.
Kirk McKenzie, the 23-year-old Jamaican, comes in. And he is playing his second test, 32 and a duck against India on debut last year. He's a left-handed bat against the Cricket Australia 11. Scored 23 off 52 in the first innings, 9 off 17 in the second innings. Only played 13 first-class games.
And 100.
100.
A double 100.
It was a big one, 221.
But you see that those are the challenges that this team, and it's not a criticism, it's obvious. Someone like him, 100, Alec Affiney's just a couple hundreds.
As now Cummins striking with his first over, bowls, and McKenzie doesn't offer outside the off stump. I'm getting out after this over, but Cameron Green, he's always been a bit of a reluctant gully field, even though he's so brilliant at it and has been in the 24 previous tests he's played. And you think of great, it used to be such a specialist position. Ashley Mallett going back into the 60s and 70s for Australia. Joel Garner was a great gully fieldsman for the West Indies. In your era, did you have a specialist gully? Carl?
Desmond Haynes. At one point, Carl posted himself at first or second slip, depending on what himself and Brian Lara had discussed the day before.
Here's Cummins. Bowls at Chanderpaul. McKenzie struck on the patch. Out for LBW, not out. And what a great over from Pat Cummins. His first over is a wicket maiden. So in the last 20 minutes, not a run scored. West Indies 1 for 14. Brathwaite 8. McKenzie yet to score. Cummins 1 over, 1 for none. And now joining Ian Bishop, Jim Maxwell.
You're listening to ABC Sports coverage of the cricket, Australia and the West Indies on radio ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
You my little boo thing, so I'll give a hoot what you do. Say, girl, I know you a little too tame. I'll be shooting that shot like 2K, girl, I know. Tell him I'm next. Tell him you find a little something fresh, I know.
Get everything on this cricket coverage. Pop music, might get a bit of rap or something like that. What do you like, Bish? What's your favourite?
Gospel music.
Gospel music, yeah.
Man of the cloth.
We'll line up Dennis to sort that.
Oh, right.
We have these segues every 20 minutes. Try and pluck something out of the playlist. Now it's Maura Stark. He runs in and Brathwaite forward, pushing away into a gap on the offside between Lyon at point and Labuschagne at cover, and they get a run. Nice to see you. Welcome to the show. Nice to have you on board.
Thanks for having me, Jim. And that last run is more in keeping with what I'm looking for, and particularly in the first hour of a test match against a quality bowling attack. It doesn't have to be boundary hitting, but just deflecting into gaps. So then you've got attacking fields, you're going to have gaps somewhere. So finding a way to rotate strike and get a different look, give a different look to the bowler, I think is a critical part of this young batting unit's development.
Let's hope that they can produce something here. They've been sent in and they've lost a wicket as Stark runs in. McKenzie leaves the ball outside the line of the off stump. The pitch doesn't look as lively as perhaps Cummins expected. Maybe it's going to quicken up. What do you think of the surface so far? Yeah, it's not as fast. A couple of edges, one in particular of the bat of Craig Brathwaite fell so far short of first slip. It surprised me, a genuine edge. It will quicken up, I'm sure about that, but there's still something in it. I think if you're pounding away on a good length, the occasional delivery is doing enough to keep you encouraged as a bowler and keep you honest as a batter. So I don't think it's flat and benign, but you still just have to be applying discipline. 3 slips, a gully weight. Stark in from the top end and pitches up. McKenzie goes forward, leans onto it and pats it away towards the effervescent Labuschagne there on the offside, charging around from mid-off to pick up. 1-4-15 the West Indies, and there was a very interesting stat that you may or may not have heard from Rick before about sending teams in test cricket. 82 tests, 10 occasions. How many do you reckon in those 10 occasions is the team bowling first? 1.
No idea.
1.
Oh, right.
And it was the West Indies.
Right.
Back in the 80s.
Okay.
Otherwise, there've been a draw and the rest lost. So I don't know whether that's a good sign for the West Indies, but he's forward to the next ball and runs it away carefully, watching it, pushing it down behind point.
I hope it is.
Yes. Well, we want a competition. We said this with Pakistan, who at times fitfully were competitive. A few catches taken at slip might have helped them too, but that's why Test cricket remains our sustenance in terms of the watching the highest form, the peak of the game. It's Test cricket, but it needs to be competitive, and let's hope that this inexperienced side can do well. 3 slips, a gully again, and Stark on the run in, bowls to him, and he's off the pad around the corner. It slides away down towards fine leg for 4 runs. Yep, off the bat. So he flicked that around the corner. He gets some runs to get off the mark. He's 4, and West Indies 1 for 19.
A rare poorly lined delivery and just using the pace to get that boundary and looking to take advantage of the, even if it's the slimmest of scoring opportunities, is a great thing for a very young player. But he's also got to know he's got to be able to trust his defense also as the square leg goes back to the boundary, I think, from short leg.
So, is this a suggestion of a short pitch ball? What's going to happen as we watch Stark? Oh, he's lost his run-up. Came down the runway and said, oh, that propeller's not working. We'll go back and start all over again. So 1 for 19. It's a cool day in Adelaide, surprisingly cool. And there's cloud cover around. And Australia deciding to bowl first after the coin went up. Brathwaite called tails and it came down heads. Although Brathwaite suggested he might have had a bat in any case if he'd won the toss. Here's Stark charging up, pitching up, beating the edge. That's better. Fuller just moved a little bit and it went past the bat and through to the keeper to end the over at 1 for 19. So how much first-class red ball cricket do these young fellas play now that the white ball's taken over so much?
Jim, it's a constant challenge, and it's not the only country, the West Indies, that has that challenge with so many franchise leagues opening up. I think they have a lot of opportunity. Some of the first-class seasons recently were like 10 games long, stretching across several months. But what you've also got to ask is, what's the quality of it? Are the best players playing to challenge you? There was the Headley Weeks Championship Trophy last year that's where Mackenzie scored his double 100, where a couple of guys got some scores, but they were basically playing almost amongst their peers with the absence of the senior guys.
Here's Cummins running in. Brathwaite forward, down the pitch it goes and back to the bowler.
So, and I don't blame the modern player for saying my earning power is in the T20 league, but what way can we find to say Jason Holder had the option to come here? He said, no, I want to prepare for the T20 World Cup. Carl Mayer, same thing. So I'm in South Africa. Shea Hope said, I hadn't played enough red ball cricket to come on a test match tour. So he's gone to a different league. Brandon King said no. So you see the challenges that teams outside the big three are having.
Cummins in the sunshine, bowls, and Brathwaite leaves it alone outside the off stump. So is this doom and gloom for the future of the West Indies playing test cricket?
I wouldn't say there's doom and gloom. We have to come up with a solution. We know what the problem is. South Africa, for example, is sending a team much diminished of their experienced players, because look at how the landscape has changed. Back when we were playing, and I hate saying that, international cricket funded domestic cricket.
Yeah.
Now, in many parts of the world, domestic cricket, as in South Africa's case, is starting to fund the international game. So that's the dichotomy and the problem teams outside the big three are having.
Here comes Cummins, bouncer taken by the keeper. But I mean, the ICC runs various fixtures and competitions. Isn't it up to the powerful nations to give to the others? Isn't that the way out of this longer term? And is that going to happen? Are they going to be as altruistic as that?
Good word, altruistic. I don't know, but I sat in my hotel last week when the Big Bash game was on, and I looked at this wonderful facility, the Adelaide Oval. The tennis was on. It was packed to capacity. The nursery ground here is superb. Now come back to it.
Here's Cummins, 3 slips a gully, short leg runs in. Brathwaite's waiting, watching and driving edgily and steers it away behind point between slip, between gully and point, and then flies down to the boundary. Not convincing, but he got away with it and picked up a useful boundary.
Yeah, what he does, Pat Cummins, is he bangs away on a length and then he throws that full one, that wide one, as he did with Chanderpaul, as a seducing delivery to get the outside edge. So you look at the quality of facilities that you're able to garner in India. You go to the grounds. In England, you go to the grounds. Here in Australia, superb grounds. In the Caribbean and other places, you don't have that infrastructure.
Cummins runs in and bowls a ball. It's edged here, away on the offside. Wasn't in control. Cummins, as you say, just banging away in there, and something will happen normally when he does that, as it already has with the dismissal of Chanderpaul, brilliantly caught overhead by Cameron Green in the gully. It's 1-for-23 at the moment. Jim Maxwell and Ian Bishop here at the beautiful Adelaide Oval, which has retained a lot of its character, despite the fact that we have many more grandstands here than we used to out on the eastern side of the ground. Quite a good crowd in too, might be pushing 20,000. Cummins goes up and bowls it, and he's just dropping hands inside the line outside the off stump. And Adrian Holstock, the umpire from South Africa, standing in his 8th test, says over with the score at 1-for-23. Yes, so is it up to the more powerful nations like India, Australia and England to support the countries that don't have the resources?
I think that would help. Since the financial model changed a couple of decades ago, it has hamstrung a number of the more developing and smaller territories. The other thing, though, that is placed on territories like, I'll speak about the West Indies, is we have to be able to manage our financial affairs better. We have to be better in the little that we have, because even if things were to develop, the more money that comes in, the more problems sometimes you have. So yes, you're looking for that equity from the big three, but you're also asking individual territories to manage their resources better.
Someone suggested you get them to commit to a schedule, but you don't pay them more until they've played the game. I don't know whether that'd work. Lyon's bowling, and he's pitching up, and he's pushed away to short leg where it's collected because of the worry of what do I call it, maladministration in some countries.
Yeah, I think the other thing is to play more test matches. West Indies played 6 last year, and I think there are a couple of countries that played 12 or 13, twice as many.
Lyon bowling with the slip and the short leg around the wicket, and it's short off the back foot, clipped away into the covers, but not through the field. So this is an interesting move, as we quite often see when the new ball doesn't do the business expected of it. They go to Lyon, and he normally gets a bit of that top spin, that overspin, and bounce as he bowls now and draws Mackenzie forward, pushing away on the offside. Marvellous glue in the attack to have a bowler like this. Just comes on with his little variations and has the batsman thinking, where am I going? Footwork. And he's wearing a jumper. He's bowling a ball that's quicker into the pads, pushed away on the onside. Yes, I think of a conversation years ago with Gary Sabers when he was working on the radio. I said, how did you go against fellas you didn't really pick? He said, pick. You don't have to pick him to play him. You go forward or you go back. Play his shot, and he's going forward and leaving the ball outside the off stump. I mean, the footwork of some of those players. Again, I'm sounding a bit like a dinosaur. I think of Neil Harvey. I think of Sobers. Obviously, these guys were just dynamite on their feet. If you weren't playing back, you were driving. That's the way they used to look at it. As Lyon comes up and fizzes it through again outside the off stump, quickly bowled over, and it's still 1-for-23. 13 overs bowled by Australia, and an hour of play.
Yeah, and you're seeing some good resolve from Craig Brathwaite, who loves the bat time. You talk about old school test players, archetypal test players. Craig Brathwaite is one of those. Chanderpaul, who has now departed the crease, is certainly in that mold. And you're going to see as we go through these 2 test matches, whatever the result is, and I'm not predicting the outcome of the series, but you're going to see some of the talent that we have in the Caribbean. You're going to see snapshots of it, hopefully protracted periods of it, and you're going to realize that the West Indies, for example, still do have a lot of talent. It is how we nurture and procure that that's going to be the big test.
So another over from Cummins. He rattles in from this river end, and Brathwaite's leaving alone outside the off stump. So Keno from Brisbane is very keen to be hearing you, Bish. Good morning, everyone. Loving the radio call this morning, even more now that we get to hear from the great Ian Bishop. I love his insights into the great game of cricket. So there you are. You've got one fan out there. and a few more.
1.5. My wife is also a fan. So,
oh, she's listening.
Yeah. No, she doesn't listen. She doesn't listen at all. She's in New York having a great time with my daughter. But I'm happy that people are still so very interested in the game and what happens in the Caribbean. We've got a lot of good sentiment around the world still.
Here comes Cummins. Brathwaite goes back and pushes away down behind point. I remember speaking to your colleague Curtly Ambrose a few years ago in England during it was World Cup 2019, and the West Indies weren't travelling very well. And I said, what's going on, particularly with your batsmen? And he looked at me and he said, they don't block them anymore.
Could be a strong
it's a great line.
Yeah, strong opinions on the traditional way of playing the game and the principles that still apply to the modern game and extend through the period of time.
Well, Brathwaite's pretty good at occupying the crease. He's doing that efficiently, and he watches and he leaves again outside the off stump. He's in the mould of the great opening batsman in the way he leaves the ball, knowing when to leave, as they say. And we don't see a lot of that in the game these days. So he only plays this form of the game, doesn't he?
Correct. They've tried him in a few one-day internationals. He's never played an organised T20 game. Neither has Ryan Chandapal, which is a surprise in the modern era. So he's very old school in that way. He loves his horses. He has a farm and owns a couple of horses. He put up an indoor net many years ago. His dad put it up for him, so he's very, very old school in that respect.
Here comes Cummins, trying him again, and he has to play at this, but it's wide down the leg side, and it keeps going further away down to the boundary. Carey couldn't get a mid onto that to stop it, and once it got past the batsman, it just kept going wide of the keeper, and he had no chance. 4 byes unfairly against the keeper there. But it's now 1-for-27. It wasn't far away down the leg side, but it just kept going. May have hit the seam and gave the keeper no chance.
And that's a long way away. I don't know if he tried to go on sliding in, but you've still got to be able to bang away 4, maybe 5 of an over on that top of off line.
Cummins tries it again to Brathwaite. His forward, he's knocked over. Wow, he's gone through his defence. Beautiful bowling from Cummins. A little bit of variation. This man is such a skillful bowler. 260 test wickets now in his 59th test. And he's got through the defence of the opening batsman there with an excellent delivery as he pushed forward at that, missed it, and it just clipped the top of the off stump.
But that's the line that I was referring to, top of off. That is what you train, and Cummins has been able to produce time and again over his career. The previous delivery was fired down the leg side. He went to that good length, hitting the top of off, nipping away from Brathwaite for 13, 2 for 27. That was another top-class delivery.
So the West Indies just starting to get a little edgy out there, and we're going to have a break in play because we've gone for an hour here. And wonderful to have Ian Bishop in the commentary box, and you can look forward to Ian and Carl Hooper, of course. We're going to have a little bit of a break now with that second wicket falling. Drinks are coming out onto the field. Let's get the latest from ABC News.
Sarah Hall with the news headlines. The Bureau of Meteorology says northwest Tasmania has received up to 70 millimetres of rain in the past 24 hours. A severe thunderstorm warning is in place for much of the state today. Meanwhile, the Weather Bureau is warning of potentially life-threatening flash flooding in parts of southern New South Wales and northeast Victoria. Australia's Foreign Minister has arrived in Israel for diplomatic talks on the war in Gaza. Boeing has asked the Irish-based airline Ryanair to send extra engineers to oversee quality checks of its planes. It comes after an unused door fell off a Boeing 737 MAX 9 operated by US-based Alaska Airlines. And Victorian paramedics have threatened to go on strike if they can't reach an agreement with the state government over pay and conditions in the next 2 weeks. ABC News.
ABC Sports coverage in January is all about cricket and tennis.
What about that? Unbelievable!
With the Test series between Australia and West Indies. And centre court heats up when the best tennis players from around the world do battle in the 2024 Australian Open. Cricket.
He's giving it room and he's bowled. That's it.
And tennis. Live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app or on your radio. This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. Australia versus the West Indies. Live from the Adelaide Oval on ABC Radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And the ABC Listen app.
Cummins bowls and Chanderpaul is on the drive. Green takes the gap. Pat Cummins strikes with his first over. Chanderpaul played away. Neither batsman has scored for an extended period. And Cameron Green, he's so good in the gully, plucks it out of the sky. Chanderpaul gone for 6. Caught Green, bowled Cummins.
Cummins tries it again to Brathwaite. He's forward and he's knocked over. Wow, he's gone through his defence. Beautiful bowling from Cummins. A little bit of variation. This man is such a skillful bowler.
And so West Indies find themselves 2 for 27 after the first hour of play, day one of this Adelaide Test match. And yeah, Captain Cummins has been doing it again. Tom, it's he just is on song every day of the week.
Well, he certainly is, and we were just discussing here that he's been a bit fuller and made the West Indies play more than the first two did, and no surprises, he's picked up a couple of wickets.
Yep. And so Alec Athanaze is the new batter for West Indies. He's on strike. The 3 slips and Cam Green in the gully are awaiting him. He's a left-hander, quite slender build, standing tall at the crease. Cummins is into him and he's sprang forward defensively, beaten first up and through to Carey. 25-year-old from Dominica ends the over. Another wicket taking over then for Cummins. So warm applause from the crowd here in Adelaide. West Indies 2 for 27. We've had just 14 overs, and it's Kirk McKenzie who's alongside Athanaze out in the middle. It's this middle order now, isn't it, Tom, for West Indies, that with the 2 openers gone, this is where we'll find out just what talent there is amongst these players who are so inexperienced at Test level. But it's such a big ask against this bowling attack.
Absolutely, and that's, I guess, the worry we spoke about this morning. We're hoping that the 2 openers could hang in a bit longer. Athanaze and McKenzie both didn't do a whole lot during the tour game.
Lyon now from the Cathedral, and it's expansive shot back down the ground aerially to the boundary for 4. We've seen a lot of tentative batting so far from West Indies, but this time Kirk McKenzie decided he's going to take on Nathan Lyon, and he did so to good effect.
Yeah, I think they're a bit more stroke makers than the opening batters. He only made 23 and 9 in the tour match, McKenzie, but he came out and he played his shots, and it probably led to his downfall. And it's shot selection is a thing he'll have to look after. And talking to Carl Hooper, Athanaze is a bit the same. He'll come out and play his shot. So
it could be an entertaining passage of play. Line in now to Athanaze off the inside edge, and it's fielded by Travis Head, who's there under the helmet at short leg. And so there's no run. Well, it could go one of 2 ways, though, couldn't it? Because if they hit the middle of the bat and those shots come off, it would be entertaining. Or Australia will say, well, actually, we don't mind them playing those shots because it could bring some opportunities into play for us. Line in, Athanaze stretching well forward to smother the ball.
Absolutely, and I think, well, McKenzie's just got the 1 first-class 100, Athanaze with 2. Perfect setup for Nathan Lyon. He's got 2 left-handers at the crease, and I think you'd almost prefer, as a bowling side, players playing their shots. It brings you into the game, like you mentioned.
McKenzie presses forward. The ball rolls out into the offside. Labuschagne is there to pick up. Did you notice the scoreboard at the start of the day, Tom, with Labuschagne's name?
No, I didn't.
Do you know one of the quirks of the Adelaide Oval scoreboard is that there's only room for 10 characters on every nameplate. As Lyon comes around the wicket hit, forward, doesn't hold of this one. He's coming forward defensively, the ball rolling off the outer edge of the bat into the covers. And so Labuschagne's name obviously has more characters than can be fitted onto a nameplate. And the names are put together by, it's a bit like a Scrabble, what would you call it? A Scrabble rack when you have your individual letters lined up. So the scoreboard operators prepare all the names in advance of the test. Skewed up into the ground and then into the hands of cover to end the over from Nathan Lyon. West Indies 2 for 31. Athanaze yet to score, and McKenzie, the 2 batters out in the middle. So Labuschagne's clearly got too many letters. So there's always going to be a bit of a, you know, for example, when England play here, there's been Colwood before because they can't fit Collingwood.
Absolutely.
In.
It'd be interesting. Barry Nugget Rees, who, well, he's a great of South Australian and Australian cricket, and it's always interesting to get him to go through the scoreboard and read them out for the boys, and certainly would throw a spanner in the works. The letters missing.
Yes, well, Labuschagne's name at the start of the day was Lab Change. C-H-A-N-G-E. It was pointed out, whether they realised that the TV cameras were honing in on it, but it has been switched. Cummins with the new over. Bosnam rather cuts Athenaeus in half there, ball which just cramps him, skews out towards the offside, and there's no run. So eventually they switched a couple of letters over, and it's now C-H-A-G-N-E. So more in keeping with the Labuschagne, with the end of the word.
All engines going up there in the scoreboard. They would have been trying to fix that error. One of very few errors they make up in the scoreboard here in Adelaide.
Absolutely. It's Simon is the main scoreboard operator, isn't he? I mean, I think my recollection, because I did pay a visit to the scoreboard last Ashes series, I think there's 5 of them in there for a test match. Cummins around the wicket, just fraction outside the off stump, and a leave this time from Athenaeus through to Carey. Short leg is still in place here with the full slip cordon and the gully and the backward points as well. But for footy matches, only 2 are needed. I learned.
Obviously not quite as much information.
Not as much going on, but yeah, a test match 5, and all the cogs and all the reels are whirring across the 4 floors that there are inside that score box.
It's pretty spectacular if you ever get the opportunity to go inside. One of the few old-fashioned scoreboards around the country.
Oh, probably around the world. Yeah. Cummins in again around the wicket. It's a fraction back of a length, pulled past a square leg umpire. Chase on here around the boundary, cut off just inside the rope by Stark. And ball comes back into the centre for Carey. West Indies 2 for 33. Athenaeus picks up a couple.
Nicely played. It'll be interesting to see. Obviously, we talked about Cummins being fuller and attacking the stumps, and it's been successful. During the tour game, a few of the West Indies batters got out to the short ball against the CA11, so it'll be interesting how long until the Aussies look to target that area.
Yeah, he did play it pretty well. He waits again now. Cummins, a leap at the crease, little fuller, and a play and a miss. Drawn forward defensively, through to Carey it goes. Might have just been wondering, will I get another ball back of a length, or Cummins goes full. But yeah, the inside of the score box, when it gets boiling on a hot day, I mean, they'll be quite pleased that today is a nice sort of early 20s day, because I'm not sure whether there's much in the way of aircon in there.
Well, there certainly is no aircon, I can guarantee you that.
It's very wooden, isn't it? What wooden sort of staircases, almost ladders going between
It's very
floors.
old, isn't it? There's nothing new about it.
It is wonderful. And I hope, well, it's heritage listed, which apparently doesn't mean that it couldn't ever be moved. It can't ever be substantially altered. Cummins in, little straighter, defended by Athenaeus, out towards the extra cover region, and there's no run. But yeah, let's hope it remains. 1911 it was built, and it stood the test of time.
It certainly has, and well, it is one of a lot of players call this their favourite ground. I know you mentioned it earlier.
Yep.
Having been lucky to play here my whole career, it's certainly, of course, one of the main features. You come here, you see that scoreboard, and the only negative is when you get no runs. You have the score up there for the duration of the innings.
Cummins in past the umpire into Athenaeus, who's playing forward, and he's eased this through the mid-off region. The ball's running away towards the boundary. Labuschagne after it. Much more firmer stroke that time, slightly less tentative than we've seen before. Doesn't reach the boundary, but they've run 3. West Indies 2 for 36.
It's only the second over this morning where more than one scoring shot has happened in an over.
Well, we had the 5 maidens in a row, didn't we, up until the point when Pat Cummins came on to bowl, and that was, that build of pressure and frustration. He took that first wicket of Chanderpaul, but the scoreboard has been largely going nowhere. Yep. So it's something of a breakthrough, you might
a bit
say.
more intent, isn't there? Which I guess no surprise to see with Chanderpaul and Brathwaite both back in the pavilion, and I guess you find yourself in a bit of trouble when you don't have that intent to score. You'd say they got off to an okay start, not losing an early wicket, but the scoreboard went nowhere. So they find themselves in a bit of trouble now, 2 down.
I think the West Indies, sort of from chatting sort of around the camp, sort of in the lead up, and you'd probably pick up on this through being around the tour game. They want to play sort of an adventurous, should I say, style of cricket. Not wanting to be sort of too brash. But Lyon is in forward, pressing defensively again back up the pitch. But they want to play an enterprising brand of cricket.
Absolutely. And the great West Indies teams, you think about when they come in, they bowl fast and intimidate, and then the batters come out and they smack them around the park.
So in some cases, in several cases. Lyon in again now. Oh, looking to drive. He's actually hit cover pretty hard.
His hand is shaped,
yeah,
minus lab change.
That must have been a bit of a hybrid of his, because his nickname, whether it still sticks now, but wasn't his nickname for a while Loose Bus Change when he first came into the side? Off the outside edge of the bat, going defensively.
Certainly was, as they were trying to work out how to actually pronounce it.
Yeah, the Afrikaans name is a little bit more involved, isn't it?
It certainly is. It's a lot easier to go to a nickname. And well, I found it funny that they came out and said they want to play a attacking brand of cricket, because they scored 250 in a day on day one of that tour game. So went a bit against what they were saying.
In goes Lyon. Athenay's inside edge. On the ground, scoots past Travis Head, and they're able to go through for 1. 2 for 37. The scoreboard is it's not really stretching the operators in terms of the runs so far. Yet today they're not having to move too quickly.
Been a quiet morning, hasn't it? Giving them plenty of time to change Labuschagne's name and get it correct.
Lyon waits end of his mark. Overcast skies over Adelaide Oval. Moreton Bay Figs are pretty still, not much in the way of breeze. Defence, and this time from Mackenzie. Back up the pitch, and there's no run. Just a little bit of movement, isn't there, sort of on the hill, the grassy bank right in front of the scoreboard.
Building nicely, this crowd, isn't it? First day test in, well, a long time, isn't it?
Yeah, 2015 was the first day-night test held here. One against, it was India, the day game, I think, when they toured here. Forward again, beaten past the outside edge and into the gloves of Carey. Wonderful delivery from Lyon, who stays leaning forward with his hands on his knees, staring down the pitch towards the batter. It's 2 for 37 at the end of the over.
They refused to play the day-night game, didn't they, the Indians, in that tour? And
I'm not sure that worked out too well for them, did it, here at Adelaide?
No, it didn't.
That year.
It didn't.
that was quite a short test match.
It never used to, and I guess that's the exciting thing of a new West Indies side. They obviously haven't won since, I think it's 1997, but India had a similar record before they came out here and knocked us off. With that famous win up at the Gabba, so
yeah, extraordinary series that was, wasn't it? During the COVID
absolutely
time.
one of the great series. So hopefully, as we all like a competitive series, this unknown West Indies side can surprise a few and put in a competitive performance.
Yeah, Rick gave us the numbers of test caps, didn't he, between the two teams, which is quite a stark difference. 689 tests between Australia and 235 between West Indies, but that's actually spread amongst a very small number of players. Here is Cummins. It's coming into Athenay's. Goes with that in-swing, works into mid-wicket, not really under control. There's no run.
There's only 4 in double figures in the West Indies, isn't there?
That's right. So when you take out Brathwaite, Joshua De Silva, Alzari Joseph and Kemar Roach, the rest of the players in this 11 have 15 caps between the 7 of them. And you've got the 3 debutants in there as well. So that's the contrast in the experience. That, you know, could just provide an opportunity to unearth a gem. Athenay's facing up, and Cummins goes in outside the off stump. Athenay's raises his bat, shoulders arms, and allows it to go through. He is a 25-year-old, born in Dominica. A sport ambassador for Dominica as well. And in terms of his rise, he's recently got a CPL contract with Barbados Royals. And he's done a bit of work with Brian Lara as well, which always, it's good to see. I mean, a number of the greats from West Indies have got back involved with the game, haven't they? With Curtly Ambrose has had spells with them, Courtney Walsh. And so good to see Brian Lara working in a kind of consultancy capacity as well. Here's Cummins, another leave by Athenay's outside the off stump, through to Carey it goes with good carry.
Well, it'd be silly not to. I think that's what Australia does really well, and you've seen through the years past players are welcome back into that change room, and there's a lot of learning to be done. So it's good to see, like I said, Brian Lara, one of the greats of the game. There's so much that these young guys starting out on their test career can learn from well, a legend
Yeah. And I think Athenay's had a bit of an up and down time in his career as well. He was dropped quite early on, playing for the Windward Islands, but 2 years into his career was dropped. It was sort of round about COVID time as well, 2020. Cummins bowling fuller, and he's equal to it on the drive. Out through mid-off as well. This is where he found some runs earlier. Long chase back here for Labuschagne, and they'll come back for 3. Is this Renshaw on the field as well as a substitute at the moment?
Is it Hazelwood off?
Must be.
By the looks.
So 2 for 40. Finlay's on 9. So yeah, he was dropped, but he reckoned it really actually allowed him to sort of go away from the game, go back home, you know, go back to the drawing board. And for him, it was the mental toughness that he needed in order to succeed. And just 1 year later, he was back, apparently having tightened his technique, and then was made captain of Windward Islands. So in his early stages, having that setback, he believes has actually made him stronger. In goes Cummins, and that's a shorter ball. He ducks underneath at Mackenzie and into the gloves of Carey.
To me, there's no real fairy tale stories, are there? So you look through this Aussie team, there's a lot of guys that have come in and unfortunately been dropped. And well, I guess Travis Head, Mitch Marsh, or a couple that come to mind, Kawaja, and they come back, and like you said, they can go away, they can learn from their mistakes. I guess Marnus a little bit, like he came in as a concussion sub and then had to bide his time to get back in. And you can learn so much about yourself in your game. And I guess Alex Carey in his first-class career.
Last ball of the over here, shuffle across the stumps and working this out past point. Line is after it. Mackenzie's coming back for the second as Line picks up in the deep and sends the ball back into the middle. So end of the over as West Indies move on to 2 for 42. 5 runs coming from that over, but they've lost Brathwaite and Chanderpaul. Tom Cooper is here with us on the South Australia top order bat, Netherlands player as well. And Andrew Moore is about to come in here for me.
You're listening to ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. Live from Adelaide Oval, Australia and the West Indies. On radio, ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
All right, thank you very much, Ali. 2 for 42, the West Indies. Athenay's 9, Mackenzie on 10. To the new blood in this West Indian team. After Chanderpaul went for 6, Brathwaite for 13, and Pat Cummins has both wickets. His line around the wicket and forward defending is Athenay's. Back down the pitch. Hello, Tommy. Good to see you, mate.
Maury, how are you?
I'm good. I'm enjoying this. I've got optimism more about the West Indies this year than last, but it's a big blow for them being sent in and losing both openers basically in the first hour as Line bowls and Athenay's is forward, pushing it to cover.
Well, I don't think the sent-in bit, isn't it? They wanted to bat.
Yeah.
I think, and I guess a few were surprised that Australia didn't bat. But losing the 2 openers would have been nice to see them get through to the 30-odd overs when the ball softened a bit and let the stroke makers come in. But so far, they've played nicely.
Here's Line around the wicket, and Athenay's back thought about a cut shot, but it was just wide of off stump. And maybe bouncing over stump height, taken by Carey. There's a slip, a backward point, a short cover, a mid-off. And on the onside, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a short leg, and a deep backward square. And Hazelwood is doing some loosening up in front of the Foz Williams stand. There's Line in his 4th over is none for 5, and those figures remain the same as he pushes this to Stark at mid-off. And they've really struggled to push the strike around, haven't they?
Well, certainly, I was going to say, there's been some shots played until you've come back in, and
you
get to score a run, and we had 4 dots here, so...
It was a bit like Cummins, I had 1 for none after 20 minutes. His Line bowls, and Athenay's is on the drive, and can't beat a dive at point. That was very good fielding, and the score remains at 2 for 42, as the ball was picked up there nice and cleanly by Renshaw. Subbing out there at the moment. Here comes Line. 5 dot balls thus far in the over. Well flighted, and Athenay's pushes it straight to cover. A maiden over again. I'm getting good at those. 2 for 42, the Windies. Athenay's is 9 off 21 deliveries. Mackenzie not out 10 from 23. Rick Finlay.
Of the West Indies team that played here last year at Adelaide, only 4 players survived for the West Indies. That's Brathwaite, Chanderpaul, De Silva, the wicketkeeper, and Azari Joseph.
Yeah, now the vice captain.
Thank you, mate. Crowd of about 20,000, continuing to build. You happy to see Test back in the daytime here?
100%. I didn't come to any of the day-nighters, actually. It's funny how it works out when you're playing. You're generally away when the Test is in your hometown, aren't you? Yeah, so... but there's something about the Adelaide Day Test to me, I think. It's almost like a party out the back. It's a bit like the Australian Open, where I know you're headed after this game finishes. But, yeah, I'm certainly very happy to see a daytime Test back here.
Here's Cummins starting a new over, 5 overs, 2 for 14. He bowls it. McKenzie plays and misses outside the off stump. Through it goes to Carey. There's been a bit of that going on through the day.
Well, it certainly has. I think, like we said, they probably didn't pitch it up and make them play enough, the two openers, Stark and Hazelwood. But Cummins, he's looked dangerous as soon as he's come into the attack. And one thing we noticed there, it hardly carries through to Carey once again, which is quite unusual for this drop-in wicket here in Adelaide.
I reckon that beat the bat by a good 6 inches, old speak. He missed that by a long way. 3 slips in the gully, point mid-off, mid-on, square leg, fine leg back. Here at Adelaide Oval, the sun shining brightly at the moment. Cummins around the wicket, bowls, and he plays inside the line. Did he? McKenzie certainly gave the appearance of doing that. 2 for 42. The Windies, wickets falling at 14 and 27. As we get here in Australia our first look at these two and the next couple of batsmen as well.
Yeah, the next couple making their debut. These one, McKenzie 1 Test and Athanaze just the 2. As I said, he's definitely played at that and pulled away to try and make it look potentially like a leave. But Cummins doing Pat Cummins things at the moment.
Seems to be getting better and better again. He bowls to McKenzie, who's struck on the body or a leading edge as it runs away on the offside, and Cummins will pick up in his follow through. That delivered at about 138 k an hour from Cummins. And it's not so much the speed anymore with him as it was when he debuted as an 18-year-old for Australia. It's just that constant line and length, pounding into the pitch, putting batsmen under pressure constantly.
Well, certainly is, and Bish was talking about it before, how that's what he does. He's got a lot of skill, but he more often than not just runs in, bashes the top of off, occasional good bumper just to let them know he has it. But as we can see, it's a simple game. By doing the basic things over and over again, he's had tremendous success throughout this summer.
Cummins to McKenzie, who's on 10, and he remains there. He pushes it to mid-on. Another dot ball. 2 for 42. This is the 20th over of the West Indian innings. Cavum Hodge on debut. He's next in, and then Justin Graves. Then the keeper, Josh De Silva, coming off a century against the Cricket Australia 11. And then into the bowlers, Alzari Joseph, Gudaresh Moti, who's no mug with the bat, Shamar Joseph and Kamar Roach. And of course, those speedsters will be opening the bowling to Steve Smith, opening up for Australia. Cameron Green has already plucked a very good catch to get rid of Chanderpool, stands in the gully back in the team as McKenzie gets a run as he pushes it away through cover and he moves to 11. It's almost cause for celebration up here.
You're off the mark, Maury. Only taking you 35 minutes.
Well, my nickname when I played back in the day was Tav, after Chris Tavares, so my old teammates won't be surprised. McKenzie 11, 2 for 43. Cummins now 2 for 15. 1 ball to Cummins. 6th over. But seriously, that's what they have to look to do, isn't it? Just
absolutely.
Push the ball around.
And I think these two have been a lot better than the opening pair, who lacked a little bit of intent as Pat Cummins comes back over the wicket here. These two, they are stroke makers from the little that we've seen. And we're hoping they can get a bit of a partnership here and push the scoreboard forward.
Alec Athanaze on strike. He's 9 off 21 deliveries, and it's a ball of a good length, and he just leans on it, pushes it through mid-off. They have one. Typical sliding save by Labuschagne, about halfway to the boundary, and he keeps them to a couple of runs. Athanaze is 11. McKenzie is 11. The Windies now 2 for 45 in this mini partnership worth 18 runs. Pat Cummins now 6 overs, 2 for 17. 2 for 45, the West Indies having been sent into bat. Your texts remain welcome on 0467 920 222. Here's a tough one from Rod in Tassie. I'm looking at you, Rick Finlay. G'day, folks. What is the record for the most amount of dot balls in a single century from any Test batsman? That's going to test the Rick Finlay database.
I'll say straight away I can't answer that.
Okay.
My database is only made up of match scorecards, so I don't do bits within matches.
Okay. Hi team, loving the coverage. We're doing a father-son road trip from Perth to Sydney. Today we're driving from Ceduna to Broken Hill with a quick stop in Port Augusta. I've been looking forward to the test starting as there's only so much Tom Watts that I can listen to off Dad's playlist. Please say thanks to my dad for helping with the big move to Sydney for work. From Matt and Peter at Cottesloe, WA. Well, that's where they're from. What a trip that is on the road. Perth to Sydney. Well, Matt and Pete, hope you're not driving each other mad. Hope you enjoy the cricket. So a change of bowling at the Cathedral end, and in comes Mitch Marsh. He's got a bit of a golden arm, but it's a wayward start down the leg side. Taken by Carey, stumbling to his right.
Yeah, you beat me to it. He does have a knack of picking up wickets, Mitch Marsh. He's a very skillful bowler. And generally he's a partnership breaker, isn't he?
Yep. It'll be interesting to see how he's used in conjunction with Cameron Green. Another option back in the side. The 32-year-old Mitch Marsh. His 39th test since his test debut back in 2014. He bowls to Mackenzie, who's forward, pushing a straight delivery down to mid-on. 2 for 45 as Cummins did the fielding. It's his 4th test against the West Indies. And with the ball, Mitch Marsh, 47 wickets an average, just under 40, best of 5 for 46 against England. That's his only 5-wicket haul. And here in Australia, 71 wickets at 45.5. But as we saw against Pakistan, just 2 wickets. But he just comes in and seems to get one pretty quick. 2 slips in a gully in place as he's in, and Mackenzie works him off his pads. Thought about a run. It was probably there, to be honest, between mid-on and mid-wicket, but they elect not to go.
There was a long one there, but if you'd rather be cautious than have a run out at this stage of the game. Yeah, Mitch Marsh, he doesn't have the pace he once did, but he just gets the ball to wobble, and he's a nightmare to face. So does have the ability to swing the ball, but also just nips it around at medium pace, you'd have to say.
Yeah. There's a deep point and a deep fine leg. They're the 2 back as he bowls, and Mackenzie pushes it to cover. Can't pierce the infield. Labuschagne picks up, shies at the stumps, or pretended to, held on to the ball. And Mackenzie remains put on 11. Faced 10 more deliveries than Athanase, who's also on 11. About half an hour before lunch, day 1. Landed in Sydney yesterday, Tom, at, when was that, about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And the pilot had said, we'd take off, and they give the spiel. Said weather in Adelaide be showers and 20-something degrees. It was bright, sunny and 30 degrees, and then out of the blue last night, just after we walked back from dinner, it belted down. Here's Marsh. Bowls to Mackenzie. A lovely drive square, but Labuschagne's there at cover. Prevents a run. He moves swiftly to his right. And it remains 2 for 45. And there was, concerns about maybe some showers today, but it's been okay. Or been a lot cooler than yesterday.
It's been good. It's probably had a week and a half of above 30 here in Adelaide, so we were due for some cooler weather, and it just coincides with the start of this game. I'm sure the players, they weren't too happy with it in the tour game, up over 35 degrees down at Karen Rolton Oval.
And it's getting warmer every day. If we get to the weekend, we're looking mid-30s as Mitch Marsh bowls, and Mackenzie on the drive, and leaping up is Labuschagne at cover. Reels it in. Gosh, he's good to watch in the field, and that ends the over. That was a maiden. Mitch Marsh's first. And the Windies are 2 for 45. Athanase 11. Mackenzie 11 with Tangerine Chanderpool. Caught green in the gully of Pat Cummins in Cummins' first over for 6. It was 1 for 14. And then Craig Brathwaite bowled by a Cummins special for 13 or 45 deliveries. It was 2 for 27. And now 2 for 45. The Windies, 27 odd minutes before lunch. And a double change. Josh Hazlewood is coming back into the attack from this Riverbank stand end, the city end of the ground. And a change in the box as well. Tom Cooper makes way for former West Indian star Carl Hooper. Hello, Carl. How are you going?
Not too bad. Good morning to you. Good morning to our listeners.
We're talking in the pre-game show, Carl, after the toss about the importance of a good start here in this first session. What have you made of it so far?
It's been pretty engaging. I think Australia would be pretty happy at the moment the way things have gone. Removing Craig Brathwaite and Tangerine Chanderpool. Now trying to make some inroads into this middle before lunch.
So Hazlewood back into the attack, starts around the wicket to Athanase with 3 slips in the gully, and he leaves just wide of off stump. A ball just short of a length. Taken by Carey. And the score remains as it was at 2 for 45. Hazlewood 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 7 in his first spell. Replacing Nathan Lyon, 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 5.
Yes, and I think probably a little bit guilty of bowling, maybe a tad short. Probably want to bowl a little bit fuller. I think the captain, Pat Cummins, showed you exactly the length you want to be bowling on this surface.
Hazelwood replacing Cummins at this end, line replaced by Marsh at the other, as Athanaze rushes onto a delivery aimed at his body. Pretty straight. Ends up striking him just above the pad and dribbles away square on the offside.
Yeah, it's not the quickest of wickets at the moment. One would have thought that as the game goes on, the sun comes out, it'll quicken up a bit. But there certainly has been a little bit of seam movement. So you want to be just a little bit fuller, asking the batsman to come on the front foot, look for drives, see if you can induce an edge. Got 4 guys catching, 3 slips in a gully there.
Hazelwood running away from us, bowls, and Athanaze struck on the body again above the pad as he pushed forward, and it runs away to the gully. No run, no chance of a run. Carl, we're talking earlier, and we were speaking a lot in the Sydney Test, as this Australian bowling quartet of Stark, Hazelwood, Cummins and Lyons broke the world record for the most amount of wickets as a quartet. In West Indian history, you are part of the second most successful West Indian quartet, and so is Ian Bishop, 2 of our broadcasters here for this Test match series. But what, after this ball, what impresses you most about the Hazelwood, Stark, Cummins line formula? As Hazelwood bowls to Athanaze and he's forward pushing to mid-off, and you're part of... Oh, no, there's a misfield at mid-off, and they'll get a couple of runs as the ball's being tracked back towards the boundary. That is the rarest of misfields from Marnus Labuschagne, and he's looking down at his hand. He might have injured a finger on the way through. Yeah, he's signalling straight to the dressing rooms. He's done something. I don't know whether it's to the webbing or to the tip of his finger, but a very rare misfield. 2 to Athanaze. He's 13. West Indies 2 for 47. Yeah, the Windies famous for great bowling quartets, and now this one is right up there. What impresses you most about them?
Well, I suppose the relentless accuracy. You know, Hazelwood doesn't give you much. Likewise, Cummins.
Hazelwood it is, bowling to Athanaze, and he's letting a ball just wide of off-stump pass.
And then you've got Stark on his day. You know, can virtually produce unplayable deliveries. I think they complement each other very well. You've got a little bit of everything there. You've got some pace with Stark and Cummins, and then you've got somebody like Hazelwood, who's more like a McGrath type, probably a little bit quicker. But not to mention even Nathan Lyons, who's got 500 plus Test wickets now. So it's a potent attack.
Labuschagne, by the way, still struggling with the left thumb, it might be. Here's Hazelwood bowling to Athanaze, who's ducking under a bouncer and taken low down that time by Carey. That ends the over. Hazelwood 5 overs, none for 9. Windies 2 for 47, Athanaze 13 and Mackenzie on 11, and these inexperienced batsmen, they've got a big role to play, and so far so good for this pair.
Yeah, they certainly do. I was at the back just now speaking to one of the co-commentators, and we were saying that, you know, between 3, 4 and 5, well, 3, 4, 5 and 6.
Yeah.
Total of some 3 Test matches. So it's a huge ask, but these are 2 talented young players. Mackenzie was introduced to Test cricket against India a few months ago in the Caribbean after having a very good domestic season. And Alec Athanaze, likewise, I think, you know, he's only just come onto the scene, made his debut also against India.
As it's Mitch Marsh for his second over. Bowles, and Mackenzie thinks about a run as he runs it to the left of Green in the gully. But he thought better of it. Athanaze was keen, but Green moves so beautifully in the gully.
I think of the 2, Athanaze is probably the more fluent player, the one probably more capable of putting the pressure back onto the bowler. I haven't seen a lot of Mackenzie, but I've heard a lot about him. I'm looking forward to see. Hopefully this innings grows and you can see a little bit more about him. But I've certainly did some work with Athanaze on previous stores, and he's a good young player.
He's at the non-strikers end as Mackenzie works it down the ground. That's a lovely drive through mid-off. The chase is on from Stark. The ball will win it. That's a boundary. Beautiful shot by Mackenzie. He moves to 15, and the 50 up for the West Indies in the 23rd over of the innings. They are now 2 for 51. That was a beautiful shot. It was a full-length delivery, and he just leant on it, Mackenzie.
Yeah, beautiful shot in the slot for the drive, and the good thing about that shot is Mackenzie didn't try to overhit it. Nicely built, strong shoulders for a young man, and pushed it nicely threw mid off for 4.
Athenaeus has a top scorer in his couple of tests. He made 47 against India. Both tests were against India. As Mackenzie awaits, Marsh in a bouncer. Gee, that's nearly a wide. That was so short, and a tennis ball bounced through to the keeper, and it is a wide. That was a pretty clear one. 2 for 52. Athenaeus, in terms of first-class cricket, 32 games, highest of 141, but only 2 centuries. And Mackenzie, as we've mentioned, only 1 test century, and that was a double 100. So they're not used to, once they get a start, Carl, going on with the job, which is obviously so important at this level. Here's Marsh. Now he aborts the runner.
Yeah, they're both actually learning on the job right now. I mean, most players that come into, will just come back to it after this ball.
As Marsh bowls, and Mackenzie on 15 pushes it back to the bowler.
Yes, most players that come into Test cricket probably got at least 30 first-class games, you know, under their belts. That's not the case with these two. And as a result, you know, as I said, probably learning on the job. You probably would have wanted them to have played a little bit more first-class cricket. That's not the case. They're here. They've been asked about a 3 and 4, huge responsibility. And let's hope they're up to the task.
So it's Marsh. In he comes, bowls, and Mackenzie doesn't offer outside the off stump. He's 15, Athenaeus 13, 2 for 52 as we work our way towards lunch on this opening day. And look to our right, not such a big crowd, the eastern side. The western side, the Chapel stand, the Sir Edwin Smith stand, and in the middle, the Sir Donald Bradman Pavilion. That's very well occupied, as is this Riverbank stand. I reckon the crowd will be up close to what the expectation was today, up near the 25,000 mark. They're currently watching Marsh bowling at about 130k an hour. A pull shot by Mackenzie. Gets along the ground straight to square leg, can't get a run.
Well, the crowd is better than what we had last year. In fact, much better. I think I was asking what were the ticket sales like, and they reckon today we were going to have around 25,000. Certainly looks around I would have thought somewhere in the teens right now.
Yeah, last official crowd we had was just under 20, 19,428. And that was about 45 minutes ago, so it's certainly built since then. 2 for 52. It's Mitch Marsh bowling to Mackenzie, who this time is struck on the body. A ball angled at leg stump, and it trickles away on the offside. Ends the over. No run from that. 2 overs done for 5, Mitch Marsh. Windies 2 for 52. Athenaeus 13. Mackenzie is 15. And now joining Carl Hooper up until lunch will be Jimmy Maxwell.
You're listening to ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. Australia versus the West Indies.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital.
And listen big on the ABC Listen app.
But I said no, 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 no. I said no, no, you're not the one for me. No, 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 no.
Good afternoon, Carl. How are you?
Not too bad, Jimmy. Good to see you again.
Yes, and you. The home of the strikers, the Adelaide Oval. The home of some rich history in Test cricket too. Around the wicket, Hazelwood bowls it, and it's defended off a bit of an edge into the pad by Alec Athenaeus. From the Windward Islands, Dominica. I think the first cricketer we ever knew of some distinction from Dominica, correct me if I'm wrong, was Philip de Freitas, who played for England.
That's right. I think he's got some, I don't know if it's grandparents from there. There was also well-known West Indian cricketers. I don't know if you heard of Irving Shillingford.
I remember, yeah.
I think he was from Dominica too.
He used to open the bowling, didn't he? Around the wicket, here comes Hazelwood, pitching up and pushed away on the offside. There was Grayson Shillingford.
That's right.
I think Irving Shillingford was the one who played a test match at Lord's, right? And the umpire gave him a disc to take back to mark out his run, and he said, "What's this?" You never used one of those before. That was my memory of it. God, the things that hammer away in the brain when you sit down and start talking about this marvellous game, which at the moment the West Indies are wrestling with. At 2 for 52. 2 left-handers out there, 2 tyros at the crease. Here's Hazelwood around the wicket, and he changes his mind, and that's it. it's knocked him over. A change of mind, he allowed the ball to go, misjudgment, and it's hit the stumps without offering a shot. Alec Athanase has been bowled by Hazelwood for 13, and they probably put that down to inexperience against quality bowling, but a misjudgment. He was playing, he was leaving, and the leave was no good, so it flattered into the off stump. Hit it clean, didn't just nick it, it hit it. So alas for the West Indies, they lose their 3rd wicket at 52.
Yeah, I think it's just a build-up of a lot of balls in the right area, asking questions, and the minute you make a slight misjudgment or error of judgment, there you go, the death rattle.
2 of them out bowled. And Australia haven't looked special with the ball. They do look a bit weary coming into this game, backing up from a test match recently. But their control experience has been the difference here after sending the West Indies in to bat. Hello, Rick.
Hazelwood, 250 wickets now, the 11th Australians so to do.
Strike rate?
I'll look it up for you.
Thank you. 250. Well done, Josh Hazelwood, the boy from Bendemeer in New South Wales, up near Tamworth. So, Carl, what's the next story here? Who's the new boy? Hodge. Right.
Also from Dominica.
Well, what's happened in Dominica? All of a sudden, they've got a spate of Test cricketers.
Producing some good cricketers.
Yeah.
And Kavim is no stranger to Adelaide. A couple of seasons ago, he was here at the Darren Lehman Academy, playing a bit of club cricket. So he's no stranger to Adelaide. He's played some cricket in these parts. And it's good to see all the hard work and patience over the years finally paying off, and him getting the chance to make his debut here.
Well, we wish him well. A right-hander, and he's got Hazelwood in from the river end, and he leaves the ball alone outside the off stump. So, as expected, a little bit of sketchy batting from inexperienced players, but Brathwaite looked like hanging around for a month until he got a good one from Cummins. Played a line, it wasn't the right line, it just did a bit and hit the top of the off stump, and he was gone. So Hodge yet to score. Mackenzie from Jamaica is on 15. What do you know about Mackenzie? Looks solid.
Not a lot, but I was saying, just reminds me a little bit of Chris Gale, the way he's built.
He's built big as Hodge goes back and defends away down towards mid-on.
He's got nicely put together, big broad shoulders, strong forearms, crunched the ball through mid-off. A couple overs ago and hardly hit it, and it went like a tracer. If he's half as good, it'll be a massive find for West Indies.
Yes, it's going to take a while for all this to settle with so many new faces, so you just hope they can acquit themselves strongly here. And Hazelwood moves up once more. Hodge is back and across and defending down the pitch. And that is the end of the over. So 250 test wickets for Josh Hazelwood.
And Hazelwood's strike rate 55.5. He ranks 8th of those 11 Australians with 250 wickets. He's sandwiched in between Gillespie, whose strike rate was 55, and Craig McDermott, 57.
Thank you, Rick. Yep. Well, it's a very powerful quartet of bowlers, as we keep mentioning here. And the West Indies 3-4-52. And Mackenzie taking fresh guard because I think he's going to go around the wicket. Or is that Stark?
Stark's going to
Oh, he's back into the attack. Yeah. Stark brought back the moment a wicket fell. Stark was a bit here and there in his opening spell. Maybe not quite the pace of the control. What was missing? Didn't look to be quite in his A game. Here he comes now. You never know. He's going to bowl a ball that's pitched up and it's miscued off an inside edge. It goes past the stumps down towards fine leg for a couple of runs as it's fielded down there by Hazelwood. Miscue.
Well, I think Stark is at his best when he pitches the ball up and forces you to play, actually attacks the stump. Probably was a tad wide today. Chanderpaul, the traditional pulling the bat inside the line we saw on numerous occasions. I think it'll be better in the second spell.
Yes, the pitch just seems a little on the slow side to start up with after Australia decided to bowl. Probably with a bit of sun on it, and it's coming and going through the clouds at the moment. 3 slips a gully weight, and he bowls again to Mackenzie. He's down the leg side, leaving it alone. Mackenzie's 17. West Indies slightly shaky at 3 for 54. And we just hope that we get a solid partnership or two. That's what they need. And Australia going about their business in the normal methodical way that they do, but it just seems to lack the freshness and oomph that you normally see at the start of a test series. But for them, it's the 4th test of the summer. You know, they've had a week off and they should be freshened up, but they're just a little bit below their best. Stark charges in and he bowls wide of the off stump, and it's allowed to pass.
Yeah, well, they've got really good conditions. The bowling, it's cold. I think the last few days leading up into this test match certainly was a bit warmer. We've got really nice conditions today. I think the forecast for the next few days is supposed to be getting a bit warmer.
The wonderful thing about West Indies sides over the years has been their Christian names. There's very rarely a John, a Peter, sometimes a Carl. Here comes Stark. He bowls it, and it's pitched up and pushed away by Mackenzie down the onside of the pitch. I mean, look down this list. We've got the unusual spelling of Craig, Tasnareen, Chanderpaul, Kirk Mackenzie, yep, Alec Athanase, Cavum Lodge.
Cavum Hodge.
Cavum Hodge.
Yes.
Cavum Hodge.
Yes.
Justin Greaves.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, Justin. Joshua De Silva. Al-Azhari Joseph.
It's beautiful, Al-Azhari.
Al-Azhari. Gudakesh Moti. Shamar Joseph. Here he is. Stark runs in, bowls to Mackenzie. Mackenzie drives and doesn't get hold of it. And it goes away square of the wicket. Then Kemar Roach. And the substitutes are Akeem Jordan. Kevin Sinclair, yep. Tevin, T-E-V-I-N. Imlak.
Yes.
And, well, I do like that one. Zachary McCaskey. Yeah.
That's right.
But, I mean, nothing changes. I mean, those that remember the West Indies in 60, 61. Seymour Nurse. Joe Solomon. Peter Lashley. Yeah. Wesley Winfield Hall, of course. As we watch Stark charge up again and bowl the ball. It's edged and it's just gone past the right hand of line. It hit it, I think, and it's headed off towards the backward point boundary with Green chasing. It was in the air. He hurled himself trapeze-like away to his right at backward point, and he could not haul it in. So an edgy stroke, a couple of lucky runs, and the West Indies teeter along here at 3 for 56 at the end of the Stark over.
Yeah, well, the length is certainly better, and the line, I think, is probably more important. Certainly for mid-Stark, he's been probably guilty of maybe spraying it a little bit, overcorrecting, pushing it down the leg side. I mean, that's where you probably want to be, challenging that top off stump, asking the batsman to drive, bringing the slips into play.
Yes, well, you understand batsmen looking to play their shots, but the test against bowling that they probably haven't encountered before is a sharp one with the Hazelwood running in, and it's left alone outside the off stump. The tees of length and bounce. Where's a run? Where can I get off the mark here for a start? Hodge out there yet to score with Mackenzie, a strongly built Jamaican at the other end who looks like he might be a prospect for the future. Looks good.
Certainly from a West Indian point of view, they would hope so.
Yeah.
They've invested in him at a pretty young age after playing a handful of first-class games.
Hazelwood, Hodge leaving. The probing goes on here around the line of the off stump, and you can hear the body language, as it were. When, oh, every time he shoulders arms. Will they come back and hit the top of the off stump? It wasn't far away from the line. The off stump as it bounced to the keeper.
And Kavim Hodge is a busy cricketer. Live wire in the field. Pretty gritty with a bat in hand. He'll stay out there and he'll fight.
We want to see that fight. A bit more sunshine for us as Hazelwood bowls and Hodge goes forward, keeps the ball out. This is fairly immaculate bowling at the moment from Hazelwood. So they sent into bat. Chandapal brilliantly caught overhead by Green from Cummins for 6 in the gully. Brathwaite was bowled by Cummins for 13. And Alec Athanase bowled by Hazelwood. Do I play? Do I leave? He left, and it just straightened a little off the line and came back and hit the top of the off stump. So it's 3 for 56. Hazelwood goes in and another leave outside the line of the off stump. So West Indies in a bit of a grip of quality bowling here. Accurate bowling, and no doubt it's a little bit of nervousness from the little right-hander out there at the moment. Where can I get my first test run? Is that going through his mind? What is he thinking out there in the environment that he's unused to?
Yeah, I'm sure that heart also would be pounding. Let's get one up into the offside, take a single. Kavim actually just came off a very good A-team tour to South Africa. West Indies A-team tour to South Africa. Acquitted himself well.
Hazelwood bowls short. He goes after it. And yes, he doesn't really do what he wanted to do with that ball, but he was attempting to whack it away through the onside.
Yes, and then we had the Cricket Australia 11 game a couple of days ago. I think he got a 60 odd in the first or second dig.
Right.
So he should be up for the challenge. Looking forward to this. He's got nothing to lose. You know, I think a lot of the sporting public here in Australia probably don't give West Indies too much of a chance.
Here comes Hazelwood outside the off stump. Again, a fuller length, a little bit closer to the line, but he didn't play. So a maiden over bowled by Hazelwood. Hodge yet to score. Mackenzie 19, and just those bowling figures so far for Australia as we head towards lunch. Stark 7 overs for 16. Hazelwood 7 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 9. Cummins 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 17. Lyon 4 overs for 5, and Marsh 2 overs for 5, and Rick
13 of the 26 overs this morning have been maidens.
26 is pretty good though, isn't it, heading up towards lunch? Looking at previous pre-lunch sessions in this series, where we've been struggling to get as many overs as that in the first session. And it is a coolish day here. There are still players out there with sweaters on, first and second slip, and they're Stark down at that cathedral northern end of the famous ground. He's going to rumble in once more and bowl to Kirk Mackenzie, a left-hander. So he comes up to Mackenzie. Mackenzie looks to drive, plays a good shot. It goes through mid-on, a dive down there, took some of the pace off it from Cummins. It's chased up towards the straightish boundary on the onside, and they come back for 3 runs. Good stroke from Mackenzie, and he moves to 22, and the West Indies to 59.
Yeah, good signs again. A few overs ago we saw the off drive, now we're seeing the on drive. You've got to be prepared to make sure that Stark and Co pays when they're over pitch. Mackenzie this time on the on drive, and the guy at mid-on, man at mid-on, partially getting a hand to it.
Coming up at lunch, the sports-loving Premier of South Australia, Peter Malinauskas, is going to be joining us, and that's not far away. Probably the end of this over. A couple of minutes to time as Stark charges in and bowls, and back he goes. Whoop, whoop, no, not going to run there. A bit of indecision, then clearly they weren't going to go. So probably one of the earliest starts to a day of Test cricket we've had here. 10 o'clock local time, which is keeping up appearances for Eastern States television, no doubt, with news breaks and so on. But the positive side of that is that play won't be going on until the evening, as it sometimes does on this ground, and gives people a chance to enjoy life in the wonderful city of Adelaide without waiting until midnight before they can eat a pie. 3 slips and the gully. And Stark is charging in again and bowling around the hip. It bounced and it was nurdled off towards fine leg. Just a single down there to Hazelwood. And he's off the mark. A nice little glide away off the hip. Hodge 1.
Yep, he's away.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure you remember that. How did you get your first test run? Or just turn one off the hip?
How did you get your first run? Do you remember?
I think it was off Maninder Singh. Turning one to the backward square. And
just one, not 4? Single.
One, yeah. Right. I remember how I got my first, to bring up my 100, my first test 100.
I hope it was 6. Stark bowls, wide of the off stump, it's allowed to pass.
No, it was
just a nice little single.
No. I think it was a thick old side off Kapil Dev.
Mm-hmm.
Scrambled too.
Kapil Dev.
Yep.
What a bowler. What a cricketer, all-rounder, yes. In India, we've got some very talented players at the moment, and let's hope we keep seeing them. We will next summer, 5 test matches, but there's a little uncertainty about where their test cricket is going to go in the next year or two, with a plethora of T20 cricket and franchises taking the players away to financially better places. Stark charges in, bowls just wide of the off stump. He's just trying to get that length to sucker the batsman into a push or a drive. And Mackenzie, for the most part, has been very, very watchful here and taking care. He's perambulating towards square leg in between deliveries to build up his concentration, probably knowing this is the last over before lunch.
What's good to see also is that whenever the opportunity to score has presented itself, he's pounced on it. He's been willing to drive. Always a good sign. You want your number 3 batter to be a very dominant player.
More of Stark running in at Mackenzie. Mackenzie chases the short ball and bangs it away through the covers. It's heading to the boundary, and that's where it goes for 4. The last ball before lunch. Short and wide, and he did go for the ride, and Mackenzie is 26 and the West Indies 3 for 64. So that's the situation at the Adelaide Oval. Those of you in the regions, except those of you in Western Australia, you're now headed to the country hour. So we'll get some comments from Carl on what we've seen here this morning after Australia won the toss and sent the West Indies in. What do you make of that opening session, Carl?
Well, I think going to lunch, Australia would probably be a bit more happier than the West Indies. I think the West Indies probably would have been happy more with 64. Maybe they've lost 1 more wicket than they would have liked. 64 for 2. I think I'd say an even session. But Mackenzie has looked well, and he'll want to carry on. The other 2 batters, Brathwaite and Athanase, if you want to call it, getting little starts, both being dismissed for 13. But it'll take somebody like a Mackenzie who is in. He's on 26 to carry on after lunch and get something significant if West Indies is going to post a competitive score in the first innings.
The pitch, enough in it in this first session to encourage the bowlers, or is it just their skill?
Well, I think Cummins have shown you the blueprint. He's challenged the stumps, challenged the pads, pitched the ball up. I think Stark has probably been a little bit off target. Just a few sliding down the leg side. Just you saw the last ball before lunch, sort of long hop outside the off stump, asking for the treatment and got it. And Hazelwood, maybe a tad shorter than he would have liked. But having said that, you wouldn't be complaining on 64 for 3 at lunch.
Carl, thank you very much. I'll just give you a run through of the board as we head towards our break during lunch, and a special guest coming up on ABC Sport. So the details: Chandapur caught by Green of Cummins overhead in the gully for 6. Brathwaite bowled Cummins 13 and Athanase bowled Hazelwood 13. Mackenzie at lunch is on 26. Hodge is 1. Stark 8 overs, 4 maidens, none for 24. Hazelwood 7 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 9. Cummins 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 17. Lyon 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 5. And Marsh 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 5. So that's the situation at lunch. You go and enjoy yours. And coming up in a moment, we'll have Grandstand at lunch.
This summer, have a safe one by learning your ABCs. A is for action plan. Having an action plan means you know what you're going to do and how you're going to do it. B is for be safe. Be aware of the hazards you may face in the local area. C is for connect. Connect to abc.net.au/emergency for the latest emergency information. During an emergency, listen to your local ABC radio station. ABC Radio is your emergency broadcaster.
ABC Sport.
It's over at lunch.
End of the over. Bails are flicked off.
We're heading off for a refreshment and a meat pie. And that ends the morning session. That is lunch.
This is Grandstand at Lunch.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital.
And take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
Yes, welcome to Grandstand at Lunch here under bright sunny skies at Adelaide Oval, where at the end of the first session, the West Indies sent it to bat 3 for 64 with Mackenzie on 26, Hodge on 1. And after being sent in, it was the reliable opening combination of Chanderpaul and Brathwaite who started things going for the West Indies, and Chanderpaul hit the first boundary of the series.
Stark in, and Chanderpaul is edging this. He didn't want to play, and the ball followed him and took an edge and went between third slip and gully and down to the boundary for 4. That wasn't intended, and he got away with it.
Well, he didn't get away with one much later. Pat Cummins came into the attack and did this in his first over. Cummins bowls and Chanderpaul is on the drive. Green takes the gap. Pat Cummins strikes with his first over. Chanderpaul played away. Neither batsman has scored for an extended period. And Cameron Green, he's so good in the gully, plucks it out of the sky. Chanderpaul gone for 6. Court Green bowled Cummins. Captain Craig Brathwaite. Well, he survived 44 deliveries, but from the 45th he faced, Cummins got him.
Cummins tries it again to Brathwaite. He's knocked over. Wow, he's gone through his defence. Beautiful bowling from Cummins. A little bit of variation. This man is such a skillful bowler. 260 test crickets now in his 59th test. And he's got through the defence of the opening batsman there with an excellent delivery as he pushed forward at that, missed it, and it just clipped the top of the off stump.
From 2 for 27 to 2 for 52 as Kirk Mackenzie in his second test and Alec Athanase in just his third test tried to resurrect the West Indian innings until a bad judgment call from Athanase against Josh Hazelwood.
Here's Hazelwood around the wicket, and he changes his mind, and that's it. It's knocked him over. A change of mind. He allowed the ball to go. Misjudgment, and it's hit the stumps without offering a shot. Alec Athanase has been bowled by Hazelwood for 13.
So there you have it at lunch. 3 for 64, the Windies, with Mackenzie 26, Hodge on 1, and another player on test debut, Justin Graves, is due in next before the keeper, Joshua De Silva. But Australia's certainly on top in the first session. I'm Andrew Moore with you. Great to be with you on Grandstand at lunch on day 1 of this test series. Now, we're just getting news coming through. Matt Renshaw, who is part of this 14-player Australian squad, but it seemed was never going to play with Steve Smith getting the openers role and Cameron Green in at number 4. He has been released from the Australian squad to join the Brisbane Heat game against the Sydney Sixers on Friday as we get into the BBL finals stage. And he'll be back here with the Australian squad on day 4, which is Saturday. So Matt Renshaw has been allowed to leave the Australian squad to play in the finals for the Brisbane Heat against the Sydney Sixers in a couple of days' time. Well, there's so much great sport going on. Of course, ABC Sport covering the Australian Tennis Open for the first time in 9 or 10 years as well in Melbourne. And a real sports lover is the Premier of South Australia, Peter Malinauskas, and he joins us here in the box. Premier, good afternoon. Great to see you.
Thanks for having us, Andrew. Appreciate the chance.
You do love your sport, don't you? And what you've done
since becoming Premier has been quite extraordinary. You've talked about bringing big events to Adelaide and locking them in, and you've done that. You must be very proud of that.
Yeah, it's worked out better than we could have hoped, to be honest, Andrew. The gather round for the AFL was an entirely new, untested concept for what I think is our national game. And
well, we're going to have some fun talking about that.
Yeah, well, we'll have an argument about that. But it was a resounding success. And look, our mandate, we were seeking to stimulate parts of the economy that had suffered during the pandemic.
Yep.
And we saw sporting events as a means to do that, not exclusively sport, but events more broadly. And the gather round and getting the world's best, well, some of the world's best golfers, many of the world's best golfers over Live Golf was another success in that way. And we certainly have got a bit of an aspiration to grow the prominence of the Adelaide Test, given that it's working off such a strong base as well.
The Live Golf, some may have seen that as a risk because there's so much, toing and froing between PGA traditionalists, obviously, and what's happened with the Saudi money and Live Golf. Very controversial, huge money at stake.
Yeah.
But a 3-round event was one of the most successful we've ever seen in this country. Did it even blow you away how successful it was with crowds and TV figures and all of that?
It's a good question. You're right about it being a risk. It was a really big risk because we started engaging with them at a professional level actually not that long before the event was held itself. So just getting it put on in time, a lot of controversy around it. But here's what informed my judgment. Australia hasn't seen the world's best golfers here for a long period of time. We never get the big names. We might get one or two, but never the really big names. The President's Cup gets good turnout, but that's not a regular event. So we've been deprived seriously high-quality golf in Australia for too long a time. During the course of the pandemic, golf had a resurgence unlike we've ever seen, particularly amongst younger followers and players. So we knew there was an untapped market there, and that's what informed our judgment to give it a go. In terms of how it played out with the crowds, it beat our expectations. And of course, with John Rahm signing, the world number 3, more recently to participate in Live, he's now going to be here next year along with a whole range of other major winners, including Australia's best golfer in Cam Smith. So in every respect, we're excited about it, and we just hope that the PGA and Live can reach an agreement through the negotiations that are under the way at the moment. That'll be good for the game.
Well, at some point midway through 2023, it looked like that was happening, and then there were questions being asked about the future of it being here in South Australia. Were you concerned that may not go ahead if there's a merger or not?
No, I'm not. Look, what construct Live ends up in will inform that. But for as long as there is Live or a version of it, it's here in South Australia. We're going to contract with them over the course of the next 4 years. So we're confident about that. Plus, we've demonstrated that we can make the event a success. So we just, like I said, but for the sake of the game of golf, I think we all like the idea of the PGA and Live reaching some sort of accommodation where the best players in the world can choose to where they play, and I think that's pretty rational.
Some of the other events you mentioned, Gather Round, and I call rugby league the NRL in the winter months, and the Magic Round has been a raging success up at Lang Park in Brisbane, and it's a great occasion. It's 3 days, all at the one venue with 8 games being played, and 45,000 people every day just walking around the city. It's different. It's great, and I was glad they haven't moved it, that they're going to stay up there at Lang Park in Brisbane, and that idea came from the English Super League, who've been doing it for a long, long time. Gather Round's a bit harder with AFL because games, go for 3 hours as opposed to 2 hours. So you can't fit them all at one venue. Was that a difficult thing to negotiate and work out?
So there's a few different elements to what you've said. I'll be a bit cheeky. I mean, we also have bigger crowds than the NRL.
First shot fired.
But bigger crowds, more games.
How many people did you get to Norwood Oval or wherever it was?
Well, that's where we can accommodate the smaller grounds. But I mean, Norwood Oval. Look, I would make Norwood Oval bigger if we could, because it's oversubscribed in terms of the crowds there. But look, we see Gather Round as an economic investment as far as the state is concerned, beyond just a good time. And it's an opportunity for us to showcase places outside of metropolitan Adelaide. And one of the virtues of our state's geography is that you can get in an hour, Andrew, from here, and you'll be in the Barossa Valley, or an hour south, less than an hour in McLaren Vale. So, and then we've got the Adelaide Hills in half an hour's drive away. So the opportunity to host games in those settings, particularly for the smaller clubs, when I say smaller clubs, smaller crowds, gives us an opportunity to showcase the state to the rest of the nation and tell the story of the economic journey that we're on. So for us, it's strategic. as much as it is about showcasing a good event.
What about in terms of people flying into Adelaide? We always hear big fancy figures about that for any event.
Yeah.
What's the realistic bonus financially in terms of the tourism that comes in for those 3 or 4 days?
On the gather round, it was an $85 million economic benefit, and for an economy of our size, that's not insignificant at all. I mean, every hotel was fully booked, all the high yield rates you'd expect. So in terms of interstate visitation, the gather round in particular, along with like Live Golf, 30% of all the tickets we sold were to interstate and 10% were overseas. So that's a really disproportionately high number. And like that, so that you want these events to wash their own face economically, but the power for us, Andrew, is that we're the fastest growing economy in the nation, and I know we're not here to talk about these things, but we're the fastest growing economy in the nation at the moment, and we need more people attracted to our state, and these events give us the chance to showcase it.
Another thing, that the Adelaide 500 in the supercars, always been a big traditional favourite, but through COVID we didn't have it for a couple of years, and that was you who was
the former government made the decision to cancel it.
No, to bring it back, I'm talking about.
Yeah, so we brought it back. Yeah, that's right. Look, motorsport's got an enthusiastic followership around the nation, including here at home, and that's a great event. I wouldn't describe myself as a petrol head. You'd find me more likely in this environment at the Adelaide Oval, but the people who follow motorsport do it with extraordinary enthusiasm, and they're willing to spend big money.
And large numbers too, yeah.
Very large numbers. So, there's a place for everything. One person's trash is another person's treasure, and we want to try and account for all markets.
So you've been very vocal, both in the election campaign and since Premier, about bringing the big events. And we'll get onto the cricket side of things in a moment or two. To Adelaide or back to Adelaide. What's next? What's your next plan?
We're always looking for opportunities. It's not just about sports, though. The state's got an extraordinary tradition in regards to the festival and the arts, and I think there's an opportunity to elevate that. And there are a coterie of people who travel around the world for high-quality international arts festivals, and again, that's an Arthur market again. So, look, we're always looking for opportunities. It's got to stack up economically, otherwise it doesn't justify the taxpayer investment. We have a lot of demands, like any government, on investing in a whole range of services. So we're not looking to spend good money after bad. It's only where it actually delivers a return to the state.
This is Grandstand at Lunch. I'm Andrew Moore, joined today here in the broadcast box by the South Australian Premier, Peter Malinauskas. Let's get to the cricket, because you've been rather vocal about certain things.
Yeah, I'm fired up about this.
When it comes to Adelaide Oval, the placement of the Test match, the opponents of the Test match. We can get to a bit of Adelaide v Sydney, slug that out in the moment or two as well. I need Stuart Clark to help me there, because Stewie is the very vehemently opposed to any view you've expressed about moving anything from Sydney. But let's start at the beginning. The placement of the Adelaide Test is here we are now towards mid-January, back to a day Test match against the West Indies, and you're not happy.
Look, I've been a SACA member since I was a kid. My dad put me on the waiting list the day I was born, so I declare that conflict to the extent that it is one. I don't mind the day test, and I know a lot of cricket followers here in the state who like the day test as much as the day-night test, so I don't mind sort of moving back and forth between those formats. But frankly, I do think cricket administrators have treated South Australia with contempt this time around. We played West Indies last year, and here we are, less than 12 months later, playing them again. Which means an active decision was made to deny us Pakistan, despite the fact we played West Indies last year. And Pakistan, of course, have a higher ranking than the West Indies do at the moment. So I think that's incredibly poor form. But I think that what I'm really disappointed in is that the Cricket Australia have decided to start the Test match on a Wednesday. Now, the crowd today looks pretty good, right? And that's because South Australians always turn up. But we are actively depriving people the ability to come to the first day of the test by starting on a Wednesday, because it means they have to take the day off work. Now, we do have a cost of living challenge around the country at the moment, and we're asking people not just to fork out huge money to come to the cricket, we're asking people to take a day off annual leave, which comes at its own expense, in order to come to the cricket 3 times. Unless, of course, the test match gets to the weekend, which I desperately hope, because it's my best chance of coming. So I don't think there's any rational justification for starting the test match on a Wednesday and then deprive a city and a state that on a per capita basis leaves everybody else in their wake in terms of turning up to the cricket. I think is quite frankly, a little bit outrageous.
So what are you thinking when you're watching day one of the first test of the summer in Perth at that 60,000 seat stadium and 16,000 people turned up?
Well, I think Cricket Australia reaped what they sowed. I think Cricket Australia made a decision, so they're going to go over to Perth and flog a dead horse over there because they've got form and have very few people turn up on day one of the test. They started there on a Thursday and they got the result. Now, if that test had been in Adelaide starting on a Thursday, we would have eclipsed the crowd of 16,000 that they've got. We're starting on a test here on a Wednesday, and I think we're already above 20,000, and it's not lunch yet.
And everyone's back at work.
Yeah, and everyone's back at work. So, I mean, just to give your listeners a bit more context so that I don't sound too parochial, although I probably already have.
I think that ship's up,
yeah.
but that's okay.
The Adelaide Test has, over the last 10 years, averaged a crowd across the test match of 116,000. That's second only to Melbourne. And on a per capita basis, we eclipse Melbourne. So we get bigger crowds to test matches than the SCG in Sydney, with a population 4 times our size. So we beat them in raw numbers, let alone on per capita numbers. So the Adelaide Test gets bigger crowds than the SCG Test. And here's Cricket Australia saying, well, look, to all those South Australians out there who have treated the game loyally, show up, pay their money, we're going to relegate your schedule to midweek cricket against a lower opposition because we're going to take you for granted. And I think someone's got to call that out. And so when I was asked my opinion about it by a journalist, I was more than happy to express my view, and they put on the front page accordingly.
Is there much toing and froing between the state government and Cricket Australia in terms of scheduling these things, or not?
Well, look, we're always happy to engage and partner. Cricket Australia know my view about this. I'm probably more interested in actually what we do from this point forward than I am about complaining about the situation we've got ourselves in this year. There is a discussion going on between the State Cricket Association and Cricket Australia about a schedule across a 7-year period to give people certainty.
So when's the ideal time for an Adelaide
Look,
Test?
I think one of the things that's been mooted is the possibility of the Adelaide Test having its own special spot in the calendar immediately prior to Christmas. So later in the month of December, across the weekend immediately prior to Christmas, and that still allows a gap for the players between an Adelaide Test and the Boxing Day Test.
Which I feel like we've kind of been at in recent...
Well, often it's been at the beginning of December.
Okay.
Later December generally brings better weather on average than early December, which is better if it is a day-night fixture. But it also gives people a chance to travel from interstate as we start to enter into that more seasonal festivity period. So I support the concept of a Christmas Test. It's got to be against the premium sides rather than being relegated to the second team that comes. And I think that would represent a good recognition from Cricket Australia that this is a state that turns up, is loyal to the sport and wants to grow Test cricket, not just here in South Australia, but more broadly.
Because I guess with the state of world cricket at the moment, you've got India next summer, we've got
Very
England
exciting.
then.
Can't wait.
So that they're going to be, no matter where they put it, you're going to get great crowds here and everywhere else. But it's against the other nations where you've got to really fly the flag to get, if there's, like this summer, Pakistan and West Indies, bearing in mind you had West Indies last year, you want Pakistan this year.
That's right, which is why coming to the cricket can be more about the cricket itself. And you'd be familiar with, Andrew, that, on the other side of the Western Grandstand from where we are now, it's more than just the cricket, it's a festival. And people travel from far and wide to come and experience the Adelaide Test because it is unique in its offering beyond the cricket itself. If we have a Test match that goes for 5 days, even better. The Adelaide Test really is a demonstration for Cricket Australia and cricket globally that if you do it well, if you make the experience something you can enjoy without necessarily having a close contest, that's good for everybody, including the game, and most importantly, probably to me, is making sure that my young lad loves Test cricket as much as he is enjoying Big Bash.
So you were born, I can see the roof of the hospital you were born in. It's about 500 metres down at that northern end of the ground, or beyond the northern end. I'm Sydney born and raised. So the Sydney Test, I can't defend the weather over the SCG Test. It's horrific year after year, although we only lost half a day at the start of this year. We'll take that. So you're not serious about moving the Test match to start the new year away from Sydney, surely.
No, look, I don't see that as a particularly realistic proposition. I'd grab any opportunity I can on behalf of my state. That's what my job is. But I think the more pragmatic approach would be see the Adelaide Test, get that fixture that's immediately close to Christmas, gives us certainty to plan around, and that's something that the state government we're willing to get behind and support, particularly because we want more people from interstate being able to enjoy this unique environment, and that's something we would be willing to invest effort into.
So your love of sport is legitimate and clear, but part of your campaign, if memory serves, to become Premier was scrapping an idea from the previous government about a new $600 million sporting entertainment facility, yep. I think down beyond us at the northern end near the River Torrens.
Yeah, that's right.
Why was that scrapped, and is that buried, or do you need another facility?
No, we're pretty happy with the state of the major facilities at the moment. That was a how political you want me to be, but that was a $690 million proposition. That was, a basketball stadium, and we just didn't think that represented the high priority of the states in terms of capital investment. We've got a challenge, as I think we see around the country, in terms of wanting to increase the capacity of our hospital system. The investments that we make in events like Gather Round, Live Golf aren't anywhere near. We're not even talking in the same ballpark of a $690 million investment. So we saw the opportunity for far more modest investment around events themselves to use existing capital infrastructure like Adelaide Oval, gets a good economic return, and that frees up $690 million worth of capital to invest in other areas of government delivery like hospitals, which is something that's a priority of ours.
What about the entertainment centre? Does that...
Well, that goes pretty well. I went there to a 36ers game a couple of weeks ago at our Adelaide basketball side. And it was the biggest crowd they've ever had to a basketball game in the state's history for the 36ers, 9,500. It's immediately close to the CBD, like it's a stone's throw from the CBD in the scheme of things, and public transport amenities. So that works quite well. And the Adelaide Thunderbirds, our netball side, has just moved this year to start playing there on a permanent basis. That's a state government-owned and operated entertainment centre. So now we've got the Thunderbirds and the 36ers playing there, and it seems to be working exceedingly well.
And for people who haven't been to the Adelaide Test or come here for a concert or for arts festivals or anything, AFL, this is rather unique that it's no more than a 10-minute walk from the middle of the city, and that's how most people get to this ground. They might be, certainly when the day-night tests are on, you go and have an early lunch or something and wander down. Yeah. And likewise, in this area, people 6 o'clock or 5:30 when play ends tonight, they'll be walking up into town to have a feed.
That's one of the reasons why I love the day test, is because people finish at the cricket and then head into town and go to the pub or one of the million restaurants that are there. It adds vibrancy to our city and our state. The proximity of the Oval to the immediate CBD and our principal entertainment district is highly advantageous. I mean, we all know the other grounds around the country, they've got that in different iterations, but nothing in quite that immediate walking distance like we have.
You are in your early 40s. You're the Premier. You look in ridiculously good nick. Is it right you're still playing footy from time to time?
Yeah, I played a few games. So I played for... I'm really average at footy.
Okay.
But I just love it. I've been playing at Adelaide Uni Footy Club, which is just behind us on the other side of the Oval here.
Is it a good outlet, getting away from Parliament and debates and all that?
It's the best, because you're playing with blokes that you've known forever, although I'm the fossil in the side these days. And look, it's just... Sport is a great equaliser, and, there's no politics involved, and you can just give each other a hard time and have a bit of fun. And I miss that outlet, not playing week in, week out. Last year I only got 6 games in, I think, and we got knocked out in the elimination final, which I played appallingly badly in. But I just enjoy that camaraderie in the change room after a game. There's nothing beats it. So, but all good things come to an end, and my wife is... I've been promising my wife...
You're announcing your retirement?
No, I've been phasing it out. I promised my wife I was going to have my last season in 2012.
Okay.
And we lost the grand final, so that didn't work. We came back and won it the next year, and then she said, "Oh, great, that's it." And then we've been chasing another flag ever since.
Well, you may still be around next year. We've only got a minute or so left before we head to the ABC News. What about cricket? Did you play much cricket?
Yeah, I played cricket at school, but I wasn't much chopped. So I took a cricket coaching course through the SACA, through the South Australian Cricket Association, and then I coached junior cricket for 10 years. And I got as much enjoyment as I did out playing the game. So thoroughly enjoy it, but far better trying to inspire others rather than doing that through having people follow my actions.
So the crowd, by the way, just over 22,000. All right, we're coming up to News Premier. Great to meet you. Enjoy the rest of the test.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Andrew.
All right, we've got the news coming up. We're not too far away from the second session. In fact, we're about 13 minutes away with the West Indies 3 for 64. Mackenzie 26, Hodge on 1. Pat Cummins has 2 wickets. Josh Hazlewood has 1. And we'll update the Australian Open too. Straight after the news right here on Grandstand Cricket.
ABC News with Tom Melville. The US says it's hopeful that another hostage deal between Israel and Hamas can be reached soon. More than 100 people are still being held captive in Gaza since being taken from Israel on October 7th. A week-long deal in November led to the release of dozens of hostages. John Kirby from the National Security Council says the US Middle East envoy has been in Qatar for talks.
We are having, I would say, very serious and intensive discussions in Qatar about the possibility for another deal. Obviously, I want to be careful I don't say too much publicly here as we have these talks, but we're hopeful that it can bear fruit soon.
Queensland Police have charged a man with dozens of offences, including torture. His deckhands allegedly swam through crocodile-infested waters to escape, as Alex Brewster reports.
It's alleged workers on board several vessels in the Gulf of Carpentaria were abused, assaulted and had water and food withheld between 2020 and 2023. Police have now charged a 47-year-old Currumbin man with 46 offences, including slavery, torture and rape. They say he's a well-known fisherman in the area. 5 male victims and 1 female victim have come forward, but police believe more people might have been affected. They say deckhands were in fear for their lives and swam through crocodile and shark-inhabited waters to escape.
The Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, says he expects Australian wine will be sold again in China very soon. The lucrative export came to a halt after China imposed huge tariffs on Australian reds and whites in 2020. It's now reviewing that decision, which is expected to be completed by March. Mr Albanese is hopeful of a positive outcome.
I expect a resolution that will allow for wine to be back into China very soon. I have indicated very clearly when I was in China that is in Australia's interest, but it's also in China's interest. You know why? Because it's bloody good wine.
The trucking industry is calling for the supermarkets to commit to fairer deals which recognise the rising costs that freighters are incurring. Supermarket chains, in particular Coles and Woolworths, have been under scrutiny for recording large profits while raising prices substantially. They're also facing pressure to do more for their suppliers. Steve Shearer is a member of the Australian Trucking Association's Council and says the trucking industry doesn't have enough market power to resist unfair deals.
If you've got quite a few trucks or even just a small family business with 2 or 3 trucks, and that's your source of income, you're not in a strong position to stare down a big corporate, a very large corporate, and say, look, I'm not signing that contract.
New South Wales Premier Chris Minns says scrapping a decades-old cap on live music at the SCG and Sydney Football Stadium will lead to a $120 million boost to the local economy. The 4-show cap was imposed after a Rolling Stones concert in the 1990s. Mr Minns says existing time and noise limits will remain for the Sydney Cricket Ground and the neighbouring football stadium, but from now on, 20 live music events will be allowed every year.
It sort of highlights how ridiculous the concert cap is. The idea that you'd say to an international act, oh, you want to tour Sydney, sorry, they've already had 4 concerts this year. I mean, it's a joke.
In the tennis, delays at the Australian Open in Melbourne continue after heavy rain soaked the outside courts. Only 3 second-round matches are currently underway in stadiums which have their roof closed. 6th seed Ons Jabeur has lost the first set 6-love against 16-year-old Mira Andreeva. 4th seed Italian Yannick Sinner has won the opening set 6-2 against Netherlands qualifier Jesper de Jong. And 2018 Australian Open champion Caroline Wozniacki is in a close contest in the second set with 20-year-old Russian qualifier Maria Timofeeva after winning the first set 6-1. There are 5 Australians in action in the singles draw today, including 10th seed Alex de Minaur and qualifier Storm Hunter, who are up first. Organisers will assess whether play can begin on the outside courts in the next half an hour. And in the cricket, Pat Cummins has put Australia well on top on day one of the first test against the West Indies at the Adelaide Oval. The skipper took 2 early wickets, removing both West Indies openers within the first hour of play, including his opposing captain Craig Brathwaite. Josh Hazlewood also struck before lunch to record his 250th test wicket, removing Alec Athanasi for just 13 runs. The West Indies sit on 3 for 64 at lunch. ABC News.
A day out in the park. It's the best, isn't it?
It's my turn. No, it's not.
And I can also do this.
And doing nothing is the perfect time to listen to some...
The ABC Listen app has a spectacularly big array of audio entertainment anywhere you want and completely free.
Big hit!
The big app for podcasts, radio, audiobooks, music and sport.
Listen big.
Download the free ABC Listen app today.
Hi, I'm Marnus Labuschagne. I'm Steve Smith.
I'm Wilson Khawaja.
You're listening to ABC Sport.
This is Grandstand Cricket.
Someone never sounded so good. On radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
And we're about 7 or 8 minutes away from the resumption after lunch on day one of this first men's test, Australia and West Indies. Windy sent him to bat at lunch, 3 for 64 with Mackenzie not out, 26. Hodge on 1, the batsman out. Tangerine Chanderpaul for 6. Craig Brathwaite for 13 and Alec Athanase for 13. And Justin Graves also on debut, next man in. The short bowling figures for Australia: Mitchell Starc none for 24, Josh Hazlewood 1 for 9 off 7, Pat Cummins 2 for 17 off 6, Nathan Lyon none for 5 from 4, and Mitch Marsh a couple of overs before lunch, no wicket for 5. I'm Andrew Moore, great to have your company here at Adelaide Oval. Jim Maxwell and Ian Bishop will be along shortly for the first ball after lunch, with Australia currently on top. The other massive event that ABC Sport via Grandstand is covering at the moment is the Australian Tennis Open in Melbourne as we head into day 4, but unlike the last few days, there's a bit of rain about. Thankfully, there's 3 courts that have a roof, so there is play. And Matt Clinch has been there all 4 days. He's on the line to tell us what's happening. Clinch, it's a bit wet down there, mate.
It certainly is. Good afternoon, Maury. Good afternoon, everyone. Lovely to hear your voice. But yes, the first round matches are over as we head into the second round matches on day 4. And a bit of an upset on the cards here as the 6th seed from Tunisia, Ons Jabeur, lost the opening set 6-love. It took just 20 minutes. All of a sudden, off to a flyer, 16-year-old Mira Andreeva. So 20 minutes to take the first set. She's broken in the second. And the crowd really hoping to see a little bit more tennis here from Ons Jabeur, who's just able to hold serve and trails 2-5 in this second set. So potentially an upset, maybe the second inside the top 10 on the women's draw. As you mentioned, there's rain taking place at the moment, so just the 3 courts in action with Rod Laver, Margaret Court and John Cain, the 3 stadiums which have roofs over the top. The Italian 4-seed Yannick Sinner is in action against Jesper de Jong from the Netherlands. Sinner took the first set 6-2. He currently leads up a break in the second set 2-1. He's one of the many competitors behind Novak Djokovic and Carlos Alcaraz. And right on cue, it has just finished on Rod Laver Arena. So Ons Jabeur, the 6th seed from Tunisia, is out. She's been beaten by a 16-year-old from Russia. What a moment it is for Mira Andreeva, who came to last year's Australian Open hoping to qualify for the main draw. She wasn't able to do so. She got into the final of the girls, but now gets the chance to head through to the 3rd round. So what a victory there. 6-love, 6-2 in just under 1 hour here at Rod Laver Arena. The other match taking place at the moment is a former champion from 2018, Caroline Wozniacki, against Maria Timofeeva. Wozniacki took the first set 6-4 before losing the second 4-6. So we're locked at a set apiece as we head into the early stages of the 3rd set. There's plenty of Aussies in action as well today. We have 6 Aussies who are competing today, 8 who are through to the second round. The main attraction is Alex de Minaur, who will be in action after this match, so he won't be too far away from making his way out onto Rod Laver Arena. He takes on Italian Matteo Anardi, who was part of the victorious Italian Davis Cup side last year, who beat Australia in the final. So Timonor was able to get through in rather straightforward circumstances after the big serving Canadian Milos Raonic was forced to retire. And also later on tonight we get to see Alexei Popyrin, who had such a great campaign last year. He takes on the world number 1 Novak Djokovic, who took 4 sets on the opening night to get past the Coronation qualifier. So we're hoping the rain should clear around sort of 1 or 2 o'clock. What are we up to now? Just after 1 o'clock. So maybe in the next hour we might be able to see some action on the outside courts. But for the moment, what an upset we've seen to start day 4 proceedings. Yesterday, of course, Thanasi Kokkinakis was able to get a great win in 5 sets to advance through for the second round on John Cain Arena. And Ajla Tomljanovic, who's had a tough 12 months, was also able to get through to the second round in 3 sets as well. Victories for Iga Swiatek, Carlos Alcaraz, Elena Rybakina and Emma Raducanu. So lots of great storylines on day 4, which is First Nations Day here, as even Goolagong Cooley was also here this morning to be a part of the First Nation proceedings. So we'll keep you updated throughout the day. Coverage available on the ABC Listen app. Just click on the Australian Open button.
I was watching Kokkinakis and Tomljanovic late last night. Boy, some of the Australians have played some long matches so far in this tournament. Matt Clinch, thank you very much. And if you want to listen to the Tennis Australian Open on the ABC Listen app, it's that green button. It's easy to find, and there's been some remarkable matches, including the upset now of Ons Jabeur. She's gone in less than an hour to Andreeva 6-love, 6-2, and Alex de Minaur next will keep you up to date with all of that. Here at Adelaide Oval, the players are coming back onto the field for the second session, with the West Indies 3 for 64 having been sent into bat. Ian Bishop is coming in, but the first voice is the voice of summer. Jim Maxwell, welcome back, Jimmy.
Andrew, thank you very much, and for that enjoyable interview with the South Australian Premier. Seems to be a fellow with his hand on the pulse and the rest of it. So just repeating some earlier news, Cricket Australia have announced that Matt Renshaw will be released from the Test squad to play for the Brisbane Heat in the qualifier versus Sydney Sixers at Carrara Stadium on the Gold Coast on Friday night. So that's good news for them and for him, that he's getting the chance to play some cricket. Here we've seen the West Indies have a sketchy start after being sent in. They've wobbled their way to 3 for 64, and McKenzie is there on 26. Hodge has made just 1 on his Test debut, and Rick might want to look that one up. How many Test batsmen have made their debuts at 30? Mike Hussey comes to mind around that age, and Brian Booth going way back. But this fella's played a lot of cricket, but not getting an opportunity, Cobham Hodge, until he's reached 30 years of age. Here he is on 1. Diminutive right-hand batsman from Dominica, and he'd be one of the few West Indians, I would have thought, Ian Bishop, who's actually got a degree behind him. He's had a grounded life, I think they've said of him, around his opportunities to play some cricket. So isn't that good?
It's very good, because I think education transfers itself into your cricket a lot of the time and into the rest of your life. So I think it's kinesiology or something that he has a degree in. Good on him, because he played for the combined campuses and universities initially in the West Indies.
So after lunch in the sunshine, we've got Pat Cummins from the River End. He's bowling to Hodge, who lets the ball pass through outside the off stump. So what was your read on that opening session? The West Indies at times looked like they might get in with a partnership of length, but it didn't quite happen. Why was that?
Well, I think it speaks to something we touched on this morning, that Australia are relentless. Their bowling group is relentless. They come at you hour after hour, session after session. That's why they're the best in the world. So you have to be prepared and have the skill to absorb pressure for long periods, not just half an hour, not just an hour, not just one session.
Yes, and 2 of them were out bowled, so that says something about the quality of the attack as Cummins is in, and it was Cummins who got one of those Brathwaite bowled as another ball is allowed to pass through outside the off stump. So it's all very well to be watchful and keeping your wicket intact, but so far McKenzie's shown signs of someone who's a bit better than a novitiate in Test cricket when he's had the opportunity to score. But that's the problem, isn't it, for young batsmen? They're finding the right ball to put away
for protracted periods.
Yeah.
Trusting it
without making a mistake.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
So that's why this level of the game, this Test cricket in the upper echelons of the table, is so special.
Here we go. Cummins runs in again and bowls it, and he's allowing it to pass outside the off stump. I remember Michael Bevan when he was at our club Eastern Suburbs as the coach, and talking to him about approach to batting. He said, it's not shot selection, it's ball selection. That's the most important.
Yes.
That's what he reckoned.
Yeah, but that's a good way of changing it around. It's like when you're batting, and I think Bob Simpson used to say, don't look at where the fielders are, look at where the fielders aren't, because you're looking at the gaps, not where the fielders are. So the semantics of it is very important as well.
And Cummins, as you suggest, he's perennially relentless. He goes in now and he bowls a ball that's right up and at the line of the stumps. He just dug it out of his toes. He was crashing in towards middle and leg, but Hodge got to it and stopped it and steered it away safely on the onside. But this is the challenge for these batsmen, to try somehow to get in and build partnerships to make sure that it's not a paltry total on the board. It's looking a bit wobbly at 3 for 64 in Australia. Just getting some control over proceedings with a series of dot balls, maiden overs. Here he comes, he's running in to bowl, and Hodge is working it to the onside, this time in front of square, and there's another dot. So I can see, is that Cam Green warming up in the gully? He might be coming on for a trundle. Australia have used 5 bowlers so far today, and that's what Pat Cummins does. He doesn't like the game to stand still. He wants to get someone in there who can change the course of it, and that's why we often see short spells from some of the bowlers. Nathan Lyons bowled 4 accurate overs as well, but here's Cummins away again at Hodge, and Hodge is forward looking to drive, and he does, through the covers for 4. That's a nice stroke. The ball was there, it was pitched up, and he eased into it calmly and sent it scurrying away to the cover boundary. So that's a confidence builder. He's 5, and the score moves along to 3 for 68 at the end of the first over after lunch.
And that stroke speaks to exactly the point that you've been making. Be prepared to put deliveries that are deserving of scoring shots away, but also be prepared to wait for it, because against a bowling group of this caliber, it's not every ball that you'll get that is a scoring or scoreable delivery, but the balance is perfect and the timing, and he did not try to overhit it.
So you optimistic about the West Indies in Test cricket, the future?
I'm hopeful that once you get a group of players and you can stick with them, that they can develop.
So here we go. Green it is, around the wicket, and he bowls the ball that tucks up Mackenzie on the back foot to backward point, another dot.
Because as I said to you before, my fear is that the current landscape, let's choose any 2 players, let's say Mackenzie or an Athanaze, suddenly go on and develop to be good, solid, sound, attractive Test players, and then the leagues come calling, and they're gone, and you have to rebuild again.
Yeah, perennial problem. Needs more investment in Test cricket, of course, but around the wicket, Green bowls it, and he's playing and leaving, and he's not sure what he's doing out there. Will I play? Will I leave? And he was somewhere in between as it went past his bat into the keeper. A little bit of indecision. So this is what we're looking at the moment. The West Indies trying to rebuild the reputation, the credibility of their Test cricket.
Yep, it's a long-term plan. And for Mackenzie here, of course, it's a different bowler who he hasn't had a look at in this game before. Similar, probably taller than Josh Hazlewood, so the bounce and the angle slightly different.
He runs in again and bowls short, and it's worked away around the corner off the hip down to fine leg, where Hazlewood's collecting with his jumper on, and he sends the ball quickly as he's back to the keeper as they take a single. So Mackenzie gets down to the non-strikers end on 27. The West Indies 3 for 69, having lost the wickets before lunch of first of all Chanderpaul, caught brilliantly by Green overhead in the gully off Cummins for 6. Brathwaite bowled by Cummins for 13, and Athanaze bowled by Hazlewood, not offering for 13. So you could hear Hodge scratching out his guard from umpire Menon down at the northern end of the Adelaide Oval. the cathedral end, as it's been called for many years. Now over the wicket, Green bowls it, and it's pushed away off an edge into the gully in front of Mitch Marsh, who's there to stop it. So he's a bit of a Gus Logie lookalike, this fella.
Similar height, Gus probably. Yeah. He probably has Gus by about 2 inches or so. But again, he's been around the circuit, as you mentioned, since 2012, playing under 19 cricket. His first class debut a little bit earlier than that in the Windward Islands. So he's gone the journey.
Here he is, watching, waiting, as Green bowls to him, and he gets a bouncer. He gets under that easily enough, being a short man, and it goes through to the keeper. So what accounts for the, can I say, the rise of Dominica in terms of the influence here in the selection of the team?
It's a good question, actually, because you would very well know, if you go back in time, you had the Shillingfords.
Yes, Irving and Grayson.
Who were the initial torchbearers. Then you had Shane Shillingford, the off-spinner, who played for some time. Adam Sanford played a couple of test matches. He was also Dominican.
Here comes Green to bowl a ball which is outside the off stump. And originally, that's the end of the over. There was one Philip de Freitas who played for England. He came from there, yes.
Another guy wicket-keeper called Wayne Phillips, not Australia's Wayne Phillips, Dominican Wayne Phillips, who also toured for a while. So Kavem and Afinez have a new dispensation. What they've done well in Dominica, very tiny island in the Eastern Caribbean, is that they've instituted an academy, a little private academy, a little bit rustic in its look, and a guy called Sam Kernan runs it. And that's a big thing for such a small island. In Australia, you might not think that's part of the course. A nice multi-purpose indoor net, a cricket field on the outside, and Sam has taken Alec under his wing for the last few years, developed him. Brian Lara has also carried on that journey, and he's got Kavem Hodge into the academy, as well as a few West Indian women cricketers, developing them quite nicely.
Short mid-off in place for Cummins around the wicket, and Mackenzie ducks a wayward bouncing ball over his right shoulder down the leg side. Well, that is good news. And I see that Athenaeus and Hodge are ambassadors.
Sporting ambassadors, because for them to play for the West Indies is such a big thing for such a tiny island. And when you think about having an academy, Ghana does not have an indoor centre, and Ghana's been around cricket for eons. Antigua has the headquarters now of West Indies cricket, but I don't even know that they have an indoor centre. You go up to Jamaica, they probably have one at the University of the West Indies.
Cummins around the wicket, and he's forward, he's beaten. I think on the inside that time. That was a useful delivery. Just did a bit off the surface, and he was playing a line where the ball wasn't, and it went in between his inside edge and his body.
But it's the length too, and that's what we talk about probing, and why Pat Cummins is one of the best. He'll bowl round the wicket, he'll get deliveries to hit the seam, go away. Occasionally he'll go fuller, but he hammers away on a good length with movement each way.
That very nearly took out the off stump. Came back between bat and pad. He had no idea where it was going. Two slips gully, point cover, short mid off, and Cummins in again, and forward comes Mackenzie and plays it back down the pitch at 3-4-69. So that suggests that the spread and development of the game sort of continues in the West Indies. It's not just confined to the major places.
No, I'm telling you, the game, there's a love for the game, maybe not in the same fashion. Let's say it's school cricket and club cricket. Some of the islands are more challenged than others. Joshua De Silva, who you'll see here on this tour, he went to St. Mary's College, and he has just instituted a cricketing academy financed through his own endeavours in his school ground.
Cummins in, and he goes for miscues. Got an outside edge, a thick edge. It's gone down towards backward point. They'll run for a couple. His line chases it back, and the score moves to 71. And Mackenzie to 29 with that miscue away to the offside. So cricket's still there as a way.
Of course.
It's certainly not disappeared because of a basketball or football or whatever.
Yeah, those sports have their draw. I mean, it's not that people graduate to the NBA, but if you talk about street ball, a lot of the tall guys, our fast bowlers, are getting shorter with each passing decade. A lot of the tall guys will do that, but there's still a great love for the game.
Cummins around the wicket, Mackenzie forward and gets a run as he pushes it just wide of mid-on and rushes off on the pickup down there by Hazelwood. So 3 for 72, Hodge 5, Mackenzie on 30. So we need to be encouraged. We as cricket lovers, we want to know that the West Indies is not in some horrible decline, that they're going to re-emerge as we go.
In what format? What format?
Well, we know the white ball is where they...
because you look at a CPL
That's where
game.
Darren Sammy's doing the business,
Correct.
isn't he? Yeah.
That's a good conversation, which I want to touch on next over if we get the chance to do
Sure.
that.
And Cummins, bright sunshine now. Most of that morning cloud's gone. It's blown away or whatever happens. And now Cummins is over the wicket to the diminutive Hodge, who's across and behind and pushing away carefully on the offside to end the over. Again, the attendants come out with gloves and whatever. And as Maria Erasmus said to me at Lord's last year, I said, what's the answer to slow overs? He said, it's simple. You keep them out there until they bowl 90 overs. Because he said the batsmen are as much to blame as the bowlers for slowing it up. And here's an example.
And it's a bane of some...
I don't know whether that's the answer, but it was his. Because he reckons the captain just pay lip service to the over rates.
Lip service happens a lot
yes.
in different facets of the game.
Sorry, I don't want to drag you into a place you don't want to go, but
I'm a big boy. I can handle myself.
Yes, I'm sure. Around the wicket, here comes Green, and yes, it's allowed to go. Because before you came along, I remember many years ago, I'm showing my age now, I had a good chat to Clive Lloyd after the 84 series, and I said, the over rates haven't been very good, and he sort of looked at me blankly. He said, you guys only bowl 75 a day. He said, what do you want? 2-day test match. We have moved on from there, but still, if you see 8 for 280 in a day, do you really care how many overs have been bowled? I think that's the other side of the argument, of course, in terms of the spectacle, what you're seeing. Around the wicket, Green goes in and he's pushed away by Mackenzie off the bottom of the bat, and it's a dot. Yes. Where were we?
Now, we were talking about Darren Sammy and his leadership now of the white ball segment of the team, and I've had the discussion with Darren a couple of times, and Dwayne Bravo, for example, and the history of West Indies cricket is littered with greatness in Test cricket in the 80s and the 90s, with one-day cricket, with winning the first 2 World Cups. And so the guys who came afterwards found it hard to shoulder the legacy and felt burdened until you had to let them know that they won 2 T20 World Cups and they are great T20 players.
Green bowls, and off the back foot, it's knocked away firmly straight to line, and there's no opportunity to score at 3 for 72. But what's happened recently then? They've gone amiss.
Yeah, so I would put them down, that generation, as great West Indian players, but in T20 cricket, which is no bad or disrespect. They are great players. They found a niche for themselves. Whether the public wants to accept that or continue with the sentimentality that only Test cricket matters is up to the individual.
Green around the wicket, big tall fellow, and he's off the edge over the slips from Mackenzie. He gets away with that one. He got a good chunk of it, and it flew over the slip cord, and even Green himself in the slips would have been struggling to get up for that one. But it was a miscue by Mackenzie. He wasn't aiming to put the ball there, but that's where it flew, and he picked up a boundary. He's now 34.
And we mentioned just now that Green is a giant of a man. So the ball reacts off the surface slightly differently, with a slightly steeper angle than maybe a Mitch Stark, who's not short by any means, or Pat Cummins. It's just that Green is taller. So Mackenzie will be learning that to accommodate for that bounce in his stroke play.
More of around the wicket in Green. He comes up, Mackenzie looks to drive and does through the covers. It's running fast out towards the boundary. Will it be overhauled before it gets there? Maybe just tucked back inside by Labuschagne on the chase. And along with Lyon, the ball is thrown back, and we'll have the usual television forensics, I suppose, on whether or not the ball reached the boundary or the fielder with ball in hand. But the umpires seem to be content that it was a fair save, and so it looks when we see a replay that it was clearly saved just inside the boundary, as athletic fieldsmen are able to do these days. The old fast bowlers from the 50s would say we'd never do that because we had to pay for our own laundry, but these fellas, I think, have got someone else to pay for it nowadays. And there's always skid marks on the trousers there from the green grass. They took 3 runs, and Green comes in, and Hodge isn't quite ready for him. So 3 for 79. West Indies moving along here with McKenzie to 37. Hodge has the strike on 5. And it's still coolish here at the Adelaide Oval with a first, second and third slip all wearing sweaters. And Green runs up and pitches up, and Hodge leans on it and pats it away to complete the over. So 3 for 79 the West Indies after being sent into bat. Jim Maxwell and Ian Bishop here at the beautiful Adelaide Oval. Superb. So where are we on the resurrection of West Indies white ball cricket moving into the World Cup?
I think they've done well, actually. The last 2 T20 World Cups were very disappointing out here when England won not that long ago, the one in the UAE, for a great team that had deteriorated, sort of like our test team that was great in the late 70s coming through the early 90s and left to deteriorate. Carl Hooper and Darren Sammy and those guys, I think, have the white ball team now heading in the right direction.
Let's hope. Now Cummins starts a new over and uncertainly pushing at the line. You know, where's the ball going to go when it hits the pitch? He's been disturbed by a couple that have hit the seam. One cut him in half in the last over and just went over the off stump. So he's being wary against Cummins, who is a wily customer. 260 test wickets in his 59th game at about 47 balls a wicket. It's a phenomenal strike rate, and he's working away with 2 slips in the gully at the moment. He slides in once again and forward. McKenzie carefully playing the ball down and away on the offside. So it's cricket that's keeping you focused at the moment, absorbed because of the battle that's going on.
Yeah, with a short, I don't know if it's short mid-off in Mitchmarsh for that airy push into the offside. McKenzie's a very upright player. Chris Gale, obviously, he has a lot of adulation for Chris. He's got him on speed dial. But can he bring Cummins back for a third spell? Can he get Australia's bowlers bowling second, third and fourth spells into the innings and wearing them down?
More of Cummins around the wicket. McKenzie leaves it alone at the death, just outside the line of the off stump. That's where he has to take care, and that's where Athanase got himself into trouble, misjudged, and the ball clattered into his off stump because of the ability, the unerring ability of Cummins to hit the spot around the off stump. So 3 for 79. Crowd of around 20,000 at lunchtime. It's now 22. Keep coming, folks. There's plenty of room down here, and the cricket's good to watch. Very good contest at the moment. Cummins bowling, and a bouncer is avoided by the batsman as he squats down and it sails over his head. So McKenzie 37 and Hodge 5. The first of 2 tests, sadly, just 2 tests for the Frank Worrell Trophy, which came about at the end of the fabulous series in 1960-61 when Frank Worrell made a memorable speech giving his clothing to Richie Benaud as a form of recognition to Richie that yeah, you can have what I'm wearing, you can't take my body with you. As around the wicket he bowls again, a good ball, just beats the outside edge and goes through to the keeper. Now there's a belated appeal here. There's a thought, as so often happens these days, oh, did that just brush the edge of the bat? Are we going to go upstairs and have a look at this one, a forensic examination? Yeah, we are. Here we go. DRS is back in the game. So Our third umpire is from Bangladesh. What's his name, Rick?
I know him as Shafadullah.
Yeah.
But, I think they've given his formal name on the official notices here.
Yeah. Anyway, he's got a job to do. I wonder if he's able to detect anything via the forensic examination of the ball and the bat. Here we go. Or maybe glove. Did it brush a bit of glove? This is speculative, isn't it? I think this is really a speculative call, and doesn't appear to be much going on.
No, big gap between bat and ball from what we can see on our replay. So I think the players are making their way back to their mark as well. So I think we move on.
Yes. And we move on quite quickly, thank you. Which is another reason we get breaks in play. The DRS always adds a couple of minutes, but that was a quick one because it was obvious that there was no deflection. So we're at 3 for 79, and Pat Cummins is probing away. He goes in, McKenzie walks across, and he's taken on the body, and the ball deflects away into the slip cord and to complete the over. Ian Bishop's here, Andrew Moore's coming in. The West Indies sent in 3 for 79.
You're listening to ABC Sports coverage of the cricket, Australia and the West Indies, live from the Adelaide Oval.
Grandstand Cricket.
On ABC Radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
I remember when rock was young. Me and Susie had so much fun.
From Sir Jim Maxwell to Sir Elton John. And here we are with the West Indies, 3 for 79, adding 15 since lunch. Hodge on 5, McKenzie 37. And it will be Cameron Green to continue bowling from the cathedral end of this beautiful stadium with 3 slips in the gully. Bowls to the right-hander Hodge. I think we've had enough Crocodile Rock. Thank you, Dennis. As the ball's just defended back to the bowler. And the score remains at 3 for 79. Ian, nice to see you again. I'm so fascinated in this part of an innings from a player like McKenzie, Kirk McKenzie, who, as we mentioned before, he's only had 1 first-class century in a young career. So going on with the job and having that concentration to play extended innings has not really been part of his forte, or some of the younger players' forte at this stage. And now, as we said earlier, you're learning on the run as Green bowls, and Hodge gets a ball that's short. He just turns it awkwardly towards square leg, but safely, and it remains 3 for 79.
Highest test score for Kirk McKenzie so far. Obviously only 1 test match before against India in Trinidad, but from everything that we saw then in that test match and what we're seeing now suggests a young player at age 23 with limited first class exposure that has the talent, plays spin well, likes to score, has a decent defense.
He's at the non-strikers end here as Carvin Hodge. 5 off 24 deliveries. He's forward pushing compactly straight to mid-off. And there's no run as Captain Pat Cummins picks up. He remains on 5. They came together, this pair, at 3 for 52. So a 27-run partnership thus far. On the text line, there's a question for you, Ian, on 0467 920 222. Question for Ian Bishop. Thoughts on Rakeem Cornwall? Would you have selected him for this tour? Would definitely draw a crowd in as well. I know Carl was quite vocal last summer saying he should have been in this test squad a year ago. Here's Green on his way in, wasting little time. Bowls over the wicket, and Hodge is backing across and leaving it through. It goes to Kieran.
Yeah, for much of the early career of Rakeem, I didn't know where to go because my modus operandi was of a player with a certain amount of mobility. Myself, I place a high premium on that physical fitness aspect. Rakeem, though, has had fitness challenges as he's grown older. The ability to last throughout a first-class game, for which he was very good in the initial parts of his career. Come back to it.
Here's Green on his way again. Kevin Hodge is ducking underneath the bouncer way too high. Through it goes to the keeper.
Yeah, in first-class cricket, he bowled long spells, and he's definitely a bowler who warrants a position. But then you're talking about the ability to last throughout a test match, the ability to move well between the wickets and stuff like that. So I could see why there is a polarization of thought with regards to whether you select him or you don't select him. But I just think his ability to stay fit has worked against him in the last year and a half.
Green bowls and Hodge leaves a ball of a more full length this time outside off stump, and that's a maiden. Green 3 overs done for 8 West Indies, 3 for 79 with Hodge on 5, Mackenzie on 37, because the one thing not in question is his talent, right?
Yeah, he can smack the ball, and he bowls a heavy ball and off spinner, and he's a good catcher at slip when he's positioned there. So I can understand the arguments of people who feel that he should be in international cricket.
Well, the spinner on this tour, you look at his figures and you think, wow, what a start. 4 tests, 22 wickets. They have been against Zimbabwe and Bangladesh. Moti, yeah, Gudakesh Moti. Took 7 for 37 against Zimbabwe, twice a 5-wicket haul in an innings, once 10 wickets in a match, all against Zimbabwe, as Cummins starts a new over around the wicket, and it's driven nicely by Mackenzie, but straight to that short mid-off. Mitchell Marsh was a bit behind that, and Marsh did well to get down in time to pick up, but he's played a test as well against Bangladesh and one against South Africa. He's got a couple of not outs, averages 26 with the bat. Looked pretty good in that game against the Cricket Australia 11. What do you make of Moti?
Best all-format spin bowler in the Caribbean. Because he plays first class and test cricket, I would have Akeal Hussain, who is playing for the Renegades, in that category, but he hasn't played a lot of red ball cricket by his own choosing in the last few years.
Cummins comes around the wicket, bowls to Mackenzie on 37. He slashes at this outside the off stump, gets it square, can't pierce the field line, picks up.
But Moti is a good bowler. He's a very, very good bowler regardless of the format, so I don't think he'll be too disappointed with him if conditions allow. The other guy is Kevin Sinclair, also from Berbice in Ghana, just like Moti, who loves his batting, but is an improving off-spinner who I think has been shortchanged over the last 2 or 3 years since he debuted in international cricket with inconsistency of selection. I think he's a good cricketer, very, very good cricketer, who's had a stop-start career, not of his own choosing.
Here's Cummins again around the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Mackenzie, 2 slips in the gully, just wayward down the leg side. Taken by Carey, moving almost to a short fine leg. Finger spinners, you know, don't often come to Australia and have great success in these conditions, so it's a really great challenge to probably find out exactly where Moti is. He's 28 years of age. He's played 10 ODIs for the Windies with 18 wickets in average under 19, so 5 T20 internationals as well. He's certainly, you know, done everything right so far.
Yeah, and you look at his test figures could have been so much better because he played against Bangladesh initially on a green surface where Roach and Alzari Joseph worked over Bangladesh. Then he went to Zimbabwe, did well.
Here's Cummins. Bowls to Mackenzie, and he's on the drive. Thickish inside edge, but he gets a bit on it through square leg. They have one, and they'll come back for a second run. And Mackenzie will take them as he moves on to 39. The return comes back to the keeper, Carey. 3 for 81, the Windies. Mackenzie 39, Hodge 5. Rick Finlay.
Our honour Akeem Cornwall, 82 first-class matches. He's got 390 wickets at 23.9 and just under 3,000 runs at 22.7.
What age would he be now? Over 30?
He was born in 93, so...
About 30?
Yeah.
Okay.
1st of February, he'll be 31.
Right.
And he's taken those wickets over the course of a lot of first-class games and 18 tours to Sri Lanka and 1 or 2 other places.
Yep, correct.
Cummins on his way, bowls to Mackenzie, who's forward pushing, and Marsh, well, he popped across from short mid-off, but lets it roll through to a regulation mid-off, and it remains 3 for 81. Cummins in his 10th over has 2 for 26. Ian Bishop with us for this test series on Grandstand Cricket. I'm Andrew Moore, and it's a really stunning day now. This is, you know, you can't get a more picturesque ground, certainly in Australia, if not around the world. And the sun is now shining, still a fair breeze blowing, keeping the temperatures down. Pretty much perfect to be at the cricket. And around about 25,000 people have made their way to this ground so far today. As Cummins bowls again, and Mackenzie is playing outside the off stump. It kept low and gets through Alex Carey. The ball heading to a very fine third man. Khawaja in pursuit. They come back for a second run, and the ball rolls over the rope. So that's 4 byes going against Alex Carey, and going to the West Indies.
who move along now to 3 for 85 at the end of that Cummins over. There has been a bit of funny bounce here, Ian, for day one of a test match.
Yeah, two-paced, I suppose, a two-paced nature of the pitch. Some have carried nicely, some have stayed down. One or two edges have gone down, genuine edges off the bat as well. So it demands great application, and I like what we're seeing once again from Mackenzie, because this spell from Cummins in particular, he's been homing in on a good length and really probing. So this partnership, still in its embryonic stages, I suppose, doing a really good job.
All right, thanks so much, Ian. He'll be joining us later in the day. Rick.
What I liked about Rakeem Cornwall was his batting strike rate in T20. He goes at 150 runs per 100 balls. I reckon it'd be a sensation if he came to Australia.
He would be
T20
a massive success in the Big Bash. In terms of doing well and also the crowd support would be massive, wouldn't it? What a game last night at Perth Stadium, where Moses Enrique set a boundary off the last ball to give the Sixers a very high-scoring win over the Scorchers, who couldn't defend 197. But that was a thriller. Tell you what, after dinner last night, flicking around between the two tennis matches, Kokkinakis and Tom Lanovich both won. Kokkinakis in 5 in a superset tiebreak. And Tom Lanovich came from 4-1 down in the third set to win 6-4 in the third in about 3 hours. It was gripping stuff, and then you had the Big Bash game as well.
First time 197 hasn't been defended in the BBL.
Incredible. So Cameron Green begins a new over, and Kavem Hodge defends this square on the offside. Marsh Fielding in the gully will pick up. One West Indian turns into another. Carl Hooper is back, and Carl, welcome back. This must be happy with the way this pair are going about it since lunch. Hang in there.
Well, yes. Hodge sitting his stalls out now on 5 from 29 balls. He's left the ball well outside the off stump. Seems to know where his off stump is, forcing the bowlers to bowl a bit straighter. And Mackenzie has looked really well. He's gone on to 39 from 75 balls and looks set for a big one.
Green bowls, and Hodge is on the drive. Beautiful shot back down the ground. Work to do for the mid-on, heading towards the boundary in front of the side screen, and it will make it. That was a lovely shot, nearly a half volley from Green, and Hodge just leant on the front foot and shoved it down the ground, giving Hazelwood no chance. He moves to 9, the West Indies 3 for 89.
Yeah, two beautiful shots. I think the first one was even better. I think it was just before lunch. He played a cover drive and posed. Now Green getting a bit straighter and Hodge on the on drive. He did beautifully past mid-on for 4.
He is 30 years of age, making his test debut, Kavem Hodge. 55 first-class games, average of 29 with 4 centuries. Green bowls to him, and he chooses to leave this outside the off-stump. Taken around knee height by Alex Carey. But what an opportunity for a 30-year-old. And against Cricket Australia 11, he had that 52 and 99.
Yes, and he deserves it. You know, he's worked hard. I've had the opportunity to spend some time with him and in the nets, and one of the sort of cricketers wouldn't stop hitting balls, and it's like a sponge, always trying to seek information.
It's a good start, isn't it?
And looks the part.
Taps the bat, lifts it now, looks up to see Green on his way, and it's of a full length, struck on the patch, out for LBW. Looked a little high live from up here. Not out is the call. And now they'll have a little bit of a discussion about it, and I think Pat Cummins has decided no. He's clapping Green for a good delivery, and that's where it'll stay. Australia has lost 1 review. They have 2 left in this innings, so no review this time round. 3 for 89. And I know you're keen on the next player in too, Dustin Graves.
Well, yes, I don't know a lot about him, but I saw him bat in the Cricket Australia 11 against the game against Cricket Australia 11 a few days ago at Carl Walton. I was actually watching on KO's the stream, and looked nice and compact and organised. So I'm keen to see how he goes in this test match.
Green again to Hodge. Short, he just sways out of the way. That was a good bumper from Cameron Green. Delivered at about 130 k an hour. And Hodge had to quickly take a rearguard action as it flew by his nostrils. That was a good one. Who was the best bouncer bowler to you in your career? Whose bouncer did you know you're going to struggle? I mean, you were a stroke player, but you'd struggle to hook.
Well, I think the cleaner the action, the easier it is to pick up. Somebody like Patrick Patterson, because His front leg got so high, all you saw was spikes, and then the next thing you had this red cherry in front of your face. So he was difficult.
He was quick too, wasn't he?
Had some pace, yes.
Green bowls. Hodge doesn't offer outside the off stump. Short of a length to end the over. The Windies are 3 for 89. Hodge 9, Mackenzie 39. Craig Brathwaite said they've got to show fight, they've got to show discipline, and this pair are doing that at the present time. Okay, so Patterson was difficult.
Yeah, he was difficult. Just get him back to the toe of the crease at a minute. I mean, Hodge has shown, you know, good judgment for the ball around the off stump. We see we had an LBW shout. But he's forcing Green to mix his lengths up. We had a 1 short ball in the over, a couple outside the off stump, 1 that nipped back, and there was a massive shout. But Hodges looked good in defense, and when given the opportunities, showed the willingness to play, you know, to score.
Bowling changes, incidentally, Carl, from the city end of the ground. Josh Hazelwood, 7 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 9. Will come on to replace Pat Cummins. Let's grab your bowling card there, Rick Finlay, for a moment. Thank you, mate. Cummins, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 26, his figures, over 2 spells, both wickets in his first spell. So Hazelwood will start around the wicket to the left-handed Mackenzie, and he leaves it alone outside the off stump. And he remains on 39 from 76 deliveries. This partnership now worth 37.
Yeah, and it's in its infancy. But 89 for 3, there's still a long way to go to put something substantial in the first innings. So
what do they need to avoid a potential heavy defeat? What will they feel good with going?
You would have thought that somewhere first dig, you want to score somewhere on the other side of 300.
Yeah. Hazelwood into Mackenzie down the leg side, and in the end he withdraws the bat well wide of leg stump. Gary moving to his right takes it.
You know, you would have thought, you know, the sun's out now, cloud cover, there's no clouds, you can see the blue sky. It's still a bit cool, still pleasant conditions to bowl in, but you know, you could easily go to tee, you know, 140, 150 for 3, they'll be happy.
You don't normally see on a bright sunny day in Adelaide an Australian side in the pullovers, but there's still, I reckon, half the team have them on. 2 slips, a gully, a point, a mid-off, a silly mid-off, a mid-on, a square leg, and a deep fine leg for Hazelwood bowling to Mackenzie. Oh, he slashes very close to off stump, chops it onto his body, and the ball trickles away on the offside. Marsh comes in to pick up, and the score remains 3 for 89.
I've seen a couple of times him trying to force the ball off the back foot, but I think the slowness of the wicket is not allowing him to execute that shot. Probably might be better served waiting until they overpitch and then looking for drive, looking to play shots off the front foot.
Well, when you played here, Carl, did you view this as a batsman's paradise? Because we've seen a lot of tests over the last 20-odd years where it starts off looking that way, and then the wear and tear often provides some great finishes to games. As Hazelwood turns at the top of his mark and comes in again bowling to Mackenzie. Kirk Mackenzie in his second test awaits, and Hazelwood bowls outside the off stump, played beautifully. Backward a point this time, it'll race away for 4. That was perfectly placed by Mackenzie, and he picks up the boundary past Nathan Lyon. He's into the 40s for the first time in a test. He's 43, 3 for 93, the Windies.
Yes, nice looking shot, allow the ball to come on to him, use the pace, get it behind point. And the good thing about this venue is that you will get value for your shots. We played a couple of the BBL games here. Well, we played half of our games here, and one thing that I always try to drive home when we bat is that you'll get good value for your shots here.
Yeah.
Such a quick outfield.
Here's Hazelwood bowling to Mackenzie again. A straight delivery played to square leg, and it remains 3 for 93. Well, gee, the Strikers are going into the finals in good form. Carl, wrapping up a spot in the finals with that thrashing of Sydney Thunder the other night in Canberra.
Yes, we've got a late run over the top.
Is Coach Dizzy happy?
He's happy. He's happy. We're all happy. You know, at midway, it didn't look as if, you know, we'd get there, but I'm happy because the support during the BBL games, we had 40,000 here.
Yeah.
Some evenings. Really, really good atmosphere.
Last ball of the over, Hazelwood coming into bowl to Mackenzie, and his full-length delivery, push and run. Wide of Cummins a mid-on, shies at the non-striker's end, but he doesn't hit. And Hodge makes good his ground. Another single. Mackenzie moves to 44. He'll keep the strike. West Indies 3 for 94. Mackenzie 44. Hodges 9. Hazelwood now 8 overs 1 for 14. And to join Carl Hooper on Grandstand Cricket, the equally cool James, voice of summer, Maxwell.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. Australia versus the West Indies.
On your radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Watch me dance, dance the night away. My heart could be burning, but you won't see it on my face. Watch me dance, dance the night away. I'll still keep the party running. I wouldn't get out of place when my heart breaks.
Just in case you're falling asleep, we rock you, baby. Give you a bit of music, don't we, Carl? Just to keep you going. The West Indies into a bit of a groove, which is good to see. 44 for Mackenzie, 9 for Hodge. They're accumulating, and Nathan Lyon is on around the wicket. He bowls the ball. It's punched away on wide of mid-on for a single. And it's Pat Cummins picks it up. Mackenzie 45, West Indies 3 for 95. They've added 31 runs since the lunchtime break.
Yep, and an interesting little period here. We saw Lyons in his first spell. This was just before lunch. Actually got a few balls to spin. One would have thought that as the game wears on, there'll be certainly a little bit more purchase there for him.
Well, either he believes it or he's kidding him with a leg slip and a short leg now. And he bowls it, and Hodge goes punching through the offside. That's Gus Logie at his best. He's hit it away to backward point, not quite to the boundary. He didn't time it as well as he might, but the result is going to be, what do they collect there? 3 runs.
3
on that square drive. That reminded me precisely of Gus Logie.
Gus Logie.
Yeah. Don't you think there's a likeness?
Similar in stature.
Yeah.
Very busy at the crease.
Busy, yes. Here's the line bowling, and Mackenzie leans forward, stretch, push away into the covers. Gus on the bus. He was good in the field too. Is this fella a good fielder?
He is. Also bowls a bit of left-arm orthodox, more sort of slides it in darts, but he's a busy little cricketer. I mean, he will give 100%. Very good in the field. We've seen what he can do with the bat. Also a handy little left-arm spinner too.
Lyon has punched away down towards Cummins at mid-on. Mackenzie's just got to keep the concentration going here. Keep building. He's made 45 from 84 balls. A slip and a short leg for him. And Lyon around the wicket, and he's back and he's cutting. Square, straight out there to point. And he can't get past Cameron Green. He just set back a pace or two in that spot.
And I suppose the longer Mackenzie, his batting, he looks better and better. Looks a little bit more comfortable now.
Here he comes again, drawing the left-hander forward, and he plays it securely out there on the offside. It's 3 for 98 at the moment. Now, Rick, you've got a few numbers for us on those who made their debuts, like Hodge at the age of 30. We were trying to pick out the players that have come into the game belatedly, batsmen, and there's a good list who all done pretty well too.
Yes, the 17 Australians actually made their debut 30 or older since the year 2000, which is an amazing number, really. It's you make a whole test squad out of mature test cricketers out of Australia, and in the same time there have been 9 West Indians who've mature at the age of made their debut at the age of 30 or older.
Right. And who'd be the successful ones there, other than the 1 or 2 test players as we watch Hazelwood start a new over, bowling in at Hodge, and Hodge forward to drop off the edge out. Caught in the gully. He didn't get over the bounce, and he's edged the ball to Green in the gully, and it flew off a thick edge, and Hodge, alas, as a 30-year-old debutant, is out. It's 4 for 98. Hodge caught Green, bowled Hazelwood for 12.
Well, again, given the pace of the wicket, what we've seen so far, it's probably the length you want to bowl, bring the batsman onto the front foot. Of course, there are times when you might be hurt with the drives, but I think it keeps you in play, keeps the slips in play, and again, maybe a tad too wide. And I mentioned earlier that Hodge was leaving, or seemed to know where his off stump was. I think what foxed him there is that the length drew him into the drive. And didn't manage to get hold of it and nicked down to, what was it, third slip, fourth slip, gully?
Yeah, gully, I
Yeah,
suppose.
those big hands again of Cameron Green.
He doesn't drop many, that fella, does he?
Such a good cricketer.
Oh.
Such a good cricketer. I'm so happy to see him finally in the Australian 11. With Smith moving up to open the batting and creating that space for him now, I suppose, somewhere in the middle.
So it's Justin Graves, Greaves, but it's Graves, isn't it? Justin Graves, who comes out to the middle to enjoy, hopefully, his opportunity of playing Test cricket on this magnificent oval, the Adelaide Oval. And already there's consternation in the box. Did someone lose a bet? Oh, no, they didn't. Not quite. Righto, Rick, you got your chance here on those numbers.
Well, that's Hazelwood's 100th wicket bowling in this quartet. So now this quartet, for the first time in Test history, all have 100 wickets while bowling as a quartet. That's Cummins, Hazelwood, Stark and Lyon.
Are they now the most successful quartet?
Yeah, that happened last Test.
Yeah, that's right. Beyond that English quartet.
They're beyond 430 now.
Now Graves is facing a right-hander and he almost gets an inside edge as it goes through to the keeper between bat and pad. I don't think he got a bit on that. It wasn't taken by Carey as it went to his left and he thrust out his glove. It was a useful delivery, mind you, to start up with. It hit the pitch and moved back and went, yeah, it bounced in front of Carey, in fact, but I don't think he got a nick on it, did he? It's close. And it bounced in front of Carey, diving away to his left.
Yeah, a good ball to get first up.
Useful, yes. Just here and there, a bit going off the surface as Hazelwood runs in and he leaves the ball is up and wider outside the line of the off stump. So what can you tell us about Mr. Graves as a cricketer?
Well, I saw him bat for the first time, would you believe it? I saw him in the game a few days ago. He looked organised. He scored, I think he made a 50. He did in the first or the second innings. But he looks a well-organised batter. And I know he's from Barbados.
Barbados, in goes.
That's right.
Hazelwood, forward edging into the turf, well in front of third slip, where it's collected down there by Marsh.
And I expect the role that he's going to play in this West Indies side, obviously batting at 6, and they expect him to follow the 3 seamers. He bowls a bit of medium pace.
Seems as though a lot of the newer players are coming from places other than Barbados, where they always used to come from, going back to Sober's day. As 3 slips into gully are poised, and Hazelwood bowls a bouncer, and he almost left his periscope up there as he got out of the way of that short bouncing ball. So another wicket to Josh Hazelwood. Graves, as I dig into the mine of information here that I've been kindly given about the background of these places. Originally from Barbados, he went and spent some time playing for the Windward Islands before settling in with the Leewards, and he seems to have found some stability with them. So here he is, a right-hander. He's watching and he's playing forward and pushing the ball away on the offside to complete the over. And he's an alumnus of the famous Combermere School in Barbados, which has produced a slew of Test cricketers and continues to do so. Craig Brathwaite being the most popular of the current lot, alongside Jason Holder, Carlos Brathwaite. There you go. And he's out there in the cauldron of Test cricket, trying to find his way. So I wonder what McKenzie can continue to do to keep this afloat. Now, all right. The list, thank you, Rick, of 30 pluses. Around the wicket, we got Lyon for a new over and McKenzie forward.
I'd be keen to hear how many West Indians have made their debuts after the age of 30.
Well, Rick's...
You said there were 9.
Yeah.
9?
Yeah. He'll run them off for you in a moment. We've got Lyons over to get through as he goes in again, and Mackenzie's forward, playing the ball carefully out there into the covers. Mid-off's back a bit. Just a sense here that Mackenzie's patience might give out, looking to have a crack at Lyon, who doesn't offer much that's full or short to pounce on. He bowls to him again, and he does pounce on it, and he hits it back over Lyon's head, straight back over his head into the boundary for 4. Well, I think Australia were hoping for something like that, but he actually played a very good shot, and he's picked up 4.
Yes, certainly looks. He's not afraid to go over the top. I think that's not the first time we saw him. We've seen him do that. Ball tossed up and almost a step and hit back over mid-off. Good thing about that shot, he's trying to hit the ball nice and straight.
Yes, he hit it back over Lyon's head, well wide of mid-off. He waits now as the 100 comes up, and he goes on the stretch defending down the pitch. He's 49 out of 4 for 102 for the West Indies, trying to get these partnerships where they can to produce the outcome of it at least 250 plus if they could get that far. Lyons in again. Forward he goes to drive. Yes. And take one because mid-off is back, and that's a half century for Kirk Mackenzie. His first half century in Test cricket. And he waves his bat to the crowd away in the distance and to the dressing room, acknowledging the warm applause around the friendly and hospitable Adelaide Oval. 50 not out. Numbers, Rick?
91 fours and 6 fours. Sorry, make that 7.
7 fours, yes. And Justin Graves on strike now. Right-hander with a slip, a leg slip and a short leg nearby. And Lyon has him forward, driving well out through the covers, extra cover. It goes away beyond Marsh and up to the rope for 4 in the area of the hill on the scoreboard and the Gavin Wanganeen stand. And that's a beautifully timed stroke to complete the over and get Graves happily off the mark, and the West Indies to 4 for 107.
That's just a lovely shot, tossed up, and Graves into the drive, stroked it nicely through extra cover. Mackenzie just bringing up his first Test 50 in his second Test match. He'll want to go on. West Indies still deep in trouble at 102 for 4, but he's played well. Season on any opportunity to score. The job probably half done. He'll want to try and go on and get as close as possible, if not past the magical 3 figures. Do a whole lot for his confidence. This is a good Australian attack. This is his first tour with the West Indies team away from home.
So 2 slips, the gully, and that short mid-off. Hazelwood's around the wicket, and Benjamin's taken on the body as it nipped back, and ouch, he's rubbing that spot around his thigh. Mitch Marsh just coming down there to check on his health or something like that in a brief conversation, but the ball bounced coming back off the seam and took him on the thigh pad on the back leg there. So a little bit of pain. You got to endure a little bit of pain in this game if you're going to be successful. So you just put that behind you and move on. Let's see. He's 50 and he's waiting for Hazelwood to go in, and he's leaning forward again and playing the ball carefully back up the offside towards Mitch Marsh.
And Jim, just looking at the field they've set here, you've got Mitch Marsh at a short straight mid-off, and Khawaja just on his right hand at mid-off, and he's fairly straight too. Massive gap between Khawaja and there's a man almost at sort of 3/4 way out to sort of deep point or just behind point. So there's a huge gap through the offside, but at the same time there are 2 slips in the gully catching.
He goes in again and bowls, and Mackenzie's edging, and he's caught behind. He's out straight to Carey. He got the bounce around the line of the off stump. Mackenzie pushed at it. A very good bit of bowling. Hazelwood's 3rd wicket and the West Indies decline to 5 for 107, just when it looked like Mackenzie might be playing an innings of substance. He got a good ball, committed to play, and it took the finest of edges, but obvious enough. And sadly for Mackenzie, he's out for 50, and Australia have the West Indies at 5 for 107.
What I was about to finish off and say, with the field that they had set with Khawaja, the gap between Khawaja and the man at deep, sort of three-quarter way out to the fence behind point, there's a long single in the offside, and you tend to sometimes want to, you know, if you get bat and ball, once it goes in front of the wicket on the offside, you'll get a single. So you tend to want to play, or you probably be more inclined to play at the ball. But again, Hazelwood too good down the channel, asking questions, and then juicing that nick from a well-set Mackenzie. West Indies further in trouble at 107 for 5.
And they're going to take a pause for refreshments. Some drinks have come out onto the field. Let's get the latest from the ABC newsroom.
Tom Melville with a news update. Israel and Hamas have reached a deal to allow more humanitarian aid into war-ravaged Gaza. The deal, brokered by Qatar and France, says that medicines will be given to hostages held by Hamas. In return, Israel will allow more basic supplies into Gaza. Queensland police have charged a man with dozens of offences, including slavery and torture, after an extensive investigation in the Gulf of Carpentaria. Police allege the 47-year-old assaulted, threatened and withheld food and water from crew members. And the Smith family says nearly half the families it supports are worried they won't be able to afford vital educational supplies like shoes or school uniforms. It's released a survey that also finds 51% of families think their children are likely to miss out on the digital devices needed for their schoolwork. And 1 in 6 think their children will miss out on any internet access at all for schoolwork. ABC News.
Grandstand Cricket. Grandstand Cricket.
You're listening to ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. Australia versus the West Indies on radio, on digital, and listen big on the ABC Listen app.
Just before play resumes back here at Adelaide Oval, let's nip over to the Australian Open, day 4, and Ned Hall is watching Alex de Minaur in the second round. Ned.
Hello, Ali. Yes, certainly am, and he's closing in potentially on a first set win as well against Matteo Arnaldi of Italy. He's already a break-up. It's 5-3 in de Minaur's favour. He's won the first point of the Italian service game as well, so it's been a bright start by Alex de Minaur. Second match of the day on Rod Laver Arena. Earlier, 16-year-old Russian Mira Andreeva beat the 6th seed Ons Jabeur 6-love 6-2. Remember the name Andreeva? She is definitely a future star. We've only seen play on 3 courts so far today because of the rain here, so only the courts where they have a roof have we had any action so far. Yannick Sinner's won in straight sets in his match on Margaret Court Arena, but Caroline Wozniacki returning to the Open this year, she's gone out in 3 sets against Timofeeva, so she is out of the competition. Plenty still to come through the course of the day, and play is just getting underway on the outer courts now as well, because thankfully it has stopped raining here. But back on Rod Laver Arena, Alex de Minaur is 1 game away from taking out the first set. Allison.
Thank you, Ned. No rain or worries of weather here. Gorgeous blue sky and a dot ball with Hazelwood bowling to Joshua Da Silva, who is the new batter, out alongside Justin Graves. With West Indies 5 for 107. Kirk Mackenzie out not long after he had reached a maiden half-century, 50 from 94 balls. But Joshua Da Silva, the wicket-keeper, one of the more experienced test batters in this West Indies side, saying that this is 25th test match. 24 years of age, batting there with 3 slips and the gully behind him. Hazelwood is in now. He's defending outside the off stump, and there's no run. Allison Mitchell here with you alongside former Australia fast bowler Stuart Clark. Well, we saw a partnership of some note of 46 between Mackenzie and Hodge. I think there's always fear that a couple of wickets, 1 wicket could become 2. A few could fall quite quickly. It's the case. Joshua Da Silva's got it a bit more rebuilding again.
He does. Afternoon, Ali. Afternoon, everyone. And happy birthday to you.
Thank you very much.
Get that out of the way early so I don't forget. But yeah, you're right. There was a partnership on offer, but a couple of wickets, all of a sudden, Australia well on top again.
Hazelwood in outside the off stump, angled out towards point, and there's no run. Has the pitch played sort of with as much pace as you expected
No,
today?
I think it's interesting. I'm sort of talking to numerous people around the commentary box and just looking at it. It's been a bit slow, if anything, and then you get the odd one that rears through, and so it's a tad soft. Just looking at a replay, a very fine edge on that last, and Alex Terry taking a very simple catch. But the wicket has been, it hasn't been a bad wicket by any means, but certainly hasn't had any pace in it. And maybe that's because it's a bit soft, and with the sun beating down on it now, and it'll get rolled again, once at the innings change, and in the morning, whenever they do roll it, it'll harden up and quicken up as the game goes on.
Nathan Lyon to continue from the Cathedral end. A little bit of a breeze keeping those Moreton Bay figs rustling behind the scoreboard and behind the hill. And that wind is also causing something else to rustle. Yep.
Old pie wrapper or something like that.
So to the umpire, just hold play for a moment while that's retrieved. Slip, leg, slip and short leg here. And it's Graves, who's faced just 6 balls, who's looking to drive Nathan Lyon and takes a single up to mid-on.
He's been very positive. I think Graves, just watching him bat in a very short time I've seen him bat in the whole. Since he faced 7 balls. Didn't look overly comfortable against the bounce of Hazelwood, but certainly now against the spin, played a lovely cover drive in the last over through the gap between cover and mid-off for 4. And that time there really got to the pitch of it and really just hammered it down to mid-on for a single.
There's De Silva facing his 4th delivery here. Yet to score. Line is in and he's defending.
He's a gutsy cricketer, De Silva. He'll make you earn his wicket. Stocky man. We saw him out here last summer. He's not going to throw his wicket away. It's not the way he plays the game.
A century in the tour match at Karen Rolton Oval. His line is in. He's reaching rather forward for this one. Worked into the onside, but not completely in balance. And it's a dot ball. His last first-class innings, I say first-class because the match at Karen Rolton Oval wasn't a first-class match, but was also a century. That was in the 2nd innings for West Indies A against South Africa A. Outside the off-stump, pressing forward. Defensively once again, another dot ball from Nathan Lyon.
It's interesting, you don't see, I think we've talked about this well, but the silly point, it's really a position that's gone out of the game. Like, you would have thought, if this was 20 years ago, you sound like dinosaurs, Ali, talking like that, but there'd be 4 men around the bat.
Lyon in once again, the back foot isn't able to really get hold of it. Back up to Lyon.
And there'd be a silly point, a short leg, and now we go with the leg slip for the one that's turned, but there's a little bit of guys won't just lunge forward, or players won't lunge forward and get hit in the pad. Now remember, they'll take a big stride or benefit of the doubt.
And goes Lyon around the wicket, and he watches that down the leg side into the gloves of Carey. No run to end the over. 5 for 108.
So there's, then guys now and girls have a different technique when they'll get their bat out in front of their pad and sort of kill the ball off rather than have that. Remember the old squeeze? Back pad
yeah.
And Mark Waugh watching the ball, taking a one-hander or something like that. It really doesn't happen in the game anymore at all. It'd be interesting. Rick wouldn't be able to find this out, but when was the last person to get caught like, that's ridiculous. I know you're not going to be able to answer that question, but how do you... It doesn't happen anymore.
Silly point.
Yeah, it doesn't happen.
Yeah, it's more going for a spinner, going with the spinning.
Yeah, getting caught around the corner at leg slip.
Bright sunshine here. Another little bit of rubbish has blown onto the outfield, but that's going to stay there. The security guard is retreating as Hazelwood is in full and defence. Pretty solid defence as well from Graves, getting forward to that one. There's 2 pieces of, I reckon they're serviette. Someone's had a nice burger and chips at lunch, and the serviette is a paper napkin.
Let their napkin
blown out onto the outfield.
What you're saying now is all the sauce is dripping down on their shirt because they haven't got a napkin.
That's how we'll know whose napkin it is. Someone,
by the end of the day.
Someone is struggling with their ketchup.
There's a decent crowd in, isn't there? I was looking around in the Edwin Smith stand and the Chapel stand and the Bradman Pavilion. There's plenty of people in.
Closing in on 24,000 for this first day in the sunshine. Hazelwood in again, driving straight to extra cover. Hazelwood strikes again, and he's got his 4th, and West Indies are falling away at 6 down now for 108. And it's the end of Justin Graves. Only faced 9 deliveries, and he's gone for 5.
Yeah, well, Justin Graves looking at the wicket, not happy with the fact that it didn't come onto the bat, but quite frankly, it was a full delivery. His weight was back, and he threw his hands at it and hit it straight to Marnus Labuschagne, who took a catch about neck height just in front of his face. And not a great cricket shot. Pretty innocuous sort of dismissal. Don't think there was anything on offer with the ball, and I don't think it slowed off the wicket. I think you've got to put complete blame on the batter then. It's an ordinary dismissal. And as you said, Ali, lost their 6th wicket now with Graves being dismissed for 5 off 9 deliveries.
I get the sense that the crowd sort of aren't... there's not this roar when a wicket is being taken at the moment. They're a little, I must say, sort of downhearted with the lack of fight, lack of competition right now in the game. But Hazelwood's now got 4 wickets. He began the day on 249. Gone well beyond the 250 mark now. He's rather reaching forward well in front of his body there, wasn't he, Graves?
Didn't let the ball come to him, any of that type of stuff that you talk about with young players. Just threw his hands through it, and okay, he picked the man out. There was one man in front of square on the offside. Marnus fielding at a squarish, or sorry, straight cover or wide mid-off, depending on which way you look at it. And he didn't move, just hit him. It would actually hit him in the middle of the chest if he didn't put his hands in the way. So Hazelwood, he's saying to catch Cummins. Cummins, remember they were the same, they were equal. And then Cummins skipped away with a 10-for and a 5-for.
Yeah.
Well, now Hazelwood's had enough of that, and he wants his revenge.
Cummins is on, what, 260 now after the 2 today, and Hazelwood is up to 253 by my reckoning.
That's
going to wait for the nod of confirmation right from Rick. Joseph, the new batter, and Hazelwood is in outside the off stump, brings his bat down on a ball which then balloons into the ground and out towards point. And so 6 down already, just 108 on the board, and this is vindication of Pat Cummins winning the toss and bowling first and taking that aggressive approach with the ball to say we really want to get amongst this weakened West Indies side and play to our strength, get our bowlers out there when all convention, Adelaide Oval, sunny day, good batting pitch, would say bat first, as it has so often historically. But you want to be bowling a side out if you put them in.
Certainly paying off now.
Hazelwood in now to Joseph, beats him past the outside edge. Through to Carey. It's tight line on off stump, just outside the off stump. Through it goes. That certainly had good carry.
It's just a step up when you play the Australian team from any other team. With maybe the exception of India or England that they're not. It's not first-class cricket. These are 4 of the, arguably, Australia's best ever fast bowlers. Oh, sorry, 3 of the best ever fast bowlers and a spinner that's got 500 Test wickets. So you can do all the practice you want, you can do all the games you want, but you're sort of going from B grade to A grade, aren't you?
In a very short space of time. Hazelwood in. It's Alzari Joseph, I should have pointed out, who's turning this towards square leg. Finds a fielder again and no run. Because, of course, there is Shamar Joseph in the side, who's down to come in at number 10. He's the other fast bowler. We'll see Alzari, the 2 Josephs operating, Kemar Roach being the senior fast bowler in the West Indies attack.
Recognition too to Alex Carey, who just took his 100th Test catch as a wicket-keeper in front of his home crowd. Becomes the 7th Australian to get there, 100 catches. 7th Australian wicket-keeper.
Yeah. It's quite a landmark for him as Hazelwood is in again. Turned through the mid-wicket region, vacant this time because square leg had dropped back to the boundary, and Joseph's able to get off the mark. 6 for 109, the end of that wicket taking over from Josh Hazelwood, which has taken him to 253 Test wickets in his career. And just as much wanted fast bowling attack is making hay in the sunshine at the moment.
It certainly is. It's just pressure from the Australians. Really hard to score. You can feel the pressure building. Tactically, Cummins has been excellent. Talked about how that's improved throughout the course of his captaincy career. You got a lot of leaders within the team. If you think about it, Khawaja captains Queensland, Marsh captains Western Australia, Smith's a former Test captain. I think Travis Head has been, or has captained South Australia. Yeah. You've got 4 other guys that are basically captaining the states in the team. Plus Nathan Lyon, who's got 500 wickets, and Mitchell Starc, who's got 357, I think. Well, no, 347 wickets.
Lyon in, a new over, and beaten on the drive was Joseph. Quite an elaborate drive, just missed everything into the gloves of Carey.
Hasn't been a lot of turn, has there? The early day one, just after lunch. Not expecting a huge amount of turn from this spinner. Really just holding up an end at the moment.
Line. He was bowling early as well, wasn't he? Full of that time going back, and Joseph pats it into the onside. He was bowling inside the first hour of the day. Such
Because
is the faith that Cummins has in him to take wickets.
And he can play that holding role whilst he rotates his quicks from one end.
That's well.
He's got a lot of weapons at his disposal, because you've got Green bowling, Mitchell Marsh can bowl.
Line into Joseph, who goes for a big heave and gets an ugly bottom edge that squirts away behind square on the leg side. And who's going to get there first? Cam Green is jogging back, but also Hazelwood is jogging in from across the boundary. It's Hazelwood who gets there first and says to Green, well, no point saying save your legs, because he practically jogged all the way back to the boundary himself. But a couple taken, 6 for 112, but that was an ugly smear from Joseph.
That was a big slog, wasn't it? Just trying to heave it away over the top of mid-wicket. Went between his legs down to where 45 would be on the onside for 3. Anyway, take anyway you can get here, Ali, at the moment for West Indies.
Yep. How will De Silva go here against Line? He's forward. It's not that comfortable against him. It's another dot ball.
It's just at you every ball line. So if you make a mistake, he's in the game. I mean, okay, made a mistake, got away with it, but you could still feel that pressure.
Line, sunglasses on, shaven-headed in. Well, it almost looked as if he was going to turn that into the leg side. Didn't make any contact with it. Carey didn't take it cleanly either. It's a dot ball.
Is it negative bowling?
Down the leg side. Does he need to be bowling down the leg side?
I don't think he's doing deliberate. If you bowled another 1 or 2 there, your umpire may say, come on.
He comes around the wicket to the right-hander, off the outside edge into the ground. And behind square, left there for Marsh to pick up to his left-hand side from point. 6 for 112 at the end of the over, the 3 runs off it.
Alim Dar used to warn Shane Warne all the time for bowling like that. So he'd go around the wicket and he'd try and bowl them around their legs. And after 2 balls, Alim Dar would call it, and then he'd call it wide, and Shane would blow up. I'm trying to bowl him around his legs, and Alim wouldn't see it and go, no, that's negative bowling, and they'd have this big dispute about the whole thing. But it was a bit amusing there for a little while.
I imagine Warney probably won out of that battle, did he? Would he just keep going? Eventually he'd bowl someone around their legs and say, let's see, told you so.
Depends how you define win.
True. Ultimately, the umpire has the final say, because if he kept calling him wide, he's not going anywhere.
Yeah, correct.
New over coming up then, Hazelwood. A reminder that we've, of course, got grandstand at stumps for you after every day's play.
Absolutely, we do.
Wrap of the day's play, player interviews as well.
Highlight of the day.
Hazelwood runs in back of a length, ducking underneath it is Joseph, taken by Carey at shoulder height. The way to find it is if you go to the podcast store and you need to search for Best of ABC Sport, and then on that stream you'll find Grandstand at Stumps. And keep your texts coming into us as well, 0467 920. No, I should have been listening. Is it 920-222 or 920-222? 920 treble. Well, 222 is the same thing, is it? 920-222 or 920-222. What's the most memorable? It's Hazelwood past the umpire. Full on the drive, skims past the outside edge through to Carey.
Can I think about that? Because I'm thinking 920.
920-222. 920-222.
Triple two. Or what about 920-222?
We'll stick with
go triple two.
I'm sticking with the treble two. That's the tried and trusted.
Yes, I agree.
Listeners.
I think that's the best on ground.
Anyway, keep the text coming in.
3 little ducks, if you're a bingo player.
I was going to say, if it's 3 little ducks in cricket, you'd think 0-0-0.
Yeah, so. Isn't it 22? 2 little ducks in bingo. Rick, you play bingo.
Bingo. Hazelwood moves in, and Joseph brings his bat down in front of his pads, defends back up the pitch.
Actually, Jim is about the right age to play bingo, isn't he? You play bingo, Jim?
He's pretending not to hear you.
He's not listening.
No.
Jim would be a bingo. Rick, come on. You're a bingo player.
No, I'm not. No.
22, 2 little ducks. You've heard that before?
No.
Oh, don't pretend.
Legs 11, that's bingo, isn't it? Is that right?
There's some other ones I don't want to repeat, and I'm not going to. So 88 being the one. Don't need to repeat 88.
I'm just going to describe Hazelwood coming in now past the umpire. Oh, here's an expansive shot up and over the top, almost like a 9-iron over the top of mid-off. It's rather plugged into turf, though, and it's come to complete standstill, the ball, enabling Labuschagne to slide and pick up. And they come back for 2.
2. Yeah. Sorry. Joseph wasn't running. Joseph was sort of thinking that's going all the way, but the longest straight boundaries, even though they're marked in quite a fair bit these days, which I sort of don't like, to be honest with you. I like the mystique about the long boundaries. You know, that used to be
very much being the oval.
Yeah,
Adelaide
it's
oval.
really special about this ground, but they don't do that anymore, and that is what it is. But yeah, I don't think he realised that it's a little bit further still straight than maybe he would realise.
Square legs drop back to the boundary again here. I'll put a question mark in the mind of Alzari Joseph as Hazelwood is in. He's bowling on a length outside edge into the ground and then into the hands of Green at gully, who has taken 2 very good catches today. The first one, a stunner, leaping high. It was the first wicket of the day, wasn't it? Tej Chanderpaul off the bowling of Cummins. 1 for 14 at that point. Craig Brathwaite was bowled by Cummins for 13. Hazelwood then took his 250th test wicket when Alec Athanaze was bowled. He left one. It was not a good-looking wicket from his perspective. It cut back in to hit top of off stump. He made just 13. Kavem Hodge on debut as Hazelwood is in here. Outside edge again, but it's gone through the gap between third slip and gully. Now that carried that time, but nobody moved.
No, it carried, but it went right in the middle. Marsh and Green probably both looking at one another, probably bisected them perfectly. If someone's going to catch it, it's Cameron Green. He's a wonderful fielder in that sort of slip gully. He's a big man with huge hands, but you get a replay here, but it was just a full delivery, driving at it across the ball. And it went right in the middle. Maybe Green could have moved. Closer to Green. Would have been diving away to his left. And he certainly didn't. Just would have been a great catch. It would have been a classic catch if they still had those. They still
would have gone low as well. They would have had to go to his left and low to grab that.
Do they still have the classic catches? Remember that back in the day?
Yeah, sponsored by Drinks Company.
Drinks Company, yes, I was going to say. Or there was super teams.
Well, he's got his own greatest hits, surely, Cam Green already.
He's got huge hands. He doesn't drop many when they come to him, and he takes some spectacular catches, even down low, where because he is such a big guy, you wonder, well, is he going to? But
it's impressive the way he's able to drop to the ground and pick up. The other catch then he took was in the gully, two-handed to his left, Kavem Hodge off Hazelwood. And then the 5th wicket was Kirk McKenzie for a half-century. Now I've got Pat Cummins back into the attack from the Cathedral end. He bowls to De Silva outside the off stump, who's eased it up towards mid-off. So Pat Cummins has replaced Nathan Lyon, and so often the captain grabs the ball to change the momentum again and say, right, not a lot has been happening, so let me see if I can force something.
Well, he sadly had the golden hand this summer. Melbourne forced the game there. Sydney, first innings, forced the game there. I'm not going to doubt him that he's not going to force the game here. Bowling from the Cathedral end, which is not the end that he was bowling at to start with. He was down at the southern end of the ground.
De Silva awaits with his bat poised. He's stock still as Hazelwood is in outside the off stump. He lets that one go, just takes a step across to the offside watchfully. Now, why do you think the switch?
It's hard to get. Obviously, Hazelwood's bowling well. I think the switch would probably be because Stark's going to bowl after Hazelwood. I'm just looking at the flags, and I thought this morning Mitchell Stark got the ends wrong, or if he chooses the ends, or whoever makes that decision, because the wind is blowing across away to bowl like an outswinger for Pat Cummins at the moment towards the Cathedral side, and Mitchell Stark wanting to shape the ball back in was almost fighting against the wind. So I think Cummins he'll have to shape the ball, or be using the wind to shape it away from the right-hander.
De Silva still yet to score, and now he does. A beautiful drive. He finds the gap between points and extra cover out to the boundary. Will it make it? Yes, it does. Off the mark with a 4 for De Silva. Nice looking drive.
Yeah, lovely shot there by De Silva. Full ball from Cummins, trying to show, as I said, shape that ball away towards the slip cordon and take a nick. De Silva good enough, full face of the bat, hit it very nicely, timed it beautifully through the covers.
6 for 122 now, West Indies. And Joshua De Silva has the distinction of being, when he made his debut, he was the first white man to represent the West Indies since Brendan Nash back in 2011.
Played against Brendan Nash when he played for the West Indies.
De Silva's heritage is Portuguese. Shorter ball, pulled, one bounce though and into the hands of mid-wicket. Travis Head was there. Well fielded as well, a tumbling take, nobody behind him. That would have gone whistled to the boundary for 4.
Hit that hard. That was a good shot by De Silva. Banged in halfway down by Pat Cummins. De Silva rocked onto the back foot, hit it into the ground. Could have easily gone in the air and over the top. Man dropping back now to deep square leg, thinking that if he wants to take it on. But the way he played that, he had plenty of time just to roll his hands, or roll his wrists on the ball into the ground.
He settles again. He just stands so still as Cummins runs in past the umpire outside the off stump, fuller length delivery, and this time and left alone. Yeah, so I mentioned Portuguese heritage, but Madeira specifically is the background, which is a stunning tropical feeling island. I holidayed there once, yeah, absolutely beautiful, very green, very lush. His father's family is from there originally. His dad was born in Trinidad. His mum was born in Canada, so quite the international background for De Silva, who's 24 years of age. Of course, represents Trinidad and Tobago, where he was born. Cummins turns at the end of his mark. In again, perfect blue sky up above him. Cummins bowls, looking to force it away off the back foot, only finds Nathan Lyon at point. And there ends the over from Cummins. So De Silva on 4, Alzari Joseph on 10, and West Indies in some strife at 6 for 122. 4 wickets for Hazelwood, 2 for Pat Cummins. And Stuart Clark, you're about to be joined by Andrew Moore.
ABC Sports, coverage of the cricket.
Australia and the West Indies on radio, on digital, and the ABC Listen app.
All right, thank you, Ali. Celebrating her birthday. There's a change of bowling here at the city end of Adelaide Oval with Mitchell Starc back into the attack. 8 overs, 4 maidens, none for 24. The Windies 6 for 122. Alzari Joseph trying to whack his way out of trouble for his team on 10. And Josh De Silva on 4. Stuart Clark, good afternoon. How things have taken a turn from 3 for 98 to 6 for 108.
G'day, Andy. Yes, it certainly has. Australia well on top now, picking up a couple of quick wickets there. And now looking to really push home that advantage they do have. Starc with ball in hand, looking to try and get the ball to shape back into the right-hander, trap him in front, maybe a bowled.
Here comes Starc. Bowls and a big swing and a miss by Alzari Joseph, and that seems to be his modus operandi at this point. Swing and hope.
He was going to give that one the big heave-ho, didn't he? He came sort of looking for a full delivery, got a full delivery, and tried to swat it away over the top of mid-off.
Mind you, if he gets going, he's capable. He's got a test 80. He's got a couple of test half-centuries. But with this style, it's going to be very much hit and miss.
I'm not sure he's getting away.
Top score of 86 against New Zealand. Managed an 82 against Bangladesh.
Okay, all right. I'm giving him some credit. We'll see what happens here. I want to see how he goes when they're halfway down.
Starc bowls to him. It's down the leg side, and it gets underneath the glove of Carey. That could easily be wide. It's heading down towards a very straight fine leg boundary, and it goes away for 4, and it's buys. Oh. Tough one for Alex Carey. Gee. 6 for 126 now, the West Indies. And that's a couple of 4 buys going against the name of Alex Carey. That doesn't seem all that... That 3 times 4 buys, Rick. Wow. That seems a bit unfair. That bounced just before his glove as he died at full stretch.
Well, it swung after it pitched as well, so it went further away after it went past the right-hander. Alex Carey, he almost tried to pat it on its head and knock it down. It was going that quickly and going away from him. Got a little finger on it, but it didn't slow it down at any great note.
6 for 126. Starc looking to re-find his line. 3 slips in a gully. He bowls outside the off stump, and Joseph punches it, but straight to mid-off. Can't pierce the field, and he'll remain on 10.
A lot of my friends texting me and say, "How you, Adelaide? Are you and Andrew enjoying your night out?"
What did you say? We painted the town what?
A light colour of beige.
And probably, is that what we're aiming for this evening as well?
Just an off-white. One of like Richie's jackets, like that sort of colour.
Yep.
Where there was no red. It was anything more than a light beigey sort of colour would be lying.
Well, if we promised anything else, would have been, promised the world deliver it at. Beige is all I got.
It's actually one of those little donut balls. That's what we would have delivered. Nothing.
Here's Stark again, looking to deliver something. Bowling to Alzari Joseph, who's 10 off 16 deliveries. He bowls and Joseph is forward, pushing it away to cover. Gee, there was a run there. There's a run and a half, but neither of them looked to move. And it remains 6 for 126.
I think De Silva wanted to go. He was sort of backing up, and Joseph was thinking about, if I get a full one, I'm going to swat it down the ground.
Alzari Joseph, I'm just looking at his batting strike rate in Test cricket. It's 60.
Right. Well, he's scoring it probably close to 60 now.
Yeah, a few dot balls in the last little bit. Not that it's without him trying to force the run rate along. It's the 46th over of the West Indies innings. Stark bowls bouncer. Joseph, it's as if he knew that was coming. Just ducked underneath it and flies through high to Alex Carey. So is that our plan again tonight? Beige?
Beige.
Yep.
Oh, probably a little bit lighter too.
Well, I love 6 o'clock. We all met in the foyer. All right, let's go have a couple of sports drinks and nice food.
Cordial.
8:30, we're back in the foyer. Night, Stu.
See you, mate. See you, Andy. See you in the morning, mate.
Oh, dear.
Did you end up watching the Paul McCartney?
Yes. So you text me saying there's a great Paul McCartney special on the ABC. So I did. I watched the second part of that. And how he decided how they were writing music and how they came up with chords, and Stark bowls and Alzari Joseph, that's a great drive. Square on the offside, and bizarrely, not needing to run, he does. He gets 4. That was perfectly timed and placed by Alzari Joseph. He moves to 14 with that boundary, and the West Indies 6 for 134 at the end of the over, or 130? 6 for 130. Yes, Rick?
The previous over, he played a straight drive, a lofted straight drive, and thought it was going to be 4 and didn't run and cost them a run. So I guess he's making every possibility to win on that.
Well, that was a great shot. That was a great drive, square on the offside.
That was a full delivery by Stark after the short ball, trying to induce that edge. And Joseph, he just sort of leant on that, got it in the gap. The outfield's like lightning here at the Adelaide Oval, and it looks rock hard. And every time you hit one along the ground, if you hit it in the air, it tends to plug. But if you hit it on the ground, it races across the outfield.
Do you remember Finn Allen from the opening game of the T20 World Cup a year and a half ago at SCG? He opened, he got like 40 off 16 against Australia.
New Zealand.
New Zealand beat Australia.
Yes.
Well, today, New Zealand is playing Pakistan.
Yes.
At the University Oval in a T20 game as a new over begins, and De Silva strokes it away backward of point off Pat Cummins bowling. It remains 6 for 130. New Zealand batting first has made 7 for 224 against Pakistan. Finn Allen, 137 off 62 balls.
62 pills.
He hit 16 sixes. That's got to be a record, surely to goodness. 16 sixes.
If my recollection of the Union, it's a wonderful innings, I'm not taking any away, but it's a very small ground, but 16 sixes?
But it could be a postage stamp, and that would be hard to achieve.
Yeah, he absolutely spanked him. I remember the T20 World Cup game. Can hit the ball hard, play some really, really different looking shots too.
Rick's on the case as Cummins bowls and De Silva drives nicely, but straight to mid-off. The Windy 6 for 130, De Silva 4 off 19 deliveries.
He looks technically very good here, De Silva. Playing straight. The ball short, plays back. Time to pull and hit it on the ground.
Well, surely, given very different opposition, but opening in the second innings against the CA11 and getting 100, that's got to make you feel good, doesn't it?
Maybe you should bat at 4.
2 slips, a gully, a point, cover, mid-off, a mid-on, a deep square leg and a deep backward square now, with Cummins, who has 2 for 30, bowling to De Silva, who's back and across and pushes it to cover. And remains not out on 4.
Equals the record, Andrew. Hazratullah Zazai for Afghanistan against Ireland.
Right.
16 sixes and 11 fours and a score of 162.
So in terms of percentage of sixes into a century, Finn Allen has him.
Yes.
But, okay, so 16 sixes in one innings in a T20.
That's a lot of sixes.
Boy, that's smashing him. He does have power, Finn Allen, no doubt. So a hefty run chase for Pakistan. Meanwhile, it's Cummins who struck the first 2 blows of this innings. Bowls, and De Silva gets a short ball. He pulls it away with some power in front of square leg. They'll come back for a second run as the return from Hazelwood's on its way. Made it pretty close as Joseph was not sprinting through. And another couple to De Silva. He's 6. West Indies 6 for 132. As Cummins got rid of Chanderpaul, first wicket of the series for 6. Beautiful catch by Green in the gully, one of 2 catches he's taken, and then bowled Craig Brathwaite with the Cummins special for 13. when the Windies were 2 for 27.
It was a good delivery, the bowled. Oof. Pat Cummins, he's just got that ability to bowl a super delivery through the gate, whatever it may be.
Well, that game, by the way, is over in New Zealand. There's a hook shot here from De Silva to square leg, and he's out. Gee, that's a poor shot. He's caught by Travis Head, a deep square leg. He holed out. Josh De Silva just said, here's your plan, Australia. I'll hand it to you on a silver platter. He's out for 6, and the West Indies now 7 for 132. He's one of their more experienced players, Joshua De Silva, and that was a shocker.
Yeah, it was a poor shot. We were just talking about how much time and ability he had. The ball got a little bit big on him, got a little bit high, and he tried to bring it down, roll his wrists. The only danger he had was Travis Head misjudging that catch, and he didn't. He caught it very low down. Oh, nearly popped out, but then got his hands around it, and unfortunately for De Silva, he's out. 7 down for 132. Not a great shot, Andrew. And as we feared,
it's Calypso Collapso.
It's time. Wickets are falling at regular intervals at present.
7 for 132. You know that the most disappointing part of this collapse after lunch, Stewie? It's kind of what we expected.
Yeah, I know.
Isn't it? What you really wanted, and maybe you started to feel at 3 for 98 with Hodge and McKenzie digging in. That, okay, maybe they can be looking at 280, 300, 320 and be competitive, but boy, it's changed quickly. De Silva caught head bowl Cummins for 6. He faced 22 deliveries with 1 boundary.
I've got to go. I've got to get out of here because Tom's coming in.
Yeah.
Just think how much are we going white, off-white or beige tonight? I'll leave it.
Can I make a decision at grandstand at stump? See how we're feeling then?
I don't think I've got anything more than off-white in me.
That's pretty normal. Gudakesh Moti comes into bat. Left-handed bat, left-handed finger spinner. And it's his 5th test, 52 runs at an average of 26 with a best of 23 not out. He's 28 years of age, as we were talking about earlier. His tests have come against Bangladesh, Zimbabwe and South Africa thus far. Just finishing that T20, New Zealand 2. Pakistan 7 for 179. New Zealand won by 45 runs on the back of that Finn Allen century. Moti will get off the mark first ball as he plays it rather awkwardly from an around the wicket Cummins delivery, and he'll get a single backward of square to get off the mark. Moti 1, and he'll keep the strike with the West Indies. 7 for 133. And what about Cummins? 12 overs, 3 for 33 as Tom Cooper comes in to replace Stewie Clark. Gee, that was a disappointing dismissal for the Windies, Tommy. Welcome back.
It certainly was, and well, I'm afraid it's pretty much exactly what happened in the tour game last week. A lot of them got starts and then threw it away, and a few soft dismissals. So, like you said, one of the more experienced players in this side, Joshua De Silva, with 30 tests to his name, and to throw it away like that's pretty disappointing.
And there was a lot expected of his batting after he burst onto the scene against England, scored 100 not out against the English team. He's had 3 half centuries, but his average has dipped now to below 26 in Test cricket. 1 century, 3 half centuries, as I say. Last year in the 2 tests, he only scored 50 runs at 12 and a half. Highest score in Test cricket last year, 23. So I guess he's got to be a little careful with the batting side of his game, that it doesn't just slip away.
Absolutely. He scored 100 in the tour game. He had a poor first innings, then came out, opened the batting and peeled off 105 and batted nicely. So he would have come in high in confidence.
Here's Mitchell Starc now, bowling to Moti, and it's a wayward delivery down the leg side. Taken by Carey, 7 for 133. Moti 1, and Alzari Joseph not out on 14. Forgot to mention too, when Stewie was on, that what he showed us in the back of the box at the SCG was he's got some talent with the 6 string, playing the acoustic guitar at the back of the box.
Really?
And what he's shown me today is he's got talent as an emerging artist. He does profile drawings. He's got some ability, Stu. He loves large. Here's Starc. 3 slips in plus. Bowls to Moti, who's beaten outside the off stump. Gee, that didn't miss off stump by all that much either. 7 for 133 with Gudakesh Moti in now, and then Shamar Joseph on debut, and then Kamar Roach. But the Windies, gosh, they need to somehow get close to 200, don't they?
Well, it's funny how quickly a game can change. We're just discussing in the back of the box. Doesn't seem that long ago. They were 3 for 98, and we're saying how well they were going from what people expected, and like you said, with no real surprise, it's all gone downhill pretty quickly since then.
Well, T's still about 25 minutes away, and there's 7 down as Moti now plays his square on the offside. Straight to Nathan Lyon. He remains put. Chanderpool, Brathwaite and Athanze out before lunch. Hodge, McKenzie, Graves and De Silva since lunch. With the only shining light really on the scorecard, Kirk McKenzie with his 50 from 94 deliveries with 7 boundaries.
He batted nicely, didn't he? He didn't show much in the tour game, so it was nice to see him come out and he played his shots and looked the most comfortable of the West Indies batters so far. But good piece of bowling and some good captaincy led to his dismissal.
Mitchell Starc, his 10th over, has none for 28. Bowls to Moti, ducks under a bouncer. Almost went down to one knee as he slid through over his head harmlessly in the end of Alex Carey. On the SMS, your texts are welcome as always on 0467 920 222. Solution to overrates: no drinks until you bowl 15, no lunch until you bowl 30, etc. If necessary, shorten lunch break. The umpires would soon get involved in hurrying the players rather than leaving it to the match referee, says Greg in Bathurst. It's a constant debate, isn't it, about overrates, and has been, gosh, since that great West Indian quartet where they were getting through 77, 78 overs in a day.
It's remarkable, isn't it?
As opposed to, you know, teams bowling near 100 every day, even in 8-ball overs way back when.
I don't mind that with it. I know in county cricket over in England you don't take tea until you've bowled 64 overs in the day, obviously playing 96 in first class cricket, which is even more remarkable. You can't get 90 in a test match in.
I like that. Keep them out there, it'll stop it. Mitchell Starc bowls to Moti, and it's again wayward down the leg side. He's just struggled with consistency with his line and length today, but Mitchell, hasn't he?
He certainly has. He hasn't been at his best, but he hasn't been hurt either, which is it's almost his bad stuff's been bad enough that they can't quite reach it. But
well, the one who's paid the price occasionally is Alex Carey, with buys going against him.
It's a bit stiff, that, isn't it? Wicketkeeper in a first class or a test match fixture. He's hasn't done a whole lot wrong, but they go against his name, and I guess the other boys have made up for Stark's wayward bowling.
Bowls to Moti, and he gives himself room, flays this off an edge, a horrible shot, and he's caught a backward point. Lyon takes the catch and Moti throws his wicket away. West Indies now 8 for 133. Mitchell Starc has a wicket, and I know you're on broadcast text taboo, Tom, test match taboo. I challenge you to describe that shot and what was going through Moti's mind. He's gone for one.
Yeah, it wasn't a great shot, and I think he didn't really appreciate those balls flying past his face, I would imagine, and has seen one pitched up in his half, and as we've seen Alzari Joseph do, he's looked to swat that back over Mitchell Starc's head, only to almost leading edge it straight to Nathan Lyon at point. And it's always nice when you see tailenders get on with the game, but in this situation probably need a little bit more discipline from the West Indies spinner.
Not only the opposition, but the players are a bit much for this inexperienced team. 8 for 133, and now it's Kamar Roach coming in at number 10, and he scored over 1,000 test runs, Kamar Roach, and he can't play any shot worse than that. He's averaging in the 11s.
11.37 with a high score of 41. Maury,
look at you go. Kamar Roach, 35-year-old now. He only bowled 13 overs through 2 innings against the Cricket Australia 11. It's his 12th test against Australia, and he averages just under 10 against Australia with the highest of 31.
They could do with that now, Maury.
They could do with that big time. So it's the 2 opening bowlers now trying to rescue this flailing innings at 8 for 133. And it'll be Alzari Joseph on strike as Cummins bowls and Alzari Joseph plays and misses. He remains on 14. Kamar Roach at the other end, and just Shamar Joseph to come in at number 11.
Who averages 7.22 with the bat. So
why do you have any first class games? He played like 5.
He's only played the 5. High score of 20. So if Kamar Roach can get 31, Joseph can get 20. Alzari's got a high score of 89 in first class cricket.
Alzari
rear guard action.
He's got a couple of test match 80s. Alzari Joseph, but he's going to play big as Cummins bowls. Edge caught, second slip. He's out. The safe hands of Stephen Smith. And this West Indies side is absolutely capitulating. Cummins has 4. Alzari Joseph caught Smith. That flew to him. And he took it sweetly at face height. Alzari gone for 14. West Indies 9 for 133. Tom Cooper.
Yeah, the commentary curses got him again that you introduced me to more in that tour game. Was it another great catch from Steve Smith? The Aussies haven't let anything slip today, and well, the decision to bowl first is vindicated here. Steve Smith, after taking that catch, will be starting to get his head around coming out and opening the batting for the first time.
That'll be interesting what's going on in the head, because he's not had to worry about that sort of thing ever.
No, he certainly hasn't. And as he's spoken, he doesn't like waiting to bat, and he's had to do a fair bit of that over the last few years. So it'd be nice to see. It would be weird to see him stroll out to face a new ball. But yeah, Pat Cummins, close to what would be a 4th.
5 for in the summer.
5 for in the summer.
Wow. 4 for 33. So the Windies were 3 for 98. So I'm no good at math at all, but I reckon in my head that's 6 for 35 they've lost. Hodge went for 12, Mackenzie 50, Graves 5, De Silva 6, Moti 1, Joseph 14. It's been a steady line in and out of that dressing shed.
I reckon Rick Finlay will be worried with your math there. You take over as statistician.
Every now and then I surprise myself. So Shamar Joseph, a left-handed bat. He'll face up to Cummins, who, as you say, Tommy is looking for another fifer. 2 slips gully, point, mid-off, mid-on, short leg, deep square, deep fine leg. Cummins bowls, and it's an inside edge, just past head at short leg. And he'll get off the mark. He begins his Test career with a single. It's not how, it's how many. So he's off the mark, Shamar Joseph. He's 1, 9 for 134. Anything from here is a bonus.
It certainly is, but yeah, nice feeling for Shamar Joseph. It's never nice facing quick bowlers, but to get off the mark, first ball in your Test career, that'll be a weight off his shoulders.
All right, let me put you on the spot here, Tom.
What have you got?
Does Cummins finish this over, or does he finish the innings? There's 3 balls left.
3 balls left.
Kamar Roach on strike.
Oh, I reckon he finishes the innings.
Oh, okay. Did you put some weight on the shoulders of the Australian captain, postman Pat? 4 for 34. 2 slips, 2 gullies. As Cummins bowls and Kamar Roach is forward, looking brilliant as he just shoves that away on the offside. He says, "What are you talking about, man?" To Tom Cooper, he gets a run. He's off the mark, 9 for 135.
Good single, good single. Get him off strike, and
your plan is coming together.
Get the new man. That's the plan. Running out of balls though.
So the West Indies looking almost certain to be bowled out before tea on day 1. Sent into bat, 3 for 64 at lunch. And as we're about a quarter of an hour from tea at 9 for 135. So now Joseph back to 2 slips in the gully for the left-hander. Cummins back around the wicket, looking for a fifth wicket again. Bowls a bouncer down the leg side. He thought about hooking Joseph, but in the end he pulled out of the shot and was well wide, and it's taken by Carey.
Yeah, that doesn't help my cause, does it?
Well,
short,
1 ball left.
Wide one down leg side. Maybe the little 1-2 plan, but well, I guess the positive of getting bowled out this quickly is if there's anything still in the wicket, the West Indies opening bowlers are a good chance of finding it against a new look Australian top order. As Carey does well to not get more buys there, didn't he?
Last ball of the over, Cummins bowls. Joseph plays it off a thickish inside edge. Down to deep backward square, and he's going to keep the strike because he gets a run down to Mitchell Marsh. Shamar Joseph 2, West Indies 9 for 136, and you'd think to bring an end to the first innings will get you to tea. Either way, Jim Maxwell coming in to join Tom Cooper.
Grandstand cricket.
Australia versus the West Indies. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
If a boy had a chance with someone like you.
Break his heart, yes. Well, a few West Indian hearts may be broken after being 3 for 98, and they've fallen away horribly here in the face of steady but not spectacular bowling. 9 for 136. Tom, nice to be sitting here with you. It's hard to get your head around some of this, isn't it? Because the West Indies looked a bit better than this an hour or two ago.
That's what we were just discussing, at how well they were going, and basically from that point forward, it's been all downhill for this new look West Indies outfit.
Well, perhaps they can offer a little with the ball when they get the chance. Perhaps the main interest in the rest of the day is will or won't Steve Smith get some runs. But here's Stark trying to finish it off. He runs in and bowls the ball. It's squirted away in front of the square and out to the boundary. Beautiful timing there from Joseph. He was in on his toes. Stark looking for the Yorker, no doubt, and he got flicked away to the boundary in front of square. Nice timing, sir. That looked all right, didn't it?
Well, he might need a promotion. He's looked good, Shamar Joseph. Like I said, Stark going for the full straight one and beautifully clipped off his pads. Not sure the next one's going to be quite as juicy. Leg stump half volley though, Jim.
Yeah, it might bounce a little bit. 2 slips gully, short leg there. Stark from the river end bowls now, and that is pitched up, and he flashes and misses, looking for the Brian Lara cover drive, but he didn't connect. He's 6, Roaches 1. West Indies 9 for 140. Yes, they were sent in, and yes, there was a bit going on prior to lunch. 3 for 64, 3 for 98, and then a horrible collapse, which can happen when you're a raw team against the quartet of Australian bowlers that's taken all before them in the last 7 or 8 years, 10 years. It is Stark once more who runs in, and Joseph gets a short ball, and he tries to get out of the way, almost at the periscope up to shove it over the slips, but it missed his bat, it missed him and went to the keeper. But that was too short, and Joseph's, he's not a very tall man actually. And it's interesting to look at him from here and think, he takes the new ball, this fella, right? He's not Curtly Ambrose or Courtney Walsh.
No, he's certainly not. And I was very surprised to see the size of him during the tour game, but
he's quick.
He reminds me of Fidel Edwards.
Oh, yes.
Short, but yeah, definitely quick airspeed.
Here's Stark pitching an awkward ball. It goes away off a prod and a hope and a push at the length. He didn't like that. That was coming in towards him. It bounced, and he did well to make sure it didn't go to hand somehow. So 9 for 140. In the old money, as it were, of watching the white ball fly around. 50 over cricket. We're in the 50th over. Will they get 50 overs in their first innings? It's not looking like it'll go much further than that, you'd have to say. And disappointing, really, from West Indies' viewpoint. For Australia, I suppose, as predicted, as Stark bowls it, and it's short, it hits him. It followed him and hit him. It got up, and it looked like it got into his grill, his helmet. He's taking his helmet off now, Shamar Joseph. The ball just followed him, and Stark goes down to offer some consolation, some support for a man that he's just struck by bowling a short delivery that he couldn't manage. He just followed him and, yeah, took the griddle, it looked like.
Yeah, it was a much better directed short ball than the first one, and Joseph tried to sway away, but with the left-handed angle, it well, he wore it, or what would have been in his chin if it were not for the helmet. And we'll have a break here while the doctor runs out, and we'll have to do a few concussion tests at some point throughout the day, but he seems, well, he's not even going to swap his helmet over, Jim, which is a bit bizarre in today's environment. But good to see that the young debutant has a smile on his face and is well enough to continue.
West Indies lost the toss, sent in to bat. Chanderpaul made 6, Brathwaite 13, Athanaze 13, 3 for 64 at lunch, McKenzie 50, Hodge 12, Graves 5, De Silva 6, Joseph 14, Muti 0, So he's recovered, and he bowls a short flyer, which he tries to lift uppercut down towards third man, but it flies past his bat into the keeper. A couple of lively balls. The West Indies survive momentarily, as I have to say it, because it doesn't look like it's going to go for a lot longer, as Stark has taken 1 for. Here we go. Let me have a look at these figures. Stark 1 for 28. Hazelwood 4 for 21. Cummins 4 for 36. There you go. It's 9 for not many. 140.
And the collapse of 6 for 42, Jim, which, well, unfortunately, I think it's what many fans would have predicted.
Sadly. Exactly. But they're an inexperienced side against a very good one. So it's not all that much of a surprise as Cummins runs in and bowls a bouncer. And it's ducked by Roach. Roach has been around for a long time, and he can handle himself with the bat, but it's just the persistence, relentless quality of the bowling. Even though at times I thought this morning they're a bit off their best, but it was good enough when it mattered to hit the stumps and hit the edge.
Yeah, absolutely. You'd have to say they were far from their best, the Aussie bowlers. If they had been on song from ball one, it could have been an even more bleak story for the West Indies, and well, they gave us some hope.
Here's Cummins again to Roach, and Roach flashes and misses. It was an optimistic slash. He threw his bat at the ball. Perhaps his best hope there was a thick edge over or between the slips. But Cummins will give him another chance. It's 9 for 140. It's just gone past 2:30 local time. So there are still plenty of overs to come potentially today. This is the 51st over of the innings. So as I say, a lot of thoughts about Smith opening. What will happen when he goes out? Cummins runs in now, and he's pushing away. Wants to run. No, go back. Changes his mind as he realised it went a little bit too quickly towards mid-on for a single, and he sent Joseph back.
Yeah, nicely played by Kumar Roach, who, well, after being sent in, he would have been hoping to have his feet up for the majority today. But,
yes.
Finds himself out in the middle before the tea break.
If he bowls a bouncer, he might have a go. There's 2 men behind square. I've seen him carve a few big ones occasionally as Cummins bowls to him, and he's beaten outside the off stump. No, probably not going to waste a bouncer. Just bowl about there, thinking that sooner or later he'll nick off or do something that offers a wicket. But it's all about what runs they can scrounge in this last wicket, and you wouldn't think beyond a dozen is likely in the circumstances, because they're bowling to these lower order batsmen, tail enders. Every other ball's a wicket taking ball, it seems, as Cummins tries again, and Roach leaves it outside the off stump, decides not to have a fling and watches it go through. So Cummins 4 for 36 in his 14th over. He's now up to 262 wickets, test wickets, in his 60th test match.
It's always a daunting task come now. We've seen the highest wicket takers for Australian Test cricket, and well, all 4 of these this quartet feature heavily on that for a side that, well, taking it 3 of the most experienced players out.
Cummins in again, and Roach watches and defends, and that's well played by him to keep Cummins out. So the debutant Shemar Joseph will have the strike, and they're just having a mid-pitch chat as we head towards whatever's going to happen next at 9 for 140, and Stark getting ready to bowl another over.
Jim, the average West Indies 10th wicket partnership at Adelaide is 12.2.
What's this one?
And well, it started at 133 and we're now 140, so we're
could be a record
there.
Could be a record, or it could be higher than average.
What's the highest?
The record's 68 by Brendan Nash and Ravi Rampal.
Brendan Nash. Now there's a name. Queenslander.
blast from the pass, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Brendan Nash. Thank you, Rick. A little bit of trivia for you as we watch Stark rumble up again and pitch up, and he's hit back past him down the ground. He may not go for 4. You've got to run, boys. This isn't one of those little grounds in the Caribbean. The ball stops a good 5 or 6 metres from the boundary below us. He got enough on it to send it past Stark, but it didn't have the venom to go to the boundary, and they ran an Adelaide Oval 3.
Yeah, a good hand from Mitchell Stark saves him 1. It probably goes down as a drop catch as well, but as good a shot as it was, probably not a good thing Shamar Joseph banging him back over Stark's head with the way he was playing the short ball last over. Because I imagine when he gets back on strike, there's going to be a few more pass the years, but I do like the way he's playing. They may as well throw the willow, and like you said, any runs are going to be priceless from here on in.
Historically, there have been some extraordinary lower order partnerships in the history of this ground in first class and test cricket. But on what I would say a blander, whiter coloured surfaces than this, going back to the days when the shirt front was the regular appearance of the wicket here. Now Stark it is to Roach, the right-hander. Roach goes back and he tries to turn and misses down the leg side. And Stark's been a bit here and there with his bowling in this innings today, but it hasn't really made much difference with the West Indies struggling to build anything even mediocre at the moment. 9 for 143.
It's certainly been a disappointing day. They talked it up. They promised heaps, and unfortunately, as we saw in their last trip out here, once a little bit of resistance in the top order was broken, it's been easy pickings for the Australians.
Stark bowls it, and it's left alone by Kemar Roach. He's playing responsibly now around that off stump. He was flashing at 1 or 2 in the previous over, and he might get tired of this if he feels as though it's not going anywhere with him blocking and leaving, rather than trying somehow to get a few more runs on the board. 9 for 143. He's 1. Shamar Joseph is on 9 at the non-strikers end. 3 slips and a gully. An expectant crowd, you'd have to say, almost 24,000 watching this in the sunshine. And Stark it is from the river end, who runs in towards Roach. Roach back, and yep, will take the run, just knocking the bouncing bowler behind square, and he moves to 2, and the score to 144 with the left-hander back on strike.
It was 12 months ago, Jim, that Chasen Mindley, Royston Chasen Mindley, was making his test debut.
Oh, straight off the plane, and they threw him into the game. Yeah.
Got 43, so that's the second highest here for the West Indies.
The things you forget. Yes, where is he now?
Not in this team.
No. Well, so Ian Bishop said 10 of the players who were here last year are not here this year. So it's a huge change, and it wasn't a settled combination then. And it doesn't look like it now, of course. But it's Stark who's running in. He bowls to Joseph, a bounce up. He ducks out of the way. Well out of the way. And it's taken by Carey. And it's a wide. Yeah, too short and too high. And it went well over the batsman's head. And he got the tic-tac from umpire Menon at square leg. And umpire Holster lifted his arms up and had a bit of a stretch. One more run for the West Indies. 9 for 145. They're barely creeping along to something. It's paltry at best, the way it's all starting to fall apart as we watch Stark bowl again, and he's pitching and beating. That was a bit further up. He sort of played at it and sort of didn't, and it missed the stumps. I don't know, how would you describe the shot he didn't play?
Well, he didn't have too much of an idea, did he? I think he was expecting it to be around his ears again, and unfortunately for the West Indies, it was swung just enough to beat the outside edge and the off stump, and
could have knocked the furniture over there. So it, as they say, it just seems a matter of time, and we're like you, waiting patiently as we're heading towards a tea break, but we play the extra half hour. As Stark goes in and pitches up down the leg side. He got the direction wrong there. Striving for the leg stump Yorker. He missed and it went down the leg side. Carey having a busy time trying to stop a few of them in this innings, mainly from Stark. 9 for 145, although it is the schedule for tea. We will keep going until the last wicket falls or a half hour of play carries on here.
Yeah, it shows that Stark isn't quite at his best. He's one of the best exponents in the world of that straight Yorker, hence why he's big price tag in the IPL auction not that long ago. But what it does do is a forwards Pat Cummins, a skipper, another opportunity to pick up his 5th of the innings.
Yes, it's interesting that Stark has decided to put his hand up for all that, and he's pulled a big price. He hasn't played it for some years. As Cummins charges in and bowls a good ball outside the off stump. He played and missed. And Carey did the rest. You played in the IPL, didn't you?
Unfortunately not. Would have loved to.
Weren't you involved in that somewhere along the line? I thought you were.
Not in the IPL. I've been here, there and everywhere, but unfortunately...
How many T20 comps have you played in?
Oh, it's a good question.
There's a few.
A number. Yeah, a number of them.
No, for various people.
The number one in the IPL, the
Yeah.
highest paying, obviously.
Yes.
And all what they say is the best comp in the world.
No, Test cricket's the best comp.
That is true.
Yes.
Best T20 comp, let's put it at that.
Yes. Understand that. As Cummins bowls at a bouncer. He's underneath it. Gets out of the way of that bouncing ball at 9 for 145. Now, it is a concern for the game, obviously, and how it manages its roster, its itineraries, to make sure Test cricket continues to have relevance with all this white ball, well-rewarded white ball cricket being played around the world.
Absolutely, and that's why we see, we said 10 changes from this West Indian outfit last year and 7 uncapped players, because they are dynamic in the 2020 format.
Cummins bowls, Roach flashes and misses outside the off stump. So the game's at a standstill at the moment. Bat's not winning the argument, and the bowling's not quite finishing off this innings as everyone would be expecting. Now, there was another little stat you had about those West Indies players. Maybe you want to save it for Carl Hooper, over the age of 30, who've made their debuts. I mean, always interested in the guys over 30, like a Hussey, who make their debut late and add significantly to the value of Test cricket with what they do. Adam Voges was another. As Cummins bowls and he's back and defending down towards the offside. So we can pull out the players who are aged and have made a contribution, like Bert Ironmonger and Don Blackie. There wouldn't be many plus 40-year-olds who've made as spectacular debuts and appearances as those two. But when we look at batsmen, just batsmen, it's hard to think of anyone well into their 30s that's come in from nowhere and made a contribution. But Hodge was the guy we were talking about today. As Cummins bowls and he's defending, and it goes square of the wicket on the offside. Now there's your little list. Yes, Bryce McGain, the leg spinner, that was tough. Cape Town, his debut. Yes. Australia lost Philip Hughes to injury, and they didn't have a Brad Hodge or anyone else in the squad. So they had to go with another bowler to make the numbers up for that test match some years ago. 36-year-old debutant, and he won't want to hear what his numbers were. They weren't good. 2 slips, gully wait. Something is going to happen, surely. Cummins runs in and bowls it. Defended down towards mid-on. Then Voges was 35 when he made his debut. Ferguson, Finch, Nisa and Bailey 31. Hodge, Haddon, Sayers, Stuart, Clark, Hussey, Ryan Harris, he's down the corridor somewhere, Chris Rogers, Carey, Manu and Quiney. Yeah, they were 30. It's a good list. Brian Booth must have been 29, just behind them. So that was the end of the over. Sorry, I was rattling away there. Sorry, Tom. But nothing's changed. Still 9 for 145.
It certainly is. Just a few more shots played that over, and all to no avail. Ball flew through to the keeper. as Josh Hazelwood comes into the attack to see if he can make a difference and wrap up this, well, rather disappointing first innings here in Adelaide.
Disappointing, but not surprising. But, you know, at 3 for 90-odd, you just thought, well, they could get away with this. Get past 200, at least put something on the board that will make Australia fight. But at this point, it's hard to see how they're going to get there at 9 for 145. So Hazelwood, who's got 4 poles, is coming in around the wicket to the left-handed Joseph, and Joseph is beaten outside the off stump, just pushing at the line of the ball. You were saying that recently, last few seasons, Sheffield Shield games here, this is the normal way? You send them in when you win the toss?
Yeah, it certainly is. With the drop-in wicket, they tend to, well, they had to for the pink ball game, but leave a little bit more grass coverage on the surface. So South Australia, we used to win the toss and have a bowl, knowing that the wicket just continues to get better throughout. So
Hazelwood around the wicket, and he swings, and he gets it, and he slogs it out of the mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs. I think that may have been premeditated, but he managed to get a piece of it as he opened up his front leg and swooshed it away over mid-wicket and out to the boundary. 9 for 149, which prompts Pat Cummins to send square leg to deep square leg.
Yeah, he got the length he was looking for there, didn't he, Shamar Joseph? And, well, I like the way he's going about this. There's no point just taking overs out of the game. They may as well try and slog a few to the boundary while they can, but I'm sure this one's not going to be quite a similar length.
Hazelwood goes in, and he swings at it and smashes it back down the ground, and it's going to go for 4 this time. He was lucky he didn't clean up the umpire or the non-striker with that clout, but he managed to thread it through the field with a slog straight down the ground, and the 150 comes up for the West Indies. 9 for 153. Cop that.
It's more a 2020 shot, that, wasn't it? Than a
didn't miss the non-striker by much, did it?
Day 1 test match. Kemar Roach, reflexes still strong at 35 years old.
Yeah.
And,
wow.
Well, maybe this 68-run record partnership's in trouble here. You never know. It's a funny game, this cricket.
They've lifted the average.
Hazelwood again. Is this another strike? It's another swing and a miss. It goes over his shoulder down the leg side. Hazelwood getting sick of being thumped over mid-wicket and back down the ground. Bounced one, and he had a swat and missed out. So the innings lingers somehow for some time, and they've now added 20. What are we up to?
We're up to 20.
Yeah. 20 for the last wicket. Records at risk. Hazelwood goes in around the wicket. He gives himself room and has a go and misses it. Didn't get a bit of glove. It went past his body, his bat and his gloves and through to Carey. But he did show all 18 stumps that time.
It's remarkable. This time, hasn't he? He's backed away. Hazelwood's followed him. And, well, I think he's worked out that there's no point trying to get out of the way of them with the way he headbutted one a couple overs ago. So he may as well go down swinging.
Well, he could always try Yorker, I suppose, but doesn't seem to be the way a lot these days with tail-enders out there. Bowl it short, and they'll hit it up in the air eventually. Around the wicket he goes in and bowls a slower ball, and it's hammered away through the covers. It's going out towards the boundary. It won't reach the boundary, and a sliding stop by Labuschagne means they collected 2 runs with that bash through the covers. So a very productive over, 10 runs from it. Andrew Moore's going to join you. It's now a sparkling 9 for 155.
Australia versus the West Indies.
On your radio.
On digital. And the ABC Listen app.
They say I come and I go. Tell me all the ways you need me. I'm not here for long. Catch me or I go Houdini. I come and I go. Prove you got the right to please me. Everybody knows.
9 for 155 after probably the most entertaining over of the game. Shamar Joseph
He smashes his way to 19 off 18. Kamar Roach, 2 off 16. And Nathan Lyon will now bowl from the Cathedral end of Adelaide Oval. 9 for 155. Lyon 8 overs, none for 22. So we're still here, Tom, 12 minutes after the scheduled tea break. So they can go for another 18 minutes.
We certainly are. And well, it's a real bugbear of mine when the tail enders come in, and not many balls would have hit the stumps that they bowled to them, and then they get a couple away, and inevitably the quicks have gone short. And well, if it's good enough for the top order batters to attack that top of off, I don't see.
Here's Nathan Lyon bowling, and Kamar Roach joins the party. Slobs this over mid-wicket. That races away for 4. Well, this is old-fashioned tail-ender stuff. Kamar Roach greets Nathan Lyon rudely as he moves to 6. 9 for 159. But that argument that you're raising, we were talking about that all through the Sydney Test when that partnership of 86 for the 10th wicket. Amir Jamal and Mir Hamza. Lyon bowls. Kamar Roach plays and misses. Taken by Carey, who whips off the bails.
You know, it happens at all levels. You see it in club cricket, you see it in Sheffield Shield cricket. And if it's good enough to get the best batters in the other side out, then why wouldn't you stick with it against the very worst?
Here's Lyon, bowls to Kamar Roach, and he's forward defending.
Good cricket, that, isn't it? Hit the boundary and then beautiful defensive shot, get through the over.
Kamar Roach, 6 off 19, 9 for 159. So this partnership is worth 26. Lyon bowls to Roach, and he's forward defending. Dot ball. He taps the ball away to the keeper, Carey.
There's 42 to go to equal that record.
Should have brought my ABC cricket book down here with me to work out the Windies' best 10th wicket stand against Australia as Lyon bowls and Roach pushes away to short leg on the onside. Rick's got one. He'll have a look for us. Still, I'm sure they're a long way from achieving that, but from 9 for 133, reaching 160 didn't look at all likely. Roach on strike, last ball of the Lyon over is well fighted, and Kamar just defends it to Khawaja at cover to end the over. 4 off. Lyon 9 overs, done for 26. West Indies 9 for 159 with Shamar Joseph 19. Kamar Roach is not out on 6.
Well, like you said, it's been entertaining little period of cricket. Not a whole lot has happened throughout the day's play, and well, apart from wickets falling at regular intervals. As Josh Hazlewood, I'm a little bit surprised Pat Cummins has given up that potential 5-wicket opportunity. I guess he's got plenty of wickets throughout the summer, so he wouldn't be too fussed. And Josh Hazlewood now with the opportunity. I'd love to see them bring those 2 slips in a gully into play. A couple of straight Yorkers, attack those stumps.
I've got 10th wicket partnership details here that Rick's just showed me.
Well, 68 is the record. There you go.
This is against Australia, and it's Brendan Nash and Ravi Rampal, and that was the 2009-10 season right here at Adelaide Oval. Joel Garner and Colin Croft. Joel Garner could certainly handle a bat. They put on 56 in the 79-80 series at the Gabba, and IVA Richards, Viv Richards and Courtney Walsh, 53 for the 10th wicket at the MCG in 84-85. That must have been when Viv got that big 100. Well, he did that a number of times. Just talking to Carl Hooper out the back about Viv Richards. As Josh Hazlewood bowls and the left-handed Shamar Joseph allows it to pass outside the off stump.
It was interesting. Big Carl, we're talking about that 1-run victory. And he was saying, and this, or how today's gone, doesn't bode well for him. But he says it's time that the present guys rewrite that history. He's sick of talking about
need new memories,
what's happened in the past, and wants some newer memories to talk about from his West Indies side.
That was the most thrilling game of Test cricket. Hazlewood bowls. Down the track comes Joseph. Big swing, no ding. It missed everything. Bat stumps taken by Carey. I like the cut of his jib, though, this young bloke. He's having a crack, and he's hit a few off the middle, too.
He certainly has, and well, the field's spread now, isn't there? Deep point, mid-on, halfway back to the fence. Couple out on the pull and still looking to take it on.
He is second top score for the innings.
That's crazy, isn't it? So second top score on debut.
Number 11.
highly unlikely. I remember Nathan Lyon top scoring in a test match over in South Africa.
Hazelwood bowls, he gives himself room. He goes for Tonk. It's over mid-wicket. He's hit it magnificently for 6. Shamar Joseph doing his best Amir Jamal impression. He's 25, and it's now 9 for 165. This partnership up to 32.
And maybe that's why they're not bowling top of off, Maury. That's right out of the screws, and well, they're rocketing up this 10th wicket partnership record list, aren't they?
It's actually his highest first-class score now.
Wow. Well, it's only his 6th first-class game, right?
Yep.
So don't take it away from him. It's still a high score.
No, I'm loving it. He's 25 off 21. Down the track, swing and a miss. Outside the off stump. By the way, in the tea break, we're going to take you over to the historic scoreboard over there at the northern end of the ground that still looks magnificent. We'll talk to the operator in there, and we'll find out a little bit of history about that. We'll update the tennis, because at the moment the Demon, Alex de Minaur, is playing Matteo Arnaldi, and de Minaur's up 2 sets to love. So Ned Hall will keep us up to date with that. Tonight, Alex Poprin goes up against Novak Djokovic at the Rod Laver Arena. Meanwhile, here in Adelaide, Hazelwood bowls. Shamar Roach gave himself some room and elected not to play. It was well wide of off stump. And I'm laughing because Tom, you, myself and Stewie were watching a replay of a wicket at this ground in a one-day many years ago. I won't embarrass the New South Wales tail ender by mentioning his name, Lambert, you know it was you, as Sean Tate was in the middle of a dramatic spell. Lambert gave himself room, nearly ended up with a square leg umpire, didn't play a shot and got clean bowled.
I think Tatey took 6 or 7 for that game, which
he's on fire, wasn't he?
We didn't show in that highlight we saw.
Hazelwood bowls and no offer, just a legitimate leave from Shamar Joseph. He's got all the tricks. He's 25. End of the over. Australia has the West Indies at 9 for 165. And if the wicket doesn't fall, they'll go to tea in about 11 minutes from now. On the SMS 0467 920 222. It's sad to think, but I asked the question, will Steve Smith outscore the Windies in his own, with his own bat, asked Daria from St Albans. So it would be a fair innings from now. That may have been written when the 9th wicket fell, but interesting mentality for Steve Smith, as experienced as he is, and I think this is what his 106th test, Steve Smith. But for all of that, he's never opened before. So when that 9th wicket falls, I think you and I on together, Tom. Like all of a sudden now he's thinking about it. He's been around the traps though, as Lyon bowls, and a little tippy tap from Roach as he comes forward and defends with a dead bat.
It's quite funny how cricket pans out. He's come out and said he doesn't like waiting to bat. 9th wicket fell, well, 40 minutes ago now, didn't it? Yep. So first time as opener.
Lyon bowls to Kamar Roach, who's pushing it away to mid-off, but he can't pierce the field. Cummins picks up. Roach remains on 6.
Yeah, first time as opener, he's had this, what, 40-odd minutes. If the wicket falls, they're going to go to the tea breaks. There's another 20 minutes, and he's going to have to wait to open the batting, which is unusual.
Lyon bowls, and Roach is defending away on the onside. Caught it short leg, given not out. It was all pat. The catch was claimed by Head without any great enthusiasm. Lyon gave that traditional appeal with a one arm straight up in the air. Well, you'd think the ideal thing for him is if they bowl him out before tea, right? And so he's got the 20 minutes to prepare.
Absolutely.
But if they get to tea and then they come back out as Lyon bowls to Roach, it's well down the leg side. Nice take by Carey.
There's nothing more frustrating as a fielding side, and I can't speak for openers as I haven't done it a lot myself, but there'd be nothing worse than going to the tea break, coming out, getting a wicket first ball.
Around the wicket line on the sweep, Roach, and he gets it just fine between short leg and the keeper. And Steve Smith runs around from slip to pick up, and they'll take a leg by. One more to the West Indies total. They'll take it 9 for 166, having been 9 for 133. That after being 3 for 98. So we've seen some things happening dramatically and quickly through this day.
Certainly have.
What are we in, the 57th over of the day? 20 minutes after the scheduled tea break. So the over rate slow as usual, but the everything else has been entertaining. Lyon bowls. Shamar Roach tries a slog. It comes off almost the cue of the bat, short of short cover. The ball ricochets from Mitchell Marsh down to mid-off, and they'll go through for a run. So Joseph moves along to 26. 9 for 167. That's the end of Nathan Lyon's 10th over, 2 maidens, none for 27. 9 for 167. And I am pleased that Shamar Joseph keeps the strike for the next over.
Well, certainly.
How'd he get that run?
Exciting viewing, and yeah, you couldn't do that again if you tried. He looked to slog sweep it into the Gavin Wanganeen stand, and well, Mitch Marsh looked shocked at cover as the ball flew in his direction. And well, he's not going to die wondering here, Shamar Joseph, with just 8 minutes left till the new tea break time.
Sorry, Tommy. This is very different to what we saw in that 10th wicket stand at the SCG, because Amir Jamal was farming the strike. He was trying to keep Mir Hamza off strike and dominated that partnership. He scored 82, and that partnership, not that he scored all of them there, he came in at number 9, but of an 86-run stand, Mir Hamza only scored 7 of them. But here, Shamar Joseph is just going hell for leather, and Kamar Roach is trying to move things along himself. So there's 2 slips in the gully, a deep point, a mid-off, a wideish mid on Travis Head, deep square leg, and a deep backward square.
And a deep mid-wicket.
Oh, and a deep mid-well. Lost him in the crowd. You're right. So 3 deep on the onside. Hazelwood bowls to Joseph, gives himself room, swings into it, doesn't get all of it, but plays it importantly along the ground to deep mid-wicket. And he'll get a run to Labuschagne. So, and then he practices the shot. He's in uncharted territory in red ball cricket. He's only been playing cricket for a couple of years. And here he is at Adelaide Oval on 27 against the might of this Australian attack. And the Windies 9 for 168.
Well, it's crazy to think that, well, a year ago he was a security guard to try and pay the bills back home, and well, he's come out here, been cleaned up, hit in the face with a Mitchell Starc bouncer, and
yeah,
well, that's really clicked him into action, hasn't it?
Now the right-hander Roach on strike. Bat raised, Hazelwood bowls, and he defends off an inside edge down the line at square leg, and they scamper through for a single. That's good understanding between 2 players who would never have batted together. Roach moves to 7, 9 for 169, and Kamar Roach, he's been around the block. 35 years of age, and he's 7. He's chewed up 28 deliveries as the partnership goes to 36.
What a start to his career, Shamar Joseph. He burst onto the scene. They won the CPL with Guyana last year. They won their first CPL title, and I think it's the Dubai Capitals he just signed for to go and play for after this test tour.
Hazelwood to Joseph, comes down the track. It's a bouncer well wide of leg stump. Can't be wide though because of the room Joseph gave himself. In the end it misses everything, taken by Carey.
It was good work by Carey as he saw Joseph go and went with him. Otherwise there's potentially 4 more byes. It was that wide, Maury.
Tell you what, if Joseph bowls with the same pluck he's shown with a bat, the same spunk, he's going to be a favourite with these Australian crowds before very long at all.
He certainly was impressive in the tour match. It was interesting. Craig Brathwaite told us we had to wait and see, man, at how quick he was going to be. And
Hazelwood bowls down the track, he comes, and a windy woof from another short delivery. Hazelwood's not pitching anything up to him. He's over that. He's looking for a 5-wicket haul. He's got 4 for 39. But Shamar Joseph continues to thwart the Australians, either with nice powerful shots or frustrating them by swinging and missing. Alan from Penshurst writes, regarding slow over rates, it's simple. Hit them where it hurts on the scoreboard. Fines don't work for every over short. Just add 10 runs to the batting team's total. It'll change the landscape, make them bowl the required overs. 90 in a day isn't that hard. Thanks. I love listening to you guys. Good on you, Alan. The only fault in that theory is that the batting side is often as much to blame these days as the fielding side. Hazelwood bowls. Joseph gives himself room, lofts it away, down towards deep backward square. It's well fielded by Marsh, and they only get a single. He got low down onto a knee and just moved his hands to his right, Marsh, to prevent a boundary. Joseph 28, 9 for 170. It's all the glove changes and the chatting between wickets and so on. The batters, they're not as culpable as the fielding side, obviously, but they do play a role.
I imagine they would be if you get 10 runs for every over then. You'd be changing your gloves a few more times. You're having a little longer chat.
Yeah, good call.
About who's up in row 17 in between overs. And trying to milk a few extra runs.
Last ball of the Hazelwood over, bowling to Kamar Roach, and Roach plays it away on the offside. It's between gully and point, and it races away for 4 in front of the Sir Edwin Smith stand. What a tail-end resistance this is. Roach 11, the partnership 41, and at the end of the over, the West Indies move along to 9 for 174, and incredibly, Tom, at 3:07 p.m. local time, they've probably only got one over to survive, and they've made it to an extended tee.
Yeah,
what the?
He's looking that way, and, well, we laughed that 68 was out of the question. But the way they're going, if Lowen gets through this and they get a couple overs for tee, they may have broken the record before they go off for that break. And, well, the wait continues for Steve Smith, the opener.
Lyon bowling. He's got 2.5 minutes to complete the over. Around the wicket, Joseph down the track, and the inside edges it onto Pat. So he's not worried about getting to a tee break, Shamar Joseph. He tried to clear the scoreboard.
Well, he knows we've got a few of the boys up there, don't we? They might get a catch in a minute, the way Shamar Joseph is looking to play.
Aaron Bryans and Fletcher Doherty, they're both in there from the grandstand team. Lyon bowls, cutting the miss taken by Carey. Very near off stump. Nathan Lyon, and his 11th over. It's a wicketless stint for him.
But once again, we get to the point, how many balls have hit the stumps? They follow him when he backs away. It's getting caught up in the situation.
Lyon well flighted, and Joseph this time comes perfectly forward in defence, and Lyon will end up picking it up on the onside. So 3:08 p.m. 3 balls left in the over. And there's no craft. There's no going down and gardening and tapping this and that and trying to extend this out. He's just having the time of his life, Shamar Joseph. 28 from 32. Lyon into him. He gives himself room, and is that off the edge past the leg stump? It's heading down towards fine leg. They come back for a second run. They'll head back for a third run. It's a long chase for Steve Smith. They do get 3. No, with their buys. Did he just rule buys, or was that the non-arm in the air?
2 left for the over, he signalled. And
so it's off the inside edge, clearly from Joseph. So he's into the 30s. It's 177, 9 for 177. Joseph moves to 31 at 3:09. That probably ensures this will be the last over come hell or high water before tea.
It certainly will. And he was herring between the wickets looking for the 4th, Shamar Joseph.
Now Line back over the wicket to Kamar Roach, who's forward defending. Well bowled is the call from Alex Carey, and there's 1 ball left in the session. Loving the last wicket partnership by the West Indies. I guess it's because I'm out of love with their Australian team and selectors #Team Bancroft.
From Melbourne.
Megs in Melbourne. Thank you, Megs. To send us a text 0467 920 222. Well, I'm not as emotional about any of that, but like Megs, I'm cheering for this partnership too. It's plucky, it's courageous, and it's pulling the West Indies out of an absolute mire.
Well, it's been the highlight of the day so far, hasn't it? It's been exciting. It's got the crowd involved. I'm sure it's got the viewers at home involved. And
last ball of the session. Lyon bowls to Kamar Roach, and he's forward, defends it, runs it backward a point. Cameron Green picks up. What an effort. They've survived the 30-minute extension. Shamar Joseph and Kamar Roach with a 44-run partnership from 64 deliveries. Joseph 31 off 33, Roach 11 off 31, 9 for 177. There's no doubt, Tom Cooper, that's been Australia's session. But what a great effort by these 10 and 11 batsmen over the last 3/4 of an hour.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it, I guess, adds a bit of respectability.
Just before you go on, Tom, for those of you listening in WA, you ready for the country hour? Enjoy that now. For the rest, we continue on. Sorry, Tom.
It adds some respectability, and well, it's still well below par here at the Adelaide Oval, but a little bit of frustration and a bit of momentum for the West Indies that hopefully, we assume a wicket will fall shortly after the break, but hopefully they can take some of that momentum into their bowling innings, and, well, they're going to need to pick up some early Australian wickets if they're going to fight their way back into this game.
Rick Finlay.
The median score for West Indies Test batsman on debut is 11.
Really?
It's only 11. Shamar Joseph has scored almost 3 times that already.
Wow, at number 11.
Well, this has been an extraordinary partnership so far of, what did I say, 44 runs for the West Indies. All right, the tale of the tape. West Indies sent into bat before lunch, lost Tangerine Chanderpool, Court Green, bowled Cummins for 6. Craig Brathwaite bowled by Pat Cummins for 13. And then Alec Athanaze bowled by Josh Hazlewood, becoming his 250th Test victim for 13 of 31. 3 for 52, and at lunch they were 3 for 64. They moved it along to 3 for 98 before Kevin Hodge was out. Court Green bowled Hazlewood for 12, and then the collapse. 4 for 98 became 5 for 107. Kirk McKenzie caught behind off Hazlewood for 50. Batted really well, 94 deliveries and 7 fours. Then Justin Graves on debut caught it covered by Khawaja off Hazlewood for 5, 6 for 108. Joshua De Silva caught headed deep squared leg, pulling Pat Cummins out for 6. And it was 7 for 132, 8 for 133. Then when Gudakesh Moti was caught a point by Nathan Lyon off Stark for 1. And then Alzari Joseph caught by Smith at second slip off Cummins for 14. It was 9 for 133 at T, 9 for 177 after 59 overs, with Roach 11 of 31 deliveries with 2 fours. And Shamar Joseph, the youngster on debut, 31 from 33 with 3 fours and a 6. Aussie bowling figures: Mitchell Stark 12 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 37. Josh Hazlewood 15 overs, 6 maidens, 4 for 44. Pat Cummins 15 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 36. Nathan Lyon 11 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 30. Mitch Marsh 2 overs, a maiden, none for 5. And Cameron Green 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 12. There are 15 extra, 12 byes, a leg bye and 2 wides. The Windies at tea, 9 for 177. It's been entertaining, Tommy, that's for sure.
Yeah, it certainly has. It's been, well, disappointing if you're a West Indies fan, but, well, you never know if they can put on another 40 or so after the break. Get up over 200, at least it gives their bowlers something to bowl at. But like you said, it's been Australia's day so far.
All right, grandstand at tea is coming up. Thank you, Tom. We'll look forward to hearing from you in the final session with our array of experts, including Ian Bishop, Stewie Clark and Carl Hooper here on Grandstand Cricket. It's tea on day 1. West Indies 9 for 177. Grandstand at tea to come, but let's get the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Tom Melville. Chinese officials have suggested a Japanese warship might have been responsible for sonar pulses that left Australian Navy divers with minor injuries. The Navy divers were working on HMAS Toowoomba in international waters off the Japanese coast last November when they were forced to leave the water due to sonar pulses from a nearby boat. Australia's military has said the pulses came from a Chinese warship, labelling the incident unsafe and unprofessional. But China has consistently rejected that assertion, and its ambassador to Australia, Xiao Qian, has now suggested the pulses may have come from a Japanese ship.
At that moment, there was a third country boat nearby. Whether or not there was sonar from the other side, other party, we're not sure. Perhaps our Australian colleagues can find out really what's the truth.
Israeli tanks have returned to parts of northern Gaza they had left earlier as a new aid deal is brokered. Linda Gruen has more.
2 weeks after Israel announced it's scaling back its operations in the north, massive explosions could be seen over northern areas of Gaza. Israel says its forces have killed dozens of Hamas fighters in clashes on Gaza's northern fringe. It comes as the U.S. Middle East envoy has held what the White House called very serious and intensive discussions about a possible deal to release more hostages held by Hamas in Gaza. It says it's hopeful the talks will lead to a positive outcome. Qatar and France have meanwhile brokered a deal between Israel and Hamas for aid to be delivered to civilians in Gaza in exchange for medication for Israeli hostages.
An update into the investigation of a fatal plane crash over Port Phillip late last year has revealed that 2 training jets clipped wings before one plunged into the water south of Melbourne, killing 2 men on board. Michael Oregon reports.
The Australian Transport Safety Bureau's preliminary report says the aircrafts known as Viper 1 and Viper 2 were performing a manoeuvre which was being filmed for an upcoming documentary when their wings collided. Viper 2, which passed underneath Viper 1, suffered significant damage to its right wing. Pilot Stephen Gale and cameraman James Rose were on board. Both died when the jet crashed into the water off Mornington. The other aircraft, Viper 1, which was inverted at the time of the impact, suffered minor damage and was able to return to Essendon Airport. A final report will be released at the end of the investigation.
AI experts say authorities will need to move fast to keep up with the rapid growth of artificial intelligence. As part of the federal government's new plan for AI, an expert advisory committee will be established to guide the development of mandatory rules for high-risk technologies. They could require independent testing before and after release, ongoing audits and mandatory labelling where AI has been used. University of Sydney Professor Toby Walsh says one of the initial challenges will be to define what is and what is not high-risk AI.
As an example, when we adopted social media, we thought it was low risk. We thought it was just about making friends. Turned out it was about influencing elections. So it is a really powerful technology with really large extent. So it's very hard to know the unexpected consequences of some of these technologies.
A developer has been slapped with an order to repair a serious defect in a 900-unit complex in northern Sydney. Tony Ibrahim reports.
The New South Wales Building Commission says repair works are needed at a 4-block apartment complex at Halifax Street in Macquarie Park to prevent it from fracturing and collapsing. It's issued developer Greenland with a rectification order after finding serious damage in a concrete slab joining the basement and ground floor. It says the damage could undermine the building structure and claims it was caused by poor workmanship. Developer Greenland has been ordered to fix the defect within 8 months.
In the tennis, Australia's top-ranked player Alex de Minaur is off to a strong start in his second-round match at the Australian Open in Melbourne. The 10th seed has won the first 2 sets against Italian Matteo Arnaldi, 6-3, 6-love, and Australian qualifier Storm Hunter has won the first set 6-4 in her clash against German Laura Siegemund. Earlier, 6th seed Ons Jabeur was knocked out of the Grand Slam in straight sets by 16-year-old Mira Andreeva. The teenager has told reporters she was nervous heading into the match. In other results, Italian 4th seed Yannick Sinner has advanced through to the third round 6-2, 6-2, 6-2, winning against Netherlands qualifier Jesper de Jong. You're up to date with the latest ABC News.
Conversations.
Spend an hour in the life of someone else.
We need to cross a bridge. Suddenly, I just had one scream and I'm falling down somewhere.
Someone who has seen and done remarkable things.
My next recollection, someone, believe it or not, in Israel, screaming in perfect Russian, "Do you remember who you are?"
Hear the latest conversations.
Weekday mornings from 11 on ABC Radio.
Or anytime on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket, Australia and the West Indies, live from the Adelaide Oval. Grandstand Cricket.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
And thanks for sticking with us in the tea break. I'm Andrew Moore here at Adelaide Oval, where the West Indies are supplying some thrills at the 10th wicket stand, unbroken of 44. And the Windies are 9 for 177. They resumed after lunch at 3 for 64. They reached 3 for 98, but then Josh Hazlewood triggered the collapse by dismissing Kevin Hodge.
Hazlewood start a new over, bowling in at Hodge, and Hodge forward to drop off the edge out. Caught in the gully. He didn't get over the bounce, and he's edged the ball to Green in the gully.
A bright spot was Kirk McKenzie in just his second test match, coming in at number 3, posted a half-century.
Lyons in again. Forward he goes to drive. Yes, yes. And take one because mid-off is back, and that's a half-century for Kirk McKenzie. His first half-century in Test cricket. And he waves his back to the crowd away in the distance.
He ended up not going past that. He was out to Hazlewood for 50. Greaves came and went on debut for 5. And Josh De Silva, the West Indies keeper, threw his wicket away against Pat Cummins. Well, that game, by the way, is over in New Zealand. There's a hook shot here from De Silva to square leg, and he's out. Gee, that's a poor shot. He's caught by Travis Head at deep square leg. He holed out. Josh De Silva just said, "Here's your plan, Australia. I'll hand it to you on a silver platter." But the shining light came from number 11 on debut, Shamar Joseph. He goes into the tea break, not out on 31, and his innings featured this. Hazlewood bowls. He gives himself room. He goes the tonk. It's over mid-wicket. He's hit it magnificently for 6. Shamar Joseph doing his best Amir Jamal
expression. He's 25, and it's now 9 for 165. This partnership up to 32. 9 for 177, Joseph. 31, Kamar Roach not out, 11. Now we're going to head to the Adelaide scoreboard shortly, but there's plenty going on in Melbourne after a rainy start to the day. Day 4 of the Australian Open. Matt Clinch, who's been calling the action and hosting the coverage over there at Melbourne Park. Clinchy, welcome back, mate. There's good news. The 10th seed in the men's has cruised through to the 3rd round.
Yeah, there certainly is, Andrew. It was a demon demolition in the end. Alex de Minaur has reached the 4th round once here before at the Australian Open. He's into the 3rd round after cruising past Matteo Analdi, 6-3, 6-love, 6-3. At one stage, he was on a 11-game winning streak through that 2nd set and early in the 3rd set. So 2 hours and 1 minute for Australia's top seed on the men's side to advance through to the 3rd round. So a great result for him. The shock upset of the day happened when the 6th seed from Tunisia, Ons Jabeur, was beaten by a young 16-year-old. Mira Andreevich won 6-love, 6-2. It took her just 54 minutes, and certainly announcing herself in Melbourne after making a great start to her career. She played in the girls' final last year, not qualifying for the main draw. She certainly announced herself here in Melbourne through to the 3rd round. The other result today, Yannick Sinner, the Italian 4th seed, have a good win in 1 hour and 43 minutes over the Netherlands' Jesper de Gong, 6-2, 6-2, 6-2. And Caroline Wozniacki, the 2018 Australian Open champion, unfortunately her Australian Open campaign has come to an end. Maria Tefea winning 1-6, 6-4, 6-1. So despite dropping the 1st set, was able to come back and win the next 2 sets to advance through in 3 sets. So we have 8 Australians who are through to the 2nd round. Alex de Minaur becomes the first who goes through to the 3rd round. And all eyes tonight are on Alexei Popyrin as he takes on Novak Djokovic. So we saw Djokovic in 4 sets on the opening night against the young Croatian qualifier. Can Alexei Popyrin challenge him? At the moment, you'd love this, Moy. We've just jumped out to follow Storm Hunter, who's locked at a set all against Laura Sigamont, the German. So Ned Hall's in action, calling the action, and Storm Hunter leads 4-1 in the 3rd set. So the ABC Listen app, just click on the Australian Open button. We'll keep you across all the storylines throughout the day and the night.
That'd be amazing if Storm Hunter can win again. All right, good man, Clinchy. Thank you, mate. Enjoy the remains of the day there at the Australian Open with so much going on. Here it's T with the score 9 for 177. Andrew Moore with you on grandstand at T. Now we're featuring the famous Adelaide scoreboard. As we look across, it remains a favourite of all of ours. It was completed in 1911. 1911. It's operated over 4 levels internally and includes every piece of information you get. It's a wonderful scoreboard. And we can cross to Simon Crompton inside the Adelaide scoreboard. Simon, how are you doing?
Good, thank you, Andrew. Very well. How are you?
Mate, I love modern technology on the oldest scoreboard that there is, and we're talking on a landline to each other like we're next door. How good?
Yeah, it's great, mate. It's great it's still here. I think it gets more popular every year with the cricket fans around the world and other sporting people. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here today and working.
I was offered the opportunity to head around and see you guys last Test match, last summer, but it was a stinking hot day. How hot does it get in there?
Look, mate, I was born in the 60s. I don't know what an air conditioner is, but no, it's quite all right. We're well hydrated in here. There's plenty of flowing air if required, and yeah, all of us get through a day's play.
So with 4 levels, Simon, how many of you are staffing the scoreboard at any one time?
Yeah, there's 5 people in here today. Myself on the fieldsman's lights. We've got someone on total, another person on batsman, as well as a person operating the bowlers.
Okay, so you've got it all covered, and you're constantly talking to each other, like
certainly are. Yeah, certainly are. We're talking as each shot's played and runs are scored. We're putting in the full of wicket, so we all join each other from the top floor and work our way down to the bottom floor as the wickets fall.
Now, the once in a blue moon where the scoreboard might be off, it might be they haven't noticed a leg by or something, or a call from an umpire. What's the process about getting that fixed? Because obviously you guys want to get it right all the time.
Yeah, look, if something is missed like that, I've actually got a light that I signal to the umpire. Mm-hmm. He'll signal me for a sundry. If it is missed, I have the official scorers that can call me. And there's another guy called Laurie Colliver that's very good in letting me know if something's off on the board.
I was just talking to Laurie out the back, actually, as the tea break started. You mentioned something, Simon, which I still think is a wonderful thing on a scoreboard, the lights that go up next to the fielders. I'm not sure where else we get that anymore. ID's a little bit easier these days with players having numbers on their back, but is that one of the tough things for ID, particularly with visiting teams?
Look, it is very tough. Fortunately, the West Indies had a warm-up game at Karen Rolton Oval. I attended that match, and I write quite a bit of notes about what shoe company they wear, whether they have an earring or a sweatband. I write things down about their gait when they're fielding. So I'm pretty well prepared.
Sounds very similar to the job we do. You've got to be across the
And the Windies had a practice session on Sunday and Tuesday here at the Oval. I attended that, and I took more notes. So, I'm pretty well prepared.
Yeah. So how long have you been working there?
This will be my 18th summer.
18th, okay. And are there a lot of long-termers there?
My off-sider Jim's been here with me for 17, and the other guys have probably done a decade. So, yeah.
Gee, my Jim off-sider over here has been here for 50.
Right.
Jim Maxwell powering on.
Yeah, I know that voice and name very well.
Yeah, for sure. What about food? I mean, how do you have to bring your own, or do you get private catering to all 4 levels? How does it work?
Well, when I started, we used to have the same lunch as the players had for their lunch, so that was very enjoyable. It was brought to us on a golf cart and delivered. But these days the stadium management look after us. We get half-price food from the kiosks. And a few of us bring our own, munchies here and there.
But you're not going hungry. That's the good news.
No, not at all.
We've both got to get back to work, mate. Thanks so much for the job you do. It's always just awesome here, and it's testimony to you and your team, mate. Well done, and thank you for joining us.
All right. I hope to see you up here next summer, Andrew.
Hey, sounds good. Well, we've got a few days to go. I might come around. I'd love to see you guys.
All right. You're welcome.
All right. There's a look at the inside of the Adelaide Oval scoreboard, a verbal look, if you like. All right, players are coming back onto the field. Can this dramatic 9th wicket partnership continue? It's worth 44. The West Indies 9 for 177. And Ian Bishop is to join Jim Maxwell. Hello, Jimmy. Did you have a nice tea break?
I've had a very relaxing tea break. I missed out on Ali's cake because I was eating something else, but I'll catch up. And you need to catch up too.
I'm going to have some cake right now.
You're fading. You really needed to work on your condition for the winter. When everyone goes into hibernation, except Andrew, because he's working on the footy. Now, he's left his binoculars there. How much longer can this unusual last wicket partnership survive? Shimar Joseph's played some exhilarating strokes. Not all orthodox. I don't think any of them have been orthodox, but he's watching and he's waiting because Cummins is running in with the ball and he swings and misses. It was wide of the off stump. Ian Bishop's coming alongside me. Entertaining, you'd have to say.
Courageous as well, from Shimar Joseph on debut. When he got hit on the helmet, I know a number of other number 11s around the world who would have backed away and given the ghost up. He hasn't done that. He's fought fire with fire. I don't know how much longer we'll see him coming in at 11 for the West Indies down the road, but he's shown great courage.
So he bats a bit higher in other matches. In first-class cricket, he's waiting for Cummins, who runs in, and he swings at this and drives it inside out away towards deep cover, and they'll get a couple of runs. He got enough of it to pierce the field between extra cover mid-off, and that's 2 more. He's 33.
Jim,
so this is a record?
It is a record for the record score by number 11 for a West Indian on debut.
24, Devendra Bishu before that.
Well, I've got Shane's Shillingford, 31 not out, but it was in the second innings. He got a first ball duck to Mitchell Stark in the first innings.
Well, it's helping the cause. 9 for 179. He gets a bouncer and ducks underneath it, and he gets out of the way. So Australia have just been a little put off by all of this, and they've been trying, right, bowl one short, bowl one up, hope for the outside edge. Not too many have been right up in the block hole.
Yeah, that's the one thing, particularly when Josh Hazlewood was operating just before the interval, that I thought he might have searched for that Yorker, gone to his white ball skills, even little cutters into the pitch a little bit more often, keeping a peripheral eye on the feet of Shamar Joseph.
Yeah, he's been dancing and swinging at the ball. Cummins bowls to him and he swings into this. Up and over she goes, over mid-on and down towards the boundary. It won't get that far. It will be chased and collected out there by Labuschagne, and a couple more for the adventurous Joseph. He moves along to 35 and the score to 181. He's played that shot a couple of times, as well as a few whooshes, slogs down the ground, deep mid-wicket. There are now 4 men on the boundary. That's showing respect for the number 11. 4 men on the boundary on the onside for Cummins. He runs in around the wicket and he gives himself room, swats and misses. Yes, you just wonder about the length of some of these deliveries at this point. I mean, you know he's going to give himself a bit of room. Why not just bowl full and straight?
Well, it's understanding when he'll give himself a bit of room, because remember early in the over he stood his ground and hit it over mid-off. So what I'm saying is, as you get into your Garth and Cummins and Hazlewood and these guys know this better than most, you're keeping a peripheral view on the batter's feet to see whether he's tailing out or whether he's staying his ground, and that dictates your delivery.
So a spread field, he's on 35, and Joseph this time swings and misses at a ball wide of the off stump, and another over goes by and this partnership lingers on. 9 for 181. What's that worth now, Rick, for the last wicket? Must be pushing up to the half century. What have they got?
48.
48. Well, it's going to be another record of some sort as it goes on. But 9 for 181 is better than 9 for 133.
Yeah, it's a good recovery. And we go back to semantics again, and a colleague of mine was saying tail-enders are doing this, and I say it's semantics, but I prefer to hear the word lower order batters, because unless you're Australian, you've got 3 or 4 or 5 world-class batters at the top. The West Indies need 1 to 11 to be contributing to their batting effort. I would say in the modern game, there's no longer come in, swing, go and sit down. Everyone has to be able to improve their batting.
Yeah. Well, Kamal Roach has been around these partnerships over the years of his experience. Let's see if he can continue to keep this partnership rolling along. Lyon is going to bowl again with 3 men deep on the onside. A slip in a short leg, short mid-wicket. He bowls it to Roach. Roach carefully forward. He's got an organised game. He can defend. And he looks all right when he's defending like this.
He's done it a lot over his career. He won't often play the big shots, but he'll soak up deliveries.
That's what he's doing against Lyon, who bowls to him again, and he has a swing and he gets hold of it. That's gone for 6 over mid-wicket. It's a big hit, swatted away to the Sir Edwin Smith stand. He got in and under, and there was like the big bash crowd catch for you, my boy. And the 50 partnership comes up with that 6. It's 9 for 187.
Yeah, just hitting with the spin. And we've seen in the Caribbean that occasionally he can do this, but by his own choice, whenever he comes out to bat, he tends to just try to create a partnership. Himself and Jaden Seals formed a really good partnership a couple of years ago in Pakistan and Jamaica, won the test match.
Lyon comes in again, and Roach carefully forward to a length delivery, playing with respect. Good selection so far. He's moved to 17, and the number 11 is 35, and this has helped turn around a very mediocre batting performance after lunch, when the West Indies went from 3 for 98 to 9 for 133. We know wickets fall in clumps quite often in Test cricket, but yeah, there's seemed a few wasted there as he goes around the wicket, and Roach pushes the ball down in front of him. Yes, the dismissal of Mackenzie was a kind of trigger that opened it all up. Well, before that, I guess. Anyway, whatever it was relentless bowling to an extent and maybe loose batting, but now it's Roach defending at his feet to short leg. What did you make of that collapse?
I just think that is how this bowling attack operates over 1,300 plus wickets. They're always at you.
Yeah. Well, they're still at them, but they're still going, and Roach now punches the ball into the covers, and it's fielded there. So we're going to have some more entertainment potentially with Joseph to face the bowling. 9 for 187, and that's 54 runs added for this last wicket.
Yes, I mean, it's not unexpected. So you've got to, as we said earlier, you've got to do the right things over and over and over against. It sort of reminds me of a West Indies bowling attack in the 80s with Holding and Marshall and Roberts and Garner. There was no relenting from either end. We didn't have a Nathan Lyon. And so this young West Indies lineup will learn from it. They'll learn what it takes to succeed against the best bowling attack in the world game and hopefully be better for it going through the series and going forward in their careers.
Well, here we go. Let's see how much longer they can progress as Cummins around the wicket and Roach waits, watches, pushes, gets a single. Well run. Just knocked the ball quietly to the right of cover and sped off. Smart batting from the young fella. He's 36. 36. Is that top score? No, Mackenzie made 50, of course. But it's a good score, whatever. In the circumstances, Cummins and Hazlewood have each taken 4 wickets in this innings, but they're finding this last one a little awkward to get. And Australia have had a flawless day in the field. They haven't dropped a catch, and they've taken a couple of sharp ones. So what will Roach do? Can he steer the bowling away here as Cummins runs in and he's forward defending quietly away out and to cover. So Steve Smith's standing there in the slips. He must be wondering when he will be rushing off the field to get the pads on, because for the last hour or so most of us have been thinking, well, what's the next exciting thing that's going to happen here today? Steve Smith batting. But not yet. And this is good stuff from the Windies, given the mediocrity of their total at 9 for 133. Cummins tries again. He runs up to Roach. Roach is forward and says wait as he clips the ball down to Hazlewood, who's out there at mid-on. So Roach with 17, one of the most experienced West Indies players of recent times. He and, what were you saying, he and Brathwaite have played, what, 150, 60 test matches between them. It's quite impressive up against the numbers of the rest in the side. Who
166, 69 by the others.
Yeah. Hazlewood, Cummins bowls, beats the edge of the bat, a probing bat. And the ball's just occasionally doing something here, which would be encouraging, of course, for the West Indies bowlers.
Yeah, and that is exactly it. It won't do something every ball, but again, what you're trying to teach young bowlers when they come, and Roach knows this better than most, Alzari Joseph is learning it, is you look at the strike rates of the best bowlers in the world. It's never a wicket every 6 balls. If you play long enough, it's going to be a wicket every 40 balls, every 50 balls, every 60 deliveries.
Cummins is trying to do that. He runs in. Roach gets a bouncer, ducks underneath it. Well done. And Roach, with all his experience, knows keep him out here as long as you can. As long as you can. Just keep finding a way to foozle a few more runs and annoy, frustrate the Australians after the West Indies was sent in this morning. 3 for 64, 3 for 98, then the collapse, and now this revival of sorts in the last wicket partnership. Cummins tries again. Here he comes. He bowls to Roach, and Roach is forward. Length delivery right up there, aimed at the pads, and that's another over gone by. And what are we going to do? Stick with line. We're 9 for 188, and Joseph at number 11 is 36 not out. So will be line to continue down there. No joy for him so far. Yes, it looks like he'll continue. Cummins may have in his mind he's going to go back to all pace, but Lyon will be bowling to the number 11, the left-hander, and he's coming in around the wicket, and Joseph goes forward. He's hit on the pad and a field for LBW out. Umpire Menning's finger went up. Now there'll be a review, of course. This is the process most of the time. He was leaning forward. Was it the right height, direction, all of those things? The umpire thought so. And the batsman, understandably, would review that because it might be bouncing over the stumps or missing.
First, please. Well, the great thing about technology is that it gives us a very precise understanding of where the ball would have travelled instead of conjecture. You know, so it hit him below the knee roll, so it has to miss the stump completely if Joseph is to survive.
There's a chance of that at the Adelaide Oval, but we will see in a moment. The revs he gets on the ball, that overspin, it may be going over the stumps. It'll be interesting to see this because, as you suggest, it's hitting around the knee roll. There's no doubt about it striking him in line. Where was the ball going? That's the big question that's being asked now as we go through the processes, the protocols. And they're just checking to see if there was anything on the inside edge before we go elsewhere, and there doesn't seem to be any intervention. And they keep going over and over the ball striking the pad as it passes the bat. What are they looking for on that spike? Anyway, I think we're going to wicket now. Was it hitting? If it is, he's out. Yep, clipping the leg stump, the top of the leg stump. Enough of it hitting this leg stump, and that is out. Lyon gets the last wicket. 188 all out. And Joseph, star performer with the bat when it looked like the innings was going to finish with a very paltry total. At least they've got to 188. Ian Bishop, what do you think of that?
A good effort from Australia, because when they won the toss this morning and chose to bowl first, it was not to universal approval of those here at the Adelaide Oval, but Pat Cummins and his bowlers, Josh Hazlewood, contributing from Nathan Lyon and Mitchell Stark, have dismissed the West Indies. And that last wicket partnership, of course, showed some character which they'll need to apply with the ball. But generally, I think, a good job from Australia.
So 188 all out. Remember, sent in to bat, and Australia will have 30 or so overs, if we get through them before the end of the day, maybe 25. But I'll just go through the details of the board with the toss going the way of Australia and Pat Cummins deciding it was worth having a bowl, and it didn't look all that exciting for Australia at lunch, but after lunch they crashed through the West Indies middle order, and they've been dismissed for 188. So Chanderpaul, the first batsman out, was caught very skillfully overhead by Green in the gully from the bowling of Cummins for 6, and Braithwaite was bowled by Hazlewood. I'll just grab this score sheet. The ball that came back and hit the top of the off stump. Yes, Braithwaite bowled by Cummins for 13. Mackenzie eventually out caught. Carey bowled Hazlewood after making 50. Athanase was bowled by Hazlewood, let it go for 13. Hodge caught by Green, going at a ball from Hazlewood. Another sharp catch, well taken in the gully. He was out for 12. Graves caught by Labuschagne off Hazlewood at cover for 5. De Silva tugged at a short ball from Cummins, and Head took the catch in the deep. He made 6. Azari Joseph caught by Smith at second slip off Cummins for 14. Moti caught by Lyon off Stark without scoring. And then after an excellent partnership of 55 for the last wicket, which included 15 extras, Joseph LBW Lyon for 36 Roach was 17 not out. Down the bowling list, 6 bowlers used. Stark, 12 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 37. Hazelwood, 15 overs, 6 maidens, 4 for 44. Cummins, 17 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 41. Lyon, 12.1 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 36. Marsh, 2 overs for 5, and Green, 4 overs for 12. So, expectations. What expectations should we have about the last period of the first day? It still looks as though, with a heavy roller pounding away at the pitch, as if there's something there. What have the West Indies got to offer with the ball?
Well, you look towards 2 guys first and foremost. Alzarri Joseph, who will, once he continues playing Test cricket, will supersede Kemar Roach as the leader of the attack. But for now, by dint of statistics, Kemar Roach is the elder statesman. So they'll be hoping, with Roach's ability to get something out of a new ball, Alzarri Joseph to bowl a good, consistent length at pace if his rhythm is right. And then you've got Gudakesh Moti, who is a very good left-arm spinner who can do a holding job for you or attack later in the Test match. Shamar Joseph is in his initial Test match, so I don't want to place too much emphasis on him, but I'm waiting to see how he can strive and show character against this Australian batting line.
What have you seen of him so far that gives you the impression that he can cut it playing at this level?
The intangibles is a high level of fitness, very strong, very determined, mentally strong, and sharp, skiddy. So I'm hoping that if he hits, and Pat Cummins is perhaps taller, but a good example for him to look at in terms of working away on a good length as he gets into his international career. So the pace, the fitness, and the ability to do something with the ball, which he's shown in his early stages of first-class cricket, is what I'm looking at.
Thank you, Bish. Let's get an update while we have a moment or two before the Steve Smith show, if it is one, comes out to play as an opening batsman for the first time. We'll go over to a Ned Hall at Melbourne Park, where the Australian Open's taking place for round 2 action. Ned.
Hello, Jim. Yes, and over on John Cain Arena, Storm Hunter has just won and moved into the 3rd round of the competition. She's taken 3 sets to do it, but she's just this second beaten Laura Siegmund of Germany 6-4, 3-6, 6-3 to move through to the 3rd round for the first time ever in her career. Fantastic performance by the world #1 doubles player to make it through to this stage of the competition, having actually had to come through qualifying to get there. We've already seen wins today for Alex de Minaur. Yannick Sinner has also had a win in the men's draw, whilst in the women's draw, huge upset where Mira Andreeva, the 16-year-old, has knocked out the 6th seed, Ons Jabeur. So that's the latest from Melbourne Park. Back to you, Jim.
We've had a quick changeover of seats here, Ned, and it's Ali. just to throw everybody. Thank you very much for that. It's still the innings break here at Adelaide Oval, but the West Indies team are already gathering at the boundary rope. I can see the flag being held aloft by one of the mascots, getting ready to come out. And we'll see their bowling efforts having been bowled out for 188 on this first day in the 63rd over of the innings. 4 wickets apiece for Cummins and for Hazelwood. Australia frustrated by a 10th wicket stand of 55 between Shamar Joseph and Kemar Roach, the 2 bowlers who will have a key role to play in the remainder of this sun-drenched day here at Adelaide Oval. Ian Bishop is alongside me, former bowling great for the West Indies. I'm not going to say you're great, Bishop. You're great in our eyes. You are too modest. Heavy roller is going up and down here, but we've seen what Shamar Joseph can do with bat. It's not his primary role in the side, but he's really played a fine hand. Kemar Roach, though, will open alongside Alzarri Joseph as the 2 senior bowlers.
Yeah, I think Roach at age 35 now at reduced pace is best with the new ball in hand. It gives him the best chance of success. His away record, and particularly his record in Australia, is not strong, so he needs that new ball. Alzarri Joseph is the one who needs to take the mantle and run with it. 1 5-wicket haul in Test match cricket. I think he's better than that, so hopefully the second tour of Australia for him will show him bowling a good length using the short ball when he needs to. He gets bounce off the surface, and then you bring Shamar Joseph to bowl in and around those two senior bowlers, and Gudakesh Moti will do a holding job for you. Justin Graves bowls a little bit of medium pace, well, more than a little bit, quite decent medium pace. So all of those are going to have to come into play.
So there are some options on what is not a hot day. It's been a beautiful day out there, actually. There is a little bit of a breeze, which I think that may assist the bowlers. It's blowing across the ground.
Yeah, well, I always looked at that whenever I turned up at any facility. I hated bowling into the wind, so I used to try to get the easier option, which Curtly Ambrose would have grabbed in the first place, anything with wind at his back. The other one is Copen Hodge bowls some left-arm spin as well, so I don't know which end Roach will choose, but it gives them, in an abbreviated session, the chance to come in, express themselves with discipline. Australia's given up a few chances with their batting at the top of the order in recent weeks, so try to exploit that by hitting the top of the off stump and bowling that good length as you stop.
Well, here is also then the next phase in the storied career of Steve Smith, because he's walking out to bat now. He's halfway out to the middle at the age of 34. A big switch up to the top of the order. A new challenge for him. Some would say, yeah, it's not that much different to batting at 3. You can often be in early facing the new ball, but it would be, wouldn't it? Because he's just had to stand in the field thinking about opening for the whole of that 83 ball stand. So he's had a bit of a wait.
Yeah, and look, I think it's a brave decision. That's my 2 cents about it, because usually you find at age 35, batters tend to either hold their position or move down the order. Steve Smith has decided to go up the order, but he's been such an excellent player. I want to know what defines success for him in this West Indies series, though. Such a young bowling lineup. What defines success for him? Because if he rattles off, let's say, 200s, people will say, well, you're supposed to do that against the West Indies. If he doesn't get as many runs, people will say, you see, you shouldn't have opened the batting. So what defines success for him?
Because only he can answer that question. But certainly runs, he would say, you've still got to score them. No matter what the attack, you've still got to stay out there in the middle, not give your wicket away. You've still got to earn those runs. And he's earned plenty throughout the course of his long career so far. Of course, what his elevation has meant is that Cameron Green has been able to come into the side and bat at number 4, which is a position where he's batted for Western Australia and averages a very healthy 60-odd for WA there. So we will see how he goes if indeed we see him tonight. West Indies will feel mighty pleased if they see Cameron Green with the bat in this evening session. But it is Kemar Roach. He's going to be bowling from the Cathedral end, and it's going to be Smith to face the first ball here. He was down on the team sheet as number 2, but he's facing the first ball, but he's pulling out immediately. That's very Steve Smith. Kemar Roach had almost got up to the stumps, and he's held out his left arm, and goodness knows what has distracted him behind the bowler's arm.
There were a couple of spectators walking towards the right edge of the side screen as Smith took strike, so I can understand with his wide peripheral vision why he pulled up.
And it is a very wide peripheral vision, isn't it? Because we've got the sight screen, the extended white, and then we've still got a row of like 6 or 8 seats, and then a rope, and then the crowd. He's settling in now. 4 slips in place as Roach is in, and Smith moves across and knocks it into the onside, and that's his first ball as an opener in this Australian side. It's a dot ball, scrapes away at the crease, and he'll just be happy as Larry, won't he, that he's got the entirety of an innings to bat now. Somebody who just loves batting as much as he does. In a way, this is his ideal. He doesn't have to wait for anybody else, but it is a little different because the ball is brand new, the bowlers are fresh. Roach turns at the end of his mark. Dark shadow beneath his feet in the sunshine. Roach is in, Smith forward. Ball of goodish length into the onside, picked up, and no run. There was a question, Bish, about whether West Indies might look to bowl short at Smith early with the new ball. What was your sort of take or suggestion, or with that? I mean, first couple of the deliveries, of course, Roach looking seems to pitch it up.
Can I ask who posed the question? I'm not being naughty.
No.
Where did it originate?
I think a theory that was put in the press conference. Roach into Smith, taking a single, knocking it fractionally behind square on the onside, vacant region, mid-wicket fields, and Smith is off the mark. I think it's because Smith It's been the ploy that many a team, well, since Neil Wagner of the New Zealand series really peppered Smith with the short ball, that's where he's been uncomfortable. So the theory being, would West Indies go to that early? And it's not conventional new ball bowling, of course.
Well, Alzari Joseph as the vice-captain and Craig Brathwaite talked about learning from the last tour and looking to bowl more of a fuller length, hitting the top of off as their stop. So some of those plans will be different to sit-in batters. I'm absolutely sure if Smith hangs around for a while that they will use the short ball, but I think their base will be that Amir Jamal length.
Around the wicket here's the left-handed Khawaja, who's dropping and running into the onside, turning over the strike. Extra fielder in the slips for the left-handed Khawaja, but they'll all move around again with Smith back on strike. It's a left-hand, right-hand combination. Here it's going to be a lot of movement, and it makes it very hard for a bowler to settle, doesn't it, Bish, if you're constantly having to adjust your line every delivery or every other delivery?
It's annoying because you can't. The one thing about Test cricket is that your strike rate is 40 or 50, means you need a sequence of deliveries to plan your dismissal.
Smith awaits. Pops it towards square leg in controlled fashion. Big call of no. He's full of his usual scraping and touching of the pads and movement, constant movement. As if he can just swat a fly.
I think Roach has got to go a little bit fuller without over-pitching in his length. He's a short bowler, and he's got to give the ball enough time to swing occasionally seam, but his stock ball, I think, has to be fuller, top of the stumps.
Smith taps his bat against the ground, flexes his knees, awaits as Roach is in. That is a little bit fuller, and he's coming forward, and Roach fielding in his follow-through. Was that more of the length you're looking for?
Yeah, gives the ball the best chance of swinging.
End of the first over. Those two singles coming from it. So Smith and Khawaja one apiece as Ian Bishop is sliding out of his seat for the moment. The flags of Australia and the West Indies cricket flag are atop of the Bradman Pavilion, flying high on the roof above Adelaide Oval. Rick, what have you got for us?
Just a postscript on the West Indies innings. It's a bit quirky for a team that is so strong in bowling, but it's the first time in 14 years that Australia's conceded two 50-plus partnerships for the 10th wicket in a season.
Ah, well, that's quite a stat.
And, in fact, consecutive matches, because it happened in Sydney.
In Sydney?
Yeah.
Oh, is that finally an Achilles heel has been found in this Australian team with the bowling attack?
They're good at getting them 9 down. It's getting the 10th one that's been the problem.
Well, fortunately, they got their 9 down cheaply enough that the 50-run stand has not been disastrous by any stretch. Alzari Joseph pushes one across the left-handed Khawaja and taken by De Silva, who is the West Indies wicket-keeper alongside. We've still got their 3 slips and a gully in place for Joseph. Stuart Clark from Australia, fast bowler, has slid in back alongside me. Keep an eye on the pace of Joseph as well and see what he gets up to here.
Yeah, afternoon, Ali. Just looking at that first one, 132.2. First delivery, he'll build into that.
It's a slender live bowler. A short leg is in place as well, full. And on the drive, Khawaja down through wideish mid-off. Coming back for a second sliding stop in the deep by Brathwaite. Sends the ball back in as Smith comes back. And they've completed 2.
That one up at 139, so a little bit of a loosener to get going, and then a little bit more pace. Full delivery. Khawaja just punched it back down the ground. Past the man fielding for a squarey sort of cover.
Khawaja is crouching. Smith at the non-striker's end is staring back towards Joseph, who moves in now past the umpire. Right arm over to Khawaja. Edged, taken, no, dropped by the keeper. De Silva diving to his left. He was having to grab it low, and for a moment slips were excited. Their arms went up and then their arms went down. What a chance. Khawaja early on off the bowling of Joseph. Genuine outside edge. And Joshua De Silva, well, he should have taken it. He wasn't even having to go full stretch. The ball was there in his glove. He mistimed the dive.
Yeah, good edge on that one. Good thickish edge. De Silva not really moving well enough then. Should have gone with both hands. Only went with one. Hit him high on the hand and the ball went down. Not a great start for the West Indies, but a good start for Joseph, who got a nick.
Can he find another one? Khawaja's leaving this one alone. but dropped on 3. And it was a feature of the Pakistan series, wasn't it, that when chances were there, they weren't held. And what an early chance to get Australia 1 down with just 4 on the board.
Oh, absolutely, Ali. Would have been a great start for the West Indian team. Joseph hitting a nick on for Khawaja, stuck on the crease, feathered through. You can see De Silva now practicing what should have happened, but quite simply, it should have been caught.
And the opening over by Joseph as well. He's in once more. Turn behind square on the leg side. Single taken down to deep backward square. And none for 5. But it's... well, Joseph has now got to lift his head. He's walking back to his mark.
Yeah.
He's thinking, well, what could have been?
Yeah, he's got to lift his team. He can't be dwelling on that. If he does, it becomes really problematic for the rest of the West Indian team because they're all looking at him as the wicket keeper. Another replay here. The ball just outside off stump, just seamed away fractionally, and De Silva sort of caught very heavy-footed. You can see there he's up early, and then the ball's low, and he has to go away to his left. West Indians, 4 slips. This is good old-fashioned West Indian bowling, this.
Yep, they're on the attack.
4 slips and a gully.
Smith awaits. Joseph back of the length, and Smith lets that go through to the keeper. And De Silva takes that one comfortably, but disappointment because that should have been a wicket in Alzari Joseph's opening over, but Khawaja was dropped by the keeper on 3. So Australia none for 5 in reply to West Indies 188 all out. And I suppose it's a little bit fighting fire with fire, isn't it? You haven't made a big first innings total. Your only way is to try and get wickets early so that you're just not allowing Australia to settle and, you know, start to build a big first innings and get in the lead. Well, so they just need wickets.
They need a couple of wickets, and we've got to put Australia under pressure.
Roach continuing. Around the wicket he comes, and that beats Khawaja. Did he drop his hands?
No, I think he played at that one. I think just he pulled his hands late out of the way, but I've got to say, good delivery. Probably back of there, probably a fraction short. Khawaja, the balls he tends to nick are very full deliveries. The replay of this one here is back of a length, and Khawaja playing, probably missed it by a good 2 inches. Look at all these dismissals caught behind the wicket. They're very full deliveries where a lot of other batters would be getting forward. Khawaja plays with his hands from the crease.
Khawaja awaits. Roach moves in. Fuller skewing off the outer edge. Towards a backward point region. Wide of that menacing cordon. 5 waiting behind the bat, plus backward point. And Kemar Roach, only about, what, 5'7", I think is his listed height, 35 years of age. So you'd say not your typical build for a opening fast bowler. Around the wicket he comes, and Khawaja gets on his toes and leaves that one alone.
Very stocky, isn't he? Just looking at the slip cord, and you've got Alzari Joseph fielding at first slip. Different.
For the opening bowler?
The opening bowler, you don't see that a lot. A big man bowling overs and then going into his position there.
Athanaze is next to him. And Justin Graves.
And then you've got Graves, sort of, and the man in the middle, Hodge, sort of fielding at a 4th slip, second gully fielder.
Roach moves in. Khawaja knocking us into the onside. Mid-on moved forward to field, no run.
And then you got McKenzie in the gully. So the captain, he's standing at mid-off type cover, talking to his bowlers. Pat Cummins light. Doesn't go into the slip cordon. It's a hard ground for the slip for the fine leg fielder because it's so long that way. Because you're standing so square, usually trying to protect the shorter side boundaries.
No run this over yet. Khawaja leaves another one outside the off stump. Doesn't offer a shot, wanders away towards square leg. Deep backward squares down on the boundary with his whites rippling in the breeze that's blowing across the ground right now. Goes an aeroplane overhead towards Adelaide Airport. Favourite shots to sit on the left-hand side of the aeroplane approaching Adelaide and get the view over the oval.
You can see the Sisyphean distance as you're coming in usually, and it go over the ground.
Roach finding a bit of shape away from Khawaja here. This one Fuller. Khawaja getting well forward in solid defence And it's a maiden over. Khawaja stays on 4, Smith on 1. Australia none for 5. West Indies 188 all out. 4 wickets apiece for Cummins and Hazlewood. They were both striving to see who could get a 5-wicket haul. Cummins has been reigning fifers this summer so far, but they were held up by Shamar Joseph and Kemar Roach, who put on 55 for the 10th wicket, having been reduced initially, the West Indies, to 9 for 133. And Australia thought that they were rolling them at that point. West Indies an early chance with Khawaja dropped by the keeper on 3 off Alzari Joseph's opening over. Joseph's back for his second now, bounding in, pulled away. It was just back of the length, and Smith finds the boundary. Square of the wickets, confidently played, and he's opened his boundary accounts as an opener.
Yeah, too short. Joseph, he banged it in. Smith's sort of sitting back on the crease. He's not going to really miss out on those. It was about waist height, just swiveled on his back foot. We saw the outfield. We've seen it all day. It's been lightning quick. There's been a lot of talk about where they're going to bowl to Smith short and all the rest of it. I think the best plan to bowl with the new hard ball is up there around about the top of off stump. Get the ball to seam around, see if you can trap him in front, perhaps, with one that comes back sharply or one that goes away and he nicks it through to one of the 4 slips.
Try and find some movement. Fuller out outside the off stump. Smith not interested and happy to let that go. And such a feature of his batting over the years has been his longevity at the crease, his patience and ability to leave balls, and he'll just sit there all day and let them go if there's any threat, or indeed if they're short, he's happy to let them bounce over him. But certainly, you know, with the ball fresh and hard, try and find a bit of swing, a little bit of movement off the pitch. That one's, again, looking too short, but also too wide, and Smith isn't interested.
Yeah, a little too wide that time. Probably a little too short. You're right, Ali. Just got to get it up. Really want to try and get Smith to hit the ball through mid-off. You know how good he is square of the wicket and good he is with his hands when the ball's back of a length. He can just nurdle it around, get off strike. Pitch it up around about off stump. See if he can hit the ball through mid-off. Not as strong. His head, because he's falling over so much with his foot movement, because of that bottom-handed grip, just makes it a little bit more difficult. Not to say he can't do it.
In goes Joseph outside the off stump once more. Searching for that fuller length. Something is distracting Smith down at our end of the ground. He's waving his arm. Is it the robotic camera that's trundling around the boundary? I mean, it's so wide away from the sight screen. Maybe it was maybe he's now just making a sheepish scurry away.
I think it was moving, and Smith could see it moving in his vision.
It's perhaps there's an operator walking alongside the camera. I think he might have been more of the distraction, actually. But Smith settles now, and Joseph runs in a little bow of the head as he gets into his stride. Short, and Smith has pulled again. Hasn't got hold of it as he did before, but he's setting off quickly for the single. He'll turn and make it 2 past the square leg umpire and fielded in the deep. And Smith comfortably back. Well, anything back of a length, it's not getting up, is it? And Smith is comfortably.
He's easily setting up for that. If you watch his foot movement, he's not really looking to get forward at all and try and cover any sort of swing or sideways off the wicket. He's really just going to let the ball go outside his eye line. So if you bowl straight, he'll work it around the corner. But if you bowl short, he's going to try and hit it for 4. Sort of looks like what his game plan is. If you wrote down his game plan, that's what it would be like.
Joseph moves in, back of length once more, but it's wide of the off stump, and so not in his arc to play that pull shot. And he lets it go. End of the over once more. Australia none for 11. Smith 7 from 12, Khawaja on 4. So got Labuschagne at 3, Green at 4. Did it feel the elevation of Smith to the top that it was sort of a bit of a team decision on his part, a keenness to think, well, I'd like to have Green in the side, I think we should have Green in the side, and if I go up there, that makes space?
It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because there was a lot of talk in the last match against Pakistan.
Roach new over here to Khawaja. Works it up towards mid-on, finds a fielder, no run.
As to whose decision, who came up with the idea, what was the decision, how did it all come about? There was a lot of that, you know, people were starting to question, well, how did this all happen? And what does Smith just say, I want to open the batting?
Apparently, Smith said that he first raised it during the Ashes, like, as far back as that, to say, well, you know, when Warner goes, you know, if anyone thought about me, but he didn't think that Andrew McDonald took it, or whether we specifically said it to him, but no one really was taking him seriously.
Well, the average is 58.
Roach into Khawaja, pushing it across the left-hander. He leaves that one alone. It's spilt by De Silva, not taken cleanly.
So he's not exactly averaging 20. So you give him, okay, well, Smith might have something. If he wants to do it and he believes it'll be a good challenge for him, then who are we to tell, arguably, Australia's second ever, greatest ever batsman, average-wise, that he shouldn't do it? So, yeah, there would have been a discussion. I'm sure, you know, and it was obvious they wanted Cameron Green in the team. I think that became pretty obvious pretty quickly. So...
And
Smith,
he's already showed his worth in the gully, hasn't he, twice?
2 catches today, good catches.
Roach over the wicket, Khawaja defending, out towards point, no run. Yeah, it allows you, you know, you've then got, if you like, you've got 2 all-rounders in the side. Marsh and Green both able to bowl, so you're adding to your bowling stock.
The question is, if they lose Smith early and Khawaja early and even Labuschagne, then they've got a lot of attacking players in the middle. Okay, counter-attack. But it could also go the other way very quickly. Certainly in England where the ball moves around a little bit.
Roach moves in, and Khawaja thought about playing, but left it alone at the last minute. Through to De Silva it goes. Good carry.
On the flat wickets of Australia, well, maybe not the biggest issue. Like, we're not seeing a lot of sideways moving here, but if you get on a green top in South Africa or New Zealand will be interested to see the wickets they produce over there, because they can produce green wickets if they want.
I suppose
it's late in the season, though.
What happens... Well, Steve Smith himself this morning was asked, you know, is this sort of a short-term thing, or, you know, do you envisage yourself doing this for the long term or for the rest of your career? And he was sort of like, well, I don't know how many years I've got. Roach in, and Khawaja is leaving again, a shouldering of arms, a rather elaborate way, as if he's doing a double arm wave when he raises his bat above his head. But yeah, the next 2 Australian summers are big, with India and then England. So will he still be opening for the Ashes?
England and Australia are hopeless, Ali. Like, they've won 2 test matches in the last 20, haven't they?
England?
Yeah, England. England and India will be a hard series. No, I say that. I
know.
England, look, if they, you know, Archer and Wood.
Roach moves in and Khawaja blocks that towards the cover. It's no run. It's the end of the over as well, so you can probably pick up this conversation with Andrew Moore, Stu, about the longevity or otherwise of Steve Smith at the top.
It's no good talking about England without you being here, Elliot.
I'll come back. I'll come back. You can niggle me some more. I'm off to eat more birthday cake. It's been cut. Have you had a piece?
I have. It's been lovely.
Good. I'm actually on to my 3rd birthday cake today. I've been spoiled. Australia, none for 11, and Andrew Moore coming in.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app. You're listening to ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. Australia versus the West Indies. Live from Adelaide Oval.
None for 11. Thank you, Ali. Go and enjoy more cake. Smith 7, Khawaja 4. And Alzari Joseph, who should have had a wicket, is coming in, bowling from the city end, and Smith on the pull shot. He gets it wide a bit. Oh, no, a terrific effort in the field to slow things down. And in the end, there's no run. That was a very good bit of fielding on that occasion from Kamar Roach after completing his previous over. None for 11. Hello, Stewie.
G'day again, Andy. You all good?
I am good. I'm frustrated watching this West Indian team. I was thrilled to see Shamar Joseph bat the way he did. But then Joshua De Silva threw his wicket away earlier. It's one of their, I guess, more senior players. And then dropped that catch. Goodness. 3 slips in a gully. Smith on strike. And he defends away square on the offside. I am fascinated to see how Steve Smith's innings unfolds.
Yeah, that last delivery is more where Joseph needs to be bowling. It was foolish roundabout off stump. Smith shuffling on the crease, got his bat down in time, but certainly you don't want to be bowling short. They keep, it's like they've got, we're bowling a short ball every over. I think he's just sweating on that, try and hit it, and all of a sudden he'll be 20.
Yeah. Taps the bat, raises it high, then the crouch. Here comes Joseph over the wicket, and this one strikes him on the body or glove and just scoots away backward a point on the offside, picked up by Shamar Joseph. And there's no run. Smith doesn't seem overly affected by where that ball struck him.
It bounced a bit, that one, just off a length. Hit him on the top hand.
Top glove, yeah.
Top hand with the glove. lucky he didn't bounce up the gully because he's sort of bottom hand off it. It just reared at him. Going to get that opening the batting. Surefire way to slide you back down to 4 if you get one of those every now and then.
Joseph bowls forward in defence. Is Smith saying no run immediately? And he remains on 7. Khawaja 4. No wicket for 11 as the fielding again done by Shamar Joseph, who at least gave the crowd and the West Indies fans some thrills coming in at number 11 on debut. Last man out for 36 off 41 deliveries, 3 fours and a 6. A heavy feature of a 55-run partnership with Kamar Roach for the 11th wicket. And as Rick said before, the average score of a West Indian on debut throughout history is 11. Here comes Alzari Joseph short, pulled away by Stephen Smith through mid-wicket for 4. He pounced on that. Onto the back foot he went and he clubbed it away for 4. He moves into double figures. He's 11. No wicket for 15 in reply to the Windies 188. Rick Finlay.
Just to explain that a little further, I said the median score.
Oh, okay.
So
right.
there's just as many above it as there are below it.
Yes, no, fair enough. Fair enough. But still,
the average would be higher.
For number 11,
yeah,
on debut anywhere, 36 would be very significant.
Very happy.
And delving a little bit further into West Indies' top scorers, it's only been done once by number 11 for the West Indies, Shillingford, and only 5 times has the number 11 been the second top scorer.
Joseph bowls and struck on the body from a ball that reared off the pitch again from Alzari Joseph to Shamar Joseph at point on the offside, and it remains no wicket for 15 at the end of the over. Joseph 3 overs, none for 13. Smith 11, Khawaja 4. I am not a body language expert, Stewie, but he looks frustrated, Alzari Joseph.
Well, I'd be frustrated too. He keeps running in and bowling a half-tracker once and over and gets dispatched through mid-wicket for 4. I'd be frustrated with myself. We've seen when he gets the ball in the right area, there's a little bit of bounce, a little bit of sideways away from Smith. You've got 3 slips and a wicketkeeper eagerly waiting, plus your gully slip fielders for a catch. But if you keep letting him off the hook with a short ball, he's going to pounce all over you.
Kamar Roach bowls short to Usman Khawaja. He says wham bam, thank you ma'am, and he pulls it away for 4 as well. Yep. Kamar Roach, the West Indies' 5th all-time leading wicket taker, just got punished. It's no wicket for 19. Khawaja with the boundary.
Well, both Smith and Khawaja are good players with the short ball. Certainly when it's about hip height, they're going to jump all over that. Khawaja there. Roach, no great pace on that delivery, just around at 130, just below kilometre mark, and it gets smashed away.
Roach bowls 3 slips, 2 gullies wide of off stump, no shot offered. Kamar Roach, really good record in Test cricket. Shocking record here in Australia. Yeah, he averages 90.
He's been belted everywhere in Australia. With the ball just angling in the whole time, hasn't really had a chance to get many wickets, and left-handers tend to want to leave and they'll just let the ball go through because they don't know it's not coming back the other way at the stumps. And to the right-handers, because of the extra bounce, the ball's not hitting the stumps, so they just get to work through the onside a lot.
Talking to Tom Cooper off-air about Kamar Roach, who's on his way. Bowls to Khawaja, who's on 8. And it's wide of off stump, no shot offered. Through to Joshua De Silva, no wicket for 19. And he's from the Cricket Australia 11. Now, he was nursed through that. He only bowled 13 overs. But he was saying a big thing, Kamar Roach with a kookaburra just bowls very straight. And with a duke ball, he can still move it around. But he struggles more to get any movement with the kookaburra.
Well, that's one of the challenges come into Australia. You play with a different ball. The duke ball, when you go to England, swings all day. You see that. English, rub the mince on it, make it swing.
Yeah, I'll rub the mince, eh? The accusations start flying. Roach bowls, and he beats the outside edge of Khawaja. He legitimately played at that, a ball that did move away, taken by De Silva in front of first slip.
Not an accusation, it was written in a book, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, but you're throwing aspersions over all of them.
Sorry, I'm just saying that's how you make the ball swing over there.
That's not casting aspersion? Making accusations? Oh, where's Ali?
I'm just telling you how to do it.
Where's Ali? 3 slips, 2 gullies, point cover, mid-on, and a deep backward square. The field for Kamar Roach, bowling to Usman Khawaja, who's 8 off 22, and he drives it straight down the ground. Punched a delivery that was almost a half volley, heading towards the boundary at the Cathedral end. They've got a couple of runs, and they can stop running because it's 4. Khawaja moves to 12 with his second boundary of the over. Australia none for 23 in reply to the West Indies 188.
Yeah, lovely shot by Usman Khawaja, very full delivery. Punch straight back down the ground, straight back past Smith standing at the non-striker's end. Smith takes off, but there was a moment he hit it was beautiful looking timing on that shot. You see full flow of the bat.
Taps the bat, looks up, sees Roach on his way. How does Kamar respond? The ball just on a good length that reared away off an outside edge along the ground, and the ball in the end is fielded in the gully. And the score by Kirk McKenzie, about a really well to get a half century. End of the over, it's none for 23. Smith 11, Khawaja 12 on the SMS 0467 920 222. Team love your call here in Wollongong following the match, trying to explain to US visitors about cricket.
Oh,
that's always fun.
It's always a toughie, this one.
Watching on TV with vision sync to your call, they've been asking all the basics about cricket. I explained the rules, ways to get out, difference between batters and bowlers, the wicketkeeper, batsmen and all-rounders, etc. They're used to looking up stats from baseball, but they're totally confused by the Australian team because almost all players have bowled at test level, so they're limited understanding. They're largely a team of all-rounders. From Leo. We'll continue. Good luck, Leo.
Leo, turn the cricket off, go and do something else.
3 slips in the gully. Keep it on the radio, though. If this ball's outside the off stump, Smith doesn't offer, taken by De Silva.
Because you're not going to be able to explain to these guys without sitting down and going through it. It's a painstaking process to explain cricket to Americans.
How did Robin Williams famously describe cricket? He said it was baseball on helium?
Yeah.
Something like that?
Something like that. I'm not sure helium, but you know what I'm...
It's none for 23.
It's in slow motion, but yeah, that's what's going to be interesting about this T20 World Cup. They go over there.
Yeah.
They don't know what's going on.
Here's Joseph bowls again. No shot off it outside the off stump from Alzari Joseph, bowling at 143k now.
I was just looking at his paces. His pace has been up around the 140 mark, 140 plus mark the whole time. So he's getting the ball to fly through. Gets it length wrong occasionally, but that's right. Pace is good. Kemar Roach, on the other hand, I don't think he got a ball over 130 the last over. They're all about 125, 126, 127.
That's been consistent since his first over. I'm really looking forward to seeing Shamar Joseph.
And that's the dribble I used to bowl. So
no, it's not.
It is. So I'm okay with it. All right. I don't want to bag the bloke because I'd like bag it myself.
Yes, sorry, Joseph. Bowls to Smith, who's forward defending back down to the bowler.
But he's still playing, so I want to see other Joseph. So I'm calling for a change at the other end.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I want to see
Shamar
Joseph run in because they tell me he bowls fast. I want to see it.
But what's that? We hear that. If he's bowling 140, that's fast, right? But it's not. Wow.
I want to see 150.
So do I.
That's when you have 6 slips in a gully and the ball flying through.
Nazari Joseph. Was that a no ball call late? Was it, Rick? No?
I saw an arm extended. Yes, I think it was.
Okay, so none for 24 Australia. Azari Joseph bowls wide of off stump. Not too far wide. Good bounce from Joseph. Good carry through to the keeper. Smith doesn't offer, and that was mid 140s that time.
It's 140. Just looks like he's running in a bit quicker, and they're really starting to carry through now, which is what we want to see. We want to see the Australians challenge. Man going back at deep square leg. We're going to see the old bumper barrage. Well, I hope not, because the ball's new and hard and carrying through. If you get it on off stump, he'll nick it. That said, we said the same thing about De Silva, and he hit it straight down deep back in square leg's throat.
Please don't compare Steve Smith to Joshua Silva. Here's Smith awaiting. Now Zari Joseph bowls wide of off stump, doesn't offer, taken by the keeper down low. And that's the opportunity, sorry Rick, that the Windies have had. Khawaja on 3, dropped by the keeper. De Silva off Joseph at none for 4. Sorry, Rick.
Roach averages 43 with the ball against Australia, 33 against India, but against the other 7 test opponents he's played against, they're all under 30 in the 20s.
It's a great
massive spread.
5th leading wicket taker all time, right, for the Windies, behind Courtney Walsh with over 519.
500, yeah, plus.
There's trouble against the Aussies, though.
Yeah, horrendous.
Malcolm.
He's averaging 90. Here comes Joseph again wide of off stump. So you've got Walsh, Ambrose,
Marshall,
Malcolm Marshall, Lance Gibbs is 4th. The leg spinner,
Gibbs,
part of the famous all-time quartet for the West Indies in terms of wickets.
I would not have guessed him. I would have gone with. But I know Garner and Holding are all at like the 250,
and they
270
all
mark.
Spread them around, right?
Yeah.
They're all taking wickets all the time.
It would have been a challenge. Like when the 9, 10, 11 came in, they would all wanted to bowl.
Yeah.
Knock them over.
Now Zari Joseph at the top of his mark.
Send Viv, Gordon and Desmond out to bat. Put your feet up for a couple of days.
Bowls to Smith. Short of a length, caused Smith some discomfort, but he'll get a run just backward of square. And they get that run comfortably enough. as the fielding's done by Moti. So that ends the over. Smith will keep the strike. None for 25 Australia, with Smith on 12. Khawaja 12.
Here we go.
Shamar.
Oh, I think it is number 70. Let's be sure. Yeah, it is. Shamar Joseph. Here we go.
Your wish is Craig Brathwaite's command.
Well, we couldn't have Kemo Roach dishing up half volleys at 125 kilometres an hour. That's not going to give anyone a chance.
In terms of this short series, that spell by Kemar Roach would worry me as much as their batting collapse. Because he's their spearhead.
So just looking at the wicketkeeper here, the helmet was put down. He's going to put the helmet down. Just trying to get his distances right back.
So Shamar Joseph, who made 36 with a bat coming in at number 11, will bowl to Steve Smith for his first over in Test cricket. Now remember, this is this young bloke's 6th game of first-class cricket. Shamar Joseph.
21 wickets.
At an average of 21.8, best of 5 for 41. And against the Cricket Australia 11, 8 overs, 2 for 28 in the first innings, 4 overs, none for 13 in the second. So let's wish him well. Let's hope it's a long, successful career. He bowls to Smith. No, he doesn't. He fooled us all. He just kept on running.
Well, about halfway through his run-up then, I was watching it. I was thinking, this is going to be the world's biggest snowball. Or it's going to be one of those little steps in the middle to try and get it run up right. Sometimes you start from the wrong mark.
But that shows some composure on its own, doesn't it? That he didn't try to...
Well, he could have practiced it. Well, you can't run on the pitch before the match, so he wouldn't have done that. He could have practiced on the side next to the pitch, though.
Could have. Here he comes, Shamar Joseph. His first ball in Test cricket to Steve Smith. It's a nick! He's got a wicket! The catch is taken! And the West Indies strike Shamar Joseph. He's almost run to the point boundary. What a moment! Steve Smith's out for 12. It was a really good catch at second slip. Australia 1 for 25. But the toast of the Caribbean, Shamar Joseph, 1 ball, 1 for none.
Certainly was. Good catch at third slip as well. Low down to his left. Smith just gets one to seam away. He's as vulnerable as anyone else in the world around about off stump if you get enough balls there. And we called for it. We wanted Joseph. He's into the attack and he's picked up a wicket with his first ball, Andrew. Look at the celebration. That's almost like when you score a goal, you run to the corner post type stuff.
That was like Tim Cahill against Japan at the World Cup. We just needed the punching of the corner post. So Graves, a great catch. Justin Graves at second slip. But Shamar Joseph gets the wicket. What a day this young bloke's having. What an incredible start to a career. Well, I mean, I don't want to put Rick under too much pressure, but how many times has a bowler taken a wicket with his first ball? Nathan Lyon spectacularly did it. He's ended up at 500 plus.
Well, the celebration, the aeroplane was out, the arms were spread eagle. He ran towards the Jack Oakley and Max Bashir's stand as he cheered him on. And the crowd, the celebrations, the high fives were flying thick and fast out there.
So the Amir Jamal of the West Indies team, in terms of, he's going to be a cult figure here by the end of this 2-test series, isn't he? 12 for Steve Smith from 26 deliveries, hit 2 boundaries. That's how his Test opening career starts.
That was the point I kept saying about Smith. He's the same as every other guy that's played the game. The ball around about off stump, nipping away, struggles to play. Everyone does.
So in comes Marnus Labuschagne. He's still at 3. He annihilated the West Indies with 3 centuries in those 2 tests last summer, including 100 at this very ground. Marnus Labuschagne, the 29-year-old, 47th test match for him, 3,996 runs, so he's 4 short of a milestone. Averages 52.57, 11 centuries and 19 50s. But what about in 2 tests last summer? 502 runs at 167.33 with a highest of 204. He's on strike to Shamar Joseph. Bowls his second ball in Test cricket and it's allowed to pass outside off stump. Very anticlimactic after what we saw from his first delivery.
Yeah, it was. We were expecting big things. 135 kilometres an hour, that one.
Now we've put Rick to the test. Late in the day. Rick, what have you come up with?
I make that the 23rd time in Test cricket where a bowler has taken, but only the second West Indian, I think. Tyrrell Johnson in 1939 did it for the West Indies, but none since.
So if that's the first time in like 85 years, that shows you how significant it is. Shamar Joseph bowls and Labuschagne, that's nearly a wide outside the off stump. He lost the radar there. Maybe a bit of excitement and bowling at 137k.
And Rick, the last time Line did it for us, I'm just trying to think.
2011.
Yeah. Has there been one since then?
For Australia? No.
And there must have been someone else in the world?
Keith Miller.
Right.
Did it in New Zealand in 45. And the first two, Tom Horan and Arthur Cunningham, a couple of centuries ago.
But are you asking, has there been any since 2011?
Since 2011. So Nathan Lyon?
For other countries, yes. There have been 4.
Well, Shamar Joseph adds his name to that list as he bowls to Labuschagne. Oh, he doesn't offer, but that was close to off stump. That was a better delivery. And Joseph has his hands in the air. He was ready to set off again over the point boundary.
141 kilometres, the pace is building. This is something about when you get a West Indian team and there are guys in their team that bowl faster, there's just memories start flowing back of watching poor
they're distant memories though, aren't they now?
Poor old Australians walking out the bat with their shoulders slumped, thinking, oh God, here we go again.
Holding down Roberts.
Oh, I'll go down the non-strikers then, thanks.
Croft. Here comes Shamar Joseph, and he loses the run-up again. So you go back and do a take 2. He's only bowled 4 deliveries. He's approached the wicket 6 times, but he has 1 for none spectacularly, getting a wicket with his very first ball. Steve Smith caught well at second slip by Graves for 12. 25-run opening stand. Here comes Shamar Joseph again. And Stewie Clark coughs up a lung or two. This ball's not played outside the off stump. Through it goes to the keeper, Josh De Silva. 1 ball to come in the over. And 25 overs is the target left in the day. Stumps will be half an hour late, and it'll be 58 minutes from now. And what over are we into at the moment, Rick? For the ninth, okay. So they're not getting 16 more overs than you wouldn't think. You all right, buddy?
I'm hanging in there.
Just.
Only just.
Are we painting the town beige still tonight? I don't know. Here's Shamar Roach to finish the over. Bowls to Labuschagne again. He doesn't have to offer. Outside the off stump. Through it goes at 139 clicks. End of the over. What a moment. Shamar Joseph gets a wicket with his first ball in Test cricket. Australia 1 for 25 in reply to the West Indies. 188. Labuschagne yet to score. And Usman Khawaja 12. We've got a double change here in the broadcast box. Jim Maxwell coming in, and he'll be joined by Tom Cooper.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket, Australia and the West Indies. On radio, on digital, and the ABC Listen app.
Joseph is bowling. That's Alzari Joseph, the start of a new over to Khawaja, who just gets across and pushes it out there on the offside. So that was a moment and a half and 3/4, Carl Hooper. A wicket with your first ball in Test cricket. Only the second West Indies bowler to have done that. What a moment and what a celebration. He almost landed in the crowd.
Yeah, just kept running. Well, what a wicket to get for his first Test wicket. Great Steve Smith.
Alzari Joseph bowls to Khawaja, who pushes away on the offside. So that set us back in our seats, and Steve Smith, of course, being dismissed after getting away in his first opportunity, as it were, to open in Test cricket. And at the other end, Khawaja badly missed by De Silva in Alzari Joseph's first over. So they could have had 2 potentially, but one down to Joseph and one up to Joseph, as Alzari goes in and bowls, and it's pushed off the back foot with a jump in the air and back down the pitch. So what do you reckon so far of this West Indies new ball attack?
Well, they've been thereabouts. I think obviously the one chance that went to beg into De Silva.
Yeah.
I think from a West Indies point of view, 25 for 2 would have looked much better. The backs of the 2 openers, Khawaja and Smith in the pavilion. Wasn't a difficult chance in itself, but just looked a bit sluggish getting to it.
Yep, a bit slow. Alzari Joseph bowls to Kawaji back and gets a bounce up near his hip and pokes it out between short leg and mid wicket for a single. And he turns the strike over as he does efficiently. He's 13. Labuschagne has come in at 3 where he's been for a while. 1 for 26. The West Indies out earlier for 188. And they were fortunate to get that far, really. They were 9 for 133. And it was Samara Joseph with 36 who alongside Kamar Roach added 55 for the last wicket to give some sort of respectability to the total. But disappointing. They were 3 for 98 and had a big slump after lunch, losing 6 wickets. 6 wickets for 35. Yeah, 6 for 35. So Cummins and Hazelwood taking 4 wickets apiece in the innings. Alzari Joseph runs in now, and it's left alone by Labuschagne outside the off stump.
Steve Smith's not the only quality batsman to fall to a bowler taking their first wicket in Test cricket. The list includes Kumar Sangakkara,
wow,
Shane Watson and Alastair Cook.
Okay. You'll have to read out that list. I know it goes back to Arthur Conningham all those years ago when he got Archie McLaren with his first ball in Test cricket 130 odd years ago, and it was the Conningham story is another one. 4 slips in the gully. Here comes Alzari Joseph. Forward goes Labuschagne. He races off for 1. He wants a second. He won't get it to deep backward square as Shamara Joseph comes rushing in. 1 for 27, and that's the end of that Alzari Joseph over. He's coming back a little languidly to collect his cap. Labuschagne's off the mark. 188 versus 1 for 27. Carl?
Yeah, well, after 10 overs, Australia 27 for 1. The good thing about it is that the West Indies bowlers haven't allowed them to get away. I think they've put the ball in good areas. Sun's out. Nice conditions to batting. Actually, nice conditions for cricket.
Almost perfect. A cooling breeze has been blowing across the ground all day, and although we've got sunshine, we haven't got heat we often have at this time of the year in Adelaide. We may have a bit more of that in the next few days. So Shamara Joseph with 3 slips and a gully, a short leg as well. He's on his way from that fig tree end. He runs in and bowls a ball. It's beating the edge of a pushing bat from Marnus Labuschagne. So what do you make of what you're seeing from this young fast bowler? Does he remind you of anyone in particular?
Not really, no. I mean, apart from his build, I mean, he's not a big man.
No.
Looks very skiddy.
More a sort of Fidel Edwards build.
That's right. But, you know, just speaking to the boys in the nets and so on, they said that, you know, he's pretty slippery. So...
Well, let's see how he slips them. He runs in towards Labuschagne, who's forward and nurdling down behind, or just towards point. And it's fielded there by Alzari Joseph.
And I suppose the good thing about it, he had a chance to bat, you know, very good last wicket partnership with Kamar Roach, digging West Indies out of the hole somewhat. And that would have done a lot to sort of ease the nerves, the tension, and now with the ball in hand, he's in the right channel. Love the celebration when he got the wickets, and just love how the boys got around him.
Wonderful celebration. A rare moment. Joseph goes in and bowls around the pads. It's nurdled away through the onside. It's running away towards the boundary, and that's where it goes for 4 out towards the Bradman stand. Beautifully timed by Labuschagne, one of his great strengths, the strength, I suppose, of most good batsmen. If you bowl near their pads, that's what will happen.
Yes, his bread and butter shot. Joseph straying into the pads and Labuschagne allowing it to come and rolling the wrist nicely. And this beautiful over, you get value for your shot. Went away easily to the fence for 4.
Perfect timing. So Summarisers rushes in again and bowls just outside the off stump again. A bit of low bounce with Labuschagne allowing that one to go through to the keeper. So we've had a pretty good day of Test cricket here, despite the fact that West Indies have disappointed with their batting, and Australia, as usual, have bowled with that immaculate, relentless control. But are you ready there with that list? What have you got? Something else there, Ben? Now, I'd just like to hear the list. I mean, it's such a rare event. First ball in Test cricket, and again outside the off stump, he lets it go through to the keeper. 1 for 31 at the moment.
It's 22. Do you want to read the whole list?
Yeah, go on.
Tom Horan.
Yeah.
Arthur Cottingham, both for Australia. Bill Bradley, an Englishman. Ted Arnold, another Englishman. Bert Vogler, a South African. Jack Crawford, an Englishman. George McCauley, another Englishman, as is Morris Tate. Matt Henderson, a New Zealander.
New Zealander. Matt Henderson. And that's a good one for the trivia. Here he comes. Shamata Joseph rushes up to Labuschagne, and he lets it go again, skidding through outside the off stump to end the over. Yep, okay.
Dennis Smith is a New Zealander. Tyrrell Johnson, who I've mentioned. Keith Miller.
Keith Miller.
Yep.
There you go.
Dick Howarth, an Englishman against South Africa. Intikab Alam, Pakistani. Richard Illingworth, umpire. Nilesh Kulkarni of India. Chimila Gamage, Sri Lankan. Nathan Lyon. Shaminda Oranga from Sri Lanka against Australia. Shane Watson was the victim there. Dane Pete. Hardis Viluan, the last two from South Africa, and Mijat Masood is an Afghanistan against Bangladesh.
Thank you very much, Rick. That's filled in the time very nicely so we can have a little drink. Because drinks are on the field, it's time for the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
Hello, Glenn Lauder with the latest from the newsroom. The US is hopeful another hostage deal between Israel and Hamas can be reached soon. More than 100 people are still being held captive in Gaza since being taken from Israel on October 7. The Prime Minister expects Australian wine will be sold again in China very soon. The export came to a halt after China imposed huge tariffs on Australian wines in 2020. The trucking industry is calling for supermarkets to commit to fairer deals, which recognise the rising costs that freighters are incurring. Supermarket chains have been under scrutiny for recording large profits or raising prices. And the New South Wales government says scrapping a decades-old cap on live music at the SCG and SFS will lead to a $120 million boost to the economy. While existing time and noise limits will remain, 20 live music events will now be allowed every year. ABC News.
Eliza, I've been bewitched by you since we met. I propose we marry.
Ugh.
What is it?
Zara is cancelling her subscription to the streaming service we're on. It's getting too expensive.
How will she stay entertained?
ABC iView. It's got drama, comedy, kids shows, and it's all free.
Well, what if we pay for her subscription? We could sell Winchester.
It doesn't work like that.
ABC iView. Always free, always entertaining.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. Australia versus the West Indies. Live from the Adelaide Oval on ABC Radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And the ABC Listen app.
And he's coming in around the wicket, and Joseph goes forward. He's hit on the pad and the field for LBW out. Umpire Menning's finger went up, and Joseph, star performer with the bat, when it looked like the innings was going to finish with a very paltry total. At least they've got to 188.
He moves in now past the umpire. Right arm over to Khawaja. Edged! Taken? No, dropped by the keeper. De Silva diving to his left.
Here he comes, Shamar Joseph. His first ball in Test cricket to Steve Smith. It's a nick! He's got a wicket! The catch is taken! And the West Indies strike Shamar Joseph. He's almost run to the point boundary. What a moment! Steve Smith's out for 12. There's a really good catch at second slip.
Grandstand cricket.
Australia versus the West Indies. Live from the Adelaide Oval on your radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And the ABC Listen app.
And for those that have been here, you will say, yes, I was at the Adelaide Oval when Shamar Joseph took a wicket with his first ball in Test cricket. And not only that, he made 36 at number 11. Roach bowls after the drinks break. and Khawaja knocks it away deep onto the onside behind square. They'll come back for a second run, and Australia tick over to 34, 1-4-34. And Carl Hooper's alongside me. Yes, memorable. If it hasn't been memorable for the West Indies with the bat, it has been for Shamar Joseph.
Yeah, and it's important in this session to make sure that we, the West Indian bowlers don't allow the Australian batters to get away.
Kamarosh is bowling, and he's got Khawaja just moving into line and playing it back down the pitch.
Yeah, we've seen today where there hasn't been a lot of bounce. In fact, the bounce has been really, really low, quite surprisingly. You want to keep that ball up, keep challenging the stumps, keep challenging the pad. You've got a couple of slips there. In fact, you've got 4 slips there. Keep asking questions, stay patient.
Well, let's see if Kamar Roach can do that. Great record behind him in the game as he goes in and bowls across the bows of the left-hander, as is his wont, and it goes through without any offer. So look at, I've seen De Silva play a bit of Test cricket. I mean, he's been a reliable wicket-keeper. He's a bit slow there. How's his reputation going as the #1 keeper?
Well, I think to be honest, there was another option. I think if he was available, a guy called, you've probably heard about Shea Hope.
Oh yes,
prolific in the white ball format.
Roach bowls once more. Khawaja just leans forward and pats it down the pitch.
I understand from inside sources that he was asked to come on the tour, but he chose not to, deciding to go and play a bit of T20 cricket in preparation for the World Cup a bit later this year. But if Shea Hope was here, it would put him under a lot of pressure for the first slot. Hope has been scoring a lot of runs in one-day cricket. Very, very good to watch when he's going. Roach is bowling it and then back and across, defending. Khawaja sends it down the pitch. What do you think about all that? Fellas deciding to go elsewhere to play their cricket. Is that justified? Is it fair? Well, it's not justified, I suppose, if you're playing for Australia with the amount you get paid for central contracts. But
that's right.
Other nations such like West Indies and South Africa, maybe you can chuck Bangladesh in there.
4 slips for Roach. He bowls. Khawaja leaves alone again outside the off stump. And that completes the over. Say someone like Brathwaite or Kamar Roach, what would a central contract in the West Indies be worth to them?
I'll be guessing. I would have thought 250,000 at the most.
US?
US, yes.
Yeah.
At the most. When you think about an Australian central contract, I'm sure it's probably 3 or 4 times more.
Well, it's $1 million plus.
Well, there you
players,
go.
yeah.
There you go. So,
yeah,
of course, you want to play for, for West Indies, red ball cricket. You want to play for Australia, because you must factor in you've got a family to look after. You've got to try and earn some money to look after your family properly.
Now, Shamar Roach dashes in and he bowls just outside the off stump, and it's allowed to pass through to the keeper, no offer. Just not making the batsmen play as much as they should. A lot of balls are being allowed to go by outside the off stump.
But he's got to stay patient. I think the one ball in the last over where he straight on to Lavishane's pad, he got clipped through square leg for 4. You want to make sure that you want him to play, but the length's got to be good, and you've got to be tight on that off stump. You've got 3 guys waiting to catch a slip in a gully. The margins here are very, 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 very fine.
1 for 33, and rushes up and bowls just outside that off stump. Good pace, skiddy bounce, and through to the keeper with Labuschagne on 5, not offering. Smith out for 12. Yes, he got a start, but then was out. Spectacularly caught from the first ball bowled by Shamar Joseph in Test cricket. He nicked it low towards the slips, and it was gobbled up there to send him packing for 12. Better than getting a duck, of course, but which he got the other day, first ball in the BBL game. But here he pulled a couple for 4, looked okay. Joseph bowls, and again a leave outside the off stump, Another awkward take. Wicketkeeper, either keepers haven't had a great day because of the low bounce, and a few going well wide of Carey as well. So not easy out there on this surface, which is tending to be a little slow and a bit low.
Yeah, the bounce is really low. I'm just watching the West Indies have got a bat pad in. Really can't see it going to bat pad. Wonder if he probably might be better served going out to square leg and asking Joseph to just get a little bit closer, a little bit straighter, make him play.
Shamar Joseph bowls again, and it's a bouncing, awkward ball, but well played by Labuschagne, watching it and pushing it down in front of Kirk McKenzie, who made 50 earlier in the day in the West Indies batting performance, which fell away very badly after lunch. They went from 3 for 98 to 9 for 138 and 133, and then 55 added for the last wicket to save a bit of face. And there was this man, Shamar Joseph, who did so well. He's running in and he's bowling, and back goes Labuschagne with a punch just behind point where Alzari Joseph is fielding. Last crowd number I had was 25,381. Not bad for a Wednesday. Most people are going back to work, although it is, of course, school holidays. And we expect to get a few more here tomorrow with Australia continuing their innings.
Corresponding day last year against the West Indies, 24,449. So it just exceeded that.
Well done, folks. Keep turning up. Joseph runs up, bowls short, and he kind of half pulls it away. Saw the bounce and tugged it around the corner down towards fine leg, and a single resulted, so he'll keep the strike. 1 for 34. Labuschagne 6 and Khawaja on 15.
It's the last ball was sort of banged in. Didn't really get up much. I mean, Joseph is not a big man. He's not tall. So he's got to hit it in a well short in order to get it up anywhere around the chest height or helmet height of Labuschagne and Khawaja.
Labuschagne just rechecking his guard from the umpire, and he checks it twice. I'll have middle, then I'll have middle and leg, and then I'll have leg and off, and I'll have off and middle. And anyway, there's a bit going on out there. Normally you take guard once and you know where you are, don't you?
Well, you should know where.
You should.
Yeah, you should.
Kumar Roach, he's running into Labuschagne. Labuschagne leans forward, pushes the ball away down on the onside. Still 4 slips in place, although unless he really goes at it, it's hard to imagine it carrying him there with this skiddy lower bounce. We're at around coming up to 5 o'clock local time, so it will be a 5:30 finish given the number of overs that are required. Here comes Kumar Roach, and it's leaning forward. He's defending carefully down towards mid-off. So as disappointing as the West Indies batting was, there seems to be a sort of intent and enthusiasm about the team. It's just the big gap in experience. It's so hard to cover up for that against this side, isn't it? That is the big problem for the West Indies.
Well, yes, and we also don't want the test match to drift.
Roach bowls it, and he's leaving it alone outside the off stump. Yes.
I mean, yes, you know, the batters aren't scoring. You know, 34 for 1 after some 13 overs. It's almost pedestrian-like pace. But the fact remains that you've been inserted on the first day and been rolled over for 180 odd. And there's still a lot of time left in this test match. It's important for them to try and pick up wickets this evening to get themselves back in the test match. Australia, on the other hand, we wanted to go to stumps 1 down.
So Roach it is, he's bowling, and it's driven by Labuschagne wide of the mid-off extra cover. It's heading out towards the boundary. It will be chopped off inside by Moti running back. And the result is 3 as they go quickly. 6-6. 3 runs on the cover drive, the extra cover drive from Labuschagne. And he moves to 9 and the score to 37.
Yeah, half volley on offer, and Labuschagne into the drive through extra cover, picking up 3.
So Roach it is now to Khawaja. Khawaja leans and drives it through the covers. It's heading out towards the boundary, and it will go for 4. Beautifully timed shot, and no problem in picking up a boundary there with the Brathwaite unable to collect it on his way towards the boundary out there on the eastern side of the Adelaide Oval. Smooth drive.
Yeah, it's a very fine line being able to pitch the ball up and bring the batsman forward, as opposed to offering the half volley. We saw Pat Cummins did it brilliantly in the first innings.
Roach in again and left alone across the bows. So that is the end of the Kamar Roach over, and it's time for a change here. Andrew Moore will be joining Carl Hooper. Australia 1 for 41.
Grandstand cricket. Australia and the West Indies on radio, on digital, and the ABC Listen app.
I got my head out the sunroof. I'm blasting our favorite tunes. I only got one thing on my mind. You got me stuck on the thought of you. You're making me feel brand new. You're more than a sunshine in my eyes.
Cheers, Jim. 33 minutes left on this opening day of the first test between Australia and West Indies. And Australia bowled out the Windies for just 188, and now Australia 1 for 41 with Labuschagne 9, Khawaja 19, and here's Shamar Joseph, his 4th over from the Cathedral end. Bowls and Labuschagne whips him off his pads. Down to protection there at fine leg. Moti, bit of a fumble, but gets the ball in, and they do get a single, so Labuschagne moves up to 10, 1 for 42. When we see Gudakesh Moti, Carl Hooper, what are we going to see from the left arm orthodox?
Well, I was just about to mention that I can't wait to see him get on bowlers left arm orthodox. He's an attacking left arm spinner, not the defensive type at all. He will try to spin the ball. He'll try to change his pace, challenge both edges of the bat, the inside edge and the outside edge. And if there's anything on offer, I expect him to extract it.
We've got Hodge at first slip, Athanze at second, and Graves at third as this ball is lost by Shamar Joseph. It's called a dead ball. For a moment, Khawaja danced down as if he was going to whack it away, as we've seen occasionally in the past, but it was a dead ball rule, so it wasn't in the motion of bowling the ball that the ball slipped out from Shamar Joseph. He's had a couple of aborted run-ups, and now the ball just slipped out of his hand as he lost it, as he was still a couple of metres away from his delivery strike. It's unusual. Round the wicket he goes to the left-handed Khawaja, and he does it off outside the off stump.
Yeah, just looking at the field injury, I just think that the bat pad can go off to square leg, and which will allow him a little bit more protection, and then he can probably come try and get a little closer to the stump and force Khawaja to play. But with the bat pad there, I mean, there's actually nobody. When you look at, there's a mid on, and then you've got Alzari Joseph down at fine leg. There's a massive gap. So if we could maybe, what if Craig Bradford is thinking about pushing that bat pad off to square leg and encouraging Joseph to bowl a bit straighter.
Bowls to Khawaja, that is straighter, but he works it away past the short leg. They have one, and will they come back for a second? They do. Alzari Joseph had to cover a lot of ground, and they get 2 more runs. Australia 1 for 44, and Khawaja moves into the 20s. He's 21.
And I think unlike the, Stark, Cummins, Hazelwood, these are 6 foot plus.
Yeah.
Apart from Alzari Joseph, the Roach and the other Joseph, Shamar Joseph, are short, more skinny type bowlers. Might be better served bowling at the stump.
Shamar Joseph bowls to Khawaja, hit on the pad. Frustration from Joseph, a stifled shout. They'll get a run off an inside edge down to Alzari Joseph, a deep backward square. And he will keep the strike. Was one Khawaja, or is there still... No, there's still balls to be bowled in this over. 1 for 45. And Usman Khawaja moves to 22. The opening of Kamar Roach would worry me as much as the middle order collapse, Carl. 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 19. Reed's okay, but he's only bowling in the mid 120k an hour mark. No movement, and the Australian's not having many problems against him.
And he hasn't looked threatening.
Yeah.
Because it's the main concern if you're going to give him the new ball.
Jet flies over this stadium with a crowd of over 25,000 today. Kamar Roach bowls, and Labuschagne is on the pull shot. Gets it to deep, fine leg. It's in the air. He's out. The catch is being taken by Moti. A good catch. Shamar has 2, and he's on the sprint again. He gets 2/3 of the way to the boundary. But Labuschagne is out. He's gone. Australia 2 for 45. Labuschagne out for 10. Shamar Joseph on debut has 2 for 9. What a day for him, and what a first couple of wickets, Carl Hooper.
Yep, and the good thing about that short ball, he managed to get it high. I mean, it was banged in short, and he managed to get it high, forcing Labuschagne actually to mistime the hook. Actually tried to hit it behind, and looked like he got a top edge, and Moti at fine leg took an easy catch.
So
he's having a day to remember, Shamar Joseph,
isn't he?
30 odd, and he's now grabbed 2 for.
36 batting at number 11. Wicket with his first ball in Test cricket being Steve Smith, and now he claims Labuschagne. Caught Moti for 10. Labuschagne faced 25 deliveries and hit 1-4. Now, this is a bloke who scored 500 plus runs in 2 tests last summer. And now there's pressure on Cameron Green, returning to the Test team after losing his spot in England. Didn't play in the 3 tests against Pakistan, and gets the opportunity with Dave Warner's retirement. So in comes Cameron Green, and no matter what, he'll be feeling the pressure. He's only 24 still. Made his first class debut as a 17-year-old and took 5 for 24. And it's his 25th Test match. 1,075 runs at 33.59. His best, his only century, 114 against India with 650s. And he struggled against the Windies last summer in limited opportunities. 14 runs at 7 with a best of 9. So Cameron Green, Carl, he is under some pressure, isn't he?
Well, he is, but I'm happy that he's got the opportunity.
Shamar Joseph bowls, and Green is forward compactly defending De Brathwaite at mid-off. So that ends another successful over from Shamar Joseph. He's bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 9, and he's got a huge smile on his face. Australia 2 for 45. Green yet to score. Khawaja 22. And apart from the excitement of this young bloke on debut, Carl, it's keeping the game at least competitive. The Windies needed wickets before stumps, and they've at least got 2.
Well, yes, last year when the West Indies came, I can't remember an innings when Australia was 45 for 2. And most of the time we had, 200 and 300 for 2.
Yeah.
So 45 for 2, they're in the game. If they can remove one of these quickly, this game is wide open.
So now Kamar Roach will continue bowling around the wicket. Can he maintain the pressure that Shamar Joseph is putting on these Australian top order? As Carl Hooper moves out, Tom Cooper moves in. With 3 slips in place, a pointed cover and mid-off, mid-on, almost a mid-wicket rather than a square leg, and a fine leg as Roach bowls around the wicket to Khawaja, who's just forward defending to that mid-wicket. And the score remains 2 for 45. Well, Tom Cooper, former South Australian top order bat for a long time, and Dutch international, welcome back. At least we've seen plenty of action, haven't we?
We certainly have. It's been a fast-moving game of cricket here on day 1. And, well, to see the back of Labuschagne and Smith, who both average up over 150 against the West Indies.
Here's Roach bowling to Khawaja, who doesn't offer outside the off stump.
Is huge for this West Indies side, and in particular Shamar Joseph.
Isn't it exciting for him to come in at number 11? He played courageously. He took on the Australians. They were 9 for 133, and they put on, was it 55 in the end for that 10th wicket with he and Kamar Roach. Wicket first ball, and now he's got Labuschagne as well, and his celebration is awesome. May it continue.
His high-speed running is going to be through the roof, isn't it?
Here's Kamar Roach, needs to left, bowls to Khawaja, wide of off stump. Rick Finlay, what have you got?
Just confirming what Carl said about his impression that when the second wicket fell last summer against the West Indies, the 4 scores at the fall of the second innings were 151, 101, 129 and 78. So 45 is a significant improvement on that.
Very good result. But they've got to keep going. This Australian batting lineup can be unrelenting at times. Remember, they got bowled out for just under 300 against Pakistan at the SCG in the first innings. Conceded a first innings lead. Roach bowls to Khawaja. It's with a full length outside off stump and just pushed down to Alzari Joseph at mid-off. And that ball again under 130k an hour from Kamar Roach. He's lost his speed and doesn't have a lot of movement, Tommy, so it's going to be tough for him.
Yeah, well, I remember back when he came out here to these shores and, well, he was the Shamar Joseph of that tour, wasn't he? He troubled Ricky Ponting.
Tell you what, they'll take that career, though, from Shamar Joseph.
Oh, absolutely. He's been a stalwart of West Indies cricket.
Fifth leading wicket taker all time for them. As he bowls, Khawaja gets one angled at leg stump, and it's played away just forward of square leg, fielded by Chanderpaul.
Yeah, just one more wicket here. If they'd have caught Khawaja, catches win your matches, but I can't see Travis Head or Mitch Marsh changing the way they go about their game. So if they can get another one here and have 15, 20 minutes at those stroke makers, they could very easily have them 4 or 5 down by the end of the day's play.
Mitch Marsh is in tremendous form with the bat. Travis Head due in next. Kamar Roach bowls and Khawaja turns it away from leg stump with another wayward delivery by Roach down to fine leg. They have one and they'll come back for a second as Shamar Joseph does the fielding. So Khawaja trots through for a couple to end the over. He's 24 and Australia 2 for 47 in reply to West Indies' first innings of 188. The West Indies this morning were sent into bat by Pat Cummins. At lunch, 3 for 64. At tea, they'd collapsed to be 9 for 177. Now, bear in mind, the tea break was delayed half an hour because 9 wickets were down about 15 minutes before tea, and they got through to tea and thereafter when Joseph was out for 36 or 41 deliveries. Kamar Roach 17 not out. Top scorer was Kirk McKenzie in his second test with 50 off 94 deliveries, 7 boundaries before he was caught behind off Josh Hazlewood, who in his 4 for 44 claimed his 250th test wicket. Pat Cummins 4 for 41, Mitchell Stark 1 for 37 and Nathan Lyon got the last wicket, 1 for 36 as Shamar Joseph had come into bowl but stops again. He's done that a few times, but he's added all the excitement. Everyone in the Caribbean will be talking about one dude at the end of this day.
Certainly will. And well, it's the first time I think I've ever seen that extra half hour actually go the distance.
Yes, I know.
It never happens.
Very rare. Shamar Joseph bowls. It's a straight delivery that Cameron Green will use to get off the mark as he rolls the wrists, turns it down to Modi at fine leg along the ground, and he gets one. So Cameron Green is away. He's won, and Australia 2 for 48, trailing by 140, and he'll feel better about that. So as I was saying to Carl, Tom, he's 25 tests into his career, but coming back after missing the last 5 tests or so, he'll be feeling the pressure getting this opportunity at number 4.
Oh, absolutely, it's huge, and I think Rick will be able to help us out. But the stats for all rounders at number 4, I think it was Doug Walters or something I read the other day, the last one to do well as an all-rounder.
And he was very much bat first. Round the wicket, Joseph bowls a bit wayward this time to Khawaja, and it's turned away off the hip for 4. That was timed to perfection by Khawaja. Wayward length that time from Joseph, and maybe just short of a length. And Khawaja helps himself to a boundary to move to 28. And the 50 up for Australia, 2 for 52, the Australians. And that was just wide of the short leg, but it was hit firmly by Khawaja.
It was timed nicely from Khawaja, who's starting to look good now. Looks like he's going to make them pay for that sloppy bit of glove work earlier on.
When he was 3, dropped by a catch that should have been taken by the keeper, Josh De Silva. Oh, he's lost the ball again, Shamar Joseph. He is providing every little bit of entertainment you could find. He's getting up to the crease and not bowling. He's getting up near the umpire and dropping the ball. He scored 36. He's got 2 for 14. You can't take your eyes off him.
Can't get him out of the action, can you?
That's twice now. He's about ready to launch into his delivery stride, and it just drops out. That one rolled all the way down to Woozy. Khawaja waits. This time he does bowl. It's just wide of off stump. And a big reaction from Shamar Joseph. Hands in the air. He runs away to a short cover position. He got that where he wanted it, 2 for 52.
I love his energy.
Yeah, it's great.
I think the one negative that came out of the tour game, and a tour game, so read into it what you like, is his pace was down in the second innings. They declared halfway through the last day, and the quicks bowled 4 or 5 overs each and left the rest up to the spinners. But the reports were he dropped his pace, and this is his 6th first-class game, so that'll be the challenge for him.
He's in again. No, he's not. As this time it's Khawaja. There's something that has fallen down at a mid-wicket position. It's a towel, and it's given back to Kamar Roach. So that time it wasn't Shamar Joseph's fault. That was Khawaja pulling away. So his overs aren't necessarily helping the over rate Shamar Joseph, but the crowd doesn't mind. There's people filing out of the ground about 20 minutes ago. Last crowd we had figure was 25,381. As Joseph bowls, and Khawaja gets a straight delivery that he pushes back to the bowler. In next for the Australians, Travis Head, then Mitchell, Marsh, Carey, Cummins, Stark, Lyon and Hazelwood. And what else do the Windies have to offer with the ball? Gudakesh Moti, the left-arm spinner, as Carl said, he's a very aggressive left-arm orthodox. So it'll be interesting to see how he performs. And Jack Graves can bowl some medium paces. Shamar Joseph in his 5th over bowls to Khawaja, who plays and misses. That ball may have left him off the pitch and didn't miss the outside edge by all that much. And as we're seeing increasingly often from that cathedral end, not much carry through to the keeper.
Absolutely. Well, like I said it before, I love his energy here. He finishes at cover there with his hands in his head and his follow-through. He's definitely in the game, the young debutant, and like you said, he's not going to be able to bowl all day. Justin Graves, you'd think, will come into the attack. It's a bit expensive last week.
He looked military a bit against Cricket Australia, didn't he?
Yeah, I didn't want to mention it, but...
Joseph bowls to Khawaja, who's on the drive. Through the covers, no. There's a diving save at mid-off by the captain, Brathwaite. And that ends the over. Australia 2 for 52 in reply to the West Indies 188. Cameron Green 1, Usman Khawaja 28, and Shamar Joseph 5 overs, 2 for 14. All right, I'll catch you at Grandstand at Stumps. Coming in now, the birthday girl, Ali Mitchell with Tom Cooper.
ABC Grandstand's coverage of the cricket.
Australia versus the West Indies on radio, on digital, and the ABC Listen app.
Sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? I travel the world and the 7 seas.
It's been an entertaining first day, Tom, hasn't it?
It certainly has.
For many reasons. Shamar Joseph being a big reason. He's raced in, taken a wicket with his first ball in Test cricket. He threw the bat and held the Australians up and stopped Steve Smith from opening when he thought he might have been out there very quickly. West Indies 9 down for 133. Joseph and Roach helped to get them up to 188. And we're seeing Smith and Labuschagne depart. Alzari Joseph in again and just getting rid of a tangle, Cam Green. Caught on the crease, looking to play into the leg side. Ball coming off his body, dropping into the ground. 2 for 52 then.
Certainly, they can't get too many bigger impacts on their first day of Test cricket in recent memory than Shamar Joseph. Like you said, the median score from a West Indies player on debut is 11, Rick came up with. So
right.
To come in at number 11 and peel off 36 and then to join the illustrious group of players to have picked up a wicket first ball as Khawaja's playing a bit of soccer with some rubbish down behind the bowler there.
I've never seen that before. The non-striker has jogged all the way back to the bowler at his mark to kick a bit of rubbish deeper into the outfield. Now a security guard is jogging on very slowly, has to be said, from beyond the boundary to come and retrieve said piece of rubbish. So play is being held up and it's retrieved.
They're getting a bit precious these days, the batters, aren't they? Khawaja pulling out with a bit of rubbish at mid-wicket last over. Not even sure how you see that when you're trying to concentrate on the ball.
Peripheral vision, there's a few pieces here. He's doing a good clean-up effort, so that's 2 or 3 for the crowd to cheer for. Cameron Green will settle over his bat then. He's just faced 3 balls so far for the 1. 2 for 52 in reply to West Indies 188 as Joseph is in outside the off stump and Green is allowing it to go through to the keeper. Khawaja on 28. Should have been out on 3, though, was dropped off the bowling of Alzari Joseph by the keeper, Joshua Da Silva. He dived to his left-hand side and just seemed to miss time the diver, sort of into the heel of the glove and out.
Quite lazy, wasn't it? You'd think he could have got 2 hands to it if he got in a step early. And, well, it's proving costly at the moment.
Green awaits Joseph is in outside the off stump. He lets that one go as well. There's 3 slips and a gully waiting, as well as a backward point if he did offer a shot outside off. And we've got a cover mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg as well for the man back in the side. Big impact with a couple of catches earlier in the gully region. But really the intrigue as to whether he can translate his state form at number 4 into the Test arena in this position.
It's remarkable, isn't it? His stats for Western Australia at that number 4, well, at most positions as he made his rise up from number 9, I think, where he started.
Yeah, averaging 65 for WA. Forced to play this one defensively, running it out towards point, front forward of square, scampering through for 1. Point moves forward to pick up. Green onto 2. Australia 2 for 53 and 135 runs behind. Both wickets going to Shamar Joseph. Steve Smith with his first ball in Test cricket. A very good catch as well, which has almost been a bit overshadowed by the excitement of Shamar Joseph and his celebration when he went wheeling away around the outfield. Full of excitement. And what a first wicket to get with your first ball as well. Smith gone for 12. And then you got Labuschagne. A ball which climbed on Labuschagne and went for the hook shot and didn't get all of it and caught in the deep by Moti. Looking to come forward this time, Khawaja driving only as far as Craig Brathwaite in the covers, and there's no run.
Well, that was another good catch as well, Moti. It looked like at one stage he may run over the boundary as he backtracked to hang on to that. And, well, if you're sitting down and writing some goals for your first 2 Test wickets, they don't get much bigger than Smith and Labuschagne, do they?
Particularly when you look at what Labuschagne did against the West Indies last summer.
Well, he's averaging 156, I think, Labuschagne against the West Indies. 300s in his 2 games last summer, so they were doing very excited.
Alzari Joseph into the left-hander, and Khawaja turns him towards mid-wicket along the ground, and there is no run. 2 for 53 at the end of that over. Yeah, Labuschagne against West Indies last year at Perth, he scored 204 in the first innings and 104 not out in the second. In Adelaide, 163 in the first innings and then a 31 in the second.
Not a bad series, that, is it? I think that broke the record for the most runs in a 2-match series off the top of my head.
It was staggering.
But yeah, it's we'll just spent countless hours planning on where they're going to bowl to. Well, the majority of this top order have very good statistics against the West Indies.
Yeah, the West Indies coach, currently different coach. It was Phil Simmons who was in charge last year. It's now Andre Coley, who's the former Jamaica wicket-keeper. And bowling-wise, they've, of course, got Sean Tate in the camp with them, who I'm sure will be delighted with Shamar Joseph's performance, who's running in again from the Cathedral end. A bouncer to Green, who ducks, doesn't have to duck too much, though. The ball goes over his head and into the gloves of the keeper. Tall man. I mean, interesting just to see how much Shamar Joseph is able to get the ball up for that kind of mean bouncer length.
He bowled a couple in the tour game that took off over the keeper's head, and or a couple of bounces down at Karen Rolton, which was probably similar length straight, and brought back memories of the stories about the West Indies quicks that had bounced into the sight screen.
Shamar in for defending, up to the covers. Brathwaite moves forward to field, and there's no run. Well, Shamar actually got his chance at a Curtly Ambrose fast bowling camp.
There you go.
In 2022. That was run by the Berbice Cricket Board, and one of the clubs in New Amsterdam wanted him to really focus on his fast bowling, and it was at that point that he gave up his steady job, his income, the security guard, exactly, and yeah, took that big risk of throwing all his eggs in the cricket basket. It is paying off at the moment. Joseph's in, just standing up a little taller, Green, angles his bat, and the ball's fielded at backward point.
It's a marvellous story, isn't it? Bharat during the week in the tour game was talking about how when it looked likely he was going to make his first-class debut, he got to then sleep in the bed at home, and his brother had to sleep on the chair because he looked like he was going to be the more likely to, I guess, provide for the family, coming from that remote village in Guyana.
Yeah. A 2-day, 225-kilometre trip up the Kenya River.
On the boat. So.
And such a tiny hut. There's a wonderful film on YouTube where you can see where he grew up. He revisits his home village outside the off-stump this time, foolish of length and green to go through to De Silva. But it really puts in context sort of how remote the village is, and also like TV and internet are pretty rare.
His family, his uncles, his aunts, his brothers and sisters couldn't watch him make his first-class debut because of that fact that there's no coverage as such. And we're discussing with Ian Bishop, he signed for the Dubai Capitals, I think.
Right,
and a few frowns about it, and so you can't blame the guy. He's got 2 young kids. He's come from absolutely nothing.
Josephine again, fuller and straighter to green, looking to drive, but it's well fielded. Mid-on, no run. I suppose this is a sort of a serious question, which takes away from all the joy of seeing a young fast bowler on Test debut. But the sort of performance he's put in today, he's already got a contract now with Dubai Capitals. The IPL comes calling, another couple of T20 leagues come calling. How much Test cricket will he play? How much Test cricket will he want to play if, and coming from that background, having a young family to support, you go where you're paid the most.
Well, that's where that conversation got to. Carl Hooper is optimistic about this series and says if they can keep the group together, they're going to grow. But as soon as you get good,
you might disappear.
Come knocking on the door and want you elsewhere. So
2 back here. Will there be a bouncer outside the off stump? And Green forces it away through the covers instead. And Shamar Joseph stands and watches as the ball reaches the boundary. It's the first 4 for Cam Green. He's on to 6. Australia 2 for 57 with the boundary off that last ball of the over. Australia are 131 runs behind. And we've got 10 minutes to go until the close of play on this opening day.
Yeah, like you said, that is the sad or slow, sad demise of Test cricket at the moment. The highest paid West Indian gets paid less than the lowest paid Australian. And hence why we see so many players uncapped out here on this tour.
I think to improve the position, 2 things have to happen. The schedules for the 2 formats have to be integrated, coordinated. And the second thing is the payment for Test cricket has got to be somewhere near where they get paid for the 2020 game.
Yeah.
So ideally, that's what's got to happen.
Ideally, exactly.
Which is,
I can't see it happening.
The 2020 payments are ridiculous these days. And
how does a board like West Indies, Sri Lanka, South Africa even? New over, Alzari Josephine, just fractionally back of a length and nudged behind square. And on the ground out to deep backward square by Kawajo, goes through for 1.
Well, South Africa have started their SA20 to prolong they wouldn't exist basically without making money there, and we've all seen the Test squad that they're sending to New Zealand.
The boards say that the rest of their World Test Championship schedule doesn't clash with their SA20, that this is, well, at the moment, a one-off. But is that sustainable? Because I'm not sure that every Test series in the world can, find that jigsaw where it's avoiding, any possible
Exactly, with more
leads.
and more 2020 comps popping up, it's hard to see. And
when you look at these, the West Indies players who have clocked up, a large number of Test matches, Craig Brathwaite, for example, he's not seen as a 2020 player, so he's not being offered to play in these leagues.
They haven't come calling, have they?
And that is the Test cricket's benefit in that regard. But, young fast bowling talent who can also give it a whack with the bat.
And that would have helped himself massively, wouldn't it?
Alzari in here to Green, leaving one outside the off stump. Bouncing carry through to Joshua De Silva. And Green moves away towards square leg. It's interesting, some comments made by Cam Green in the lead up to this Test match, just saying that when he was coming into bat behind Travis Head, he sort of felt a little bit of pressure to have to, keep scoring at the same rate that Head was scoring at. I mean, here at the moment, he's only faced 13 balls, but he's leaving plenty. He's not sort of going for any sort of all-out attack. It's a good Yorker, brings his bat down.
I found that interesting because he only has a career strike rate of 46 in Test cricket, so it's not like he has come out and pushed the game forward as such, but
he'd obviously felt that there was some need
felt
to.
that, and he's very happy to be in a, I guess, his most comfortable position, averaging 65 for Western Australia, and I guess that mental burden or that mental pressure of feeling you have to score has disappeared. Getting up above Travis Head. But I can see how that happens. Heady comes out and makes it look easy sometimes, doesn't he?
It's been incredible. Bit of a pause here while Green settles over his bat again. All the members' side of the ground is in shade now. Alzari, Joseph is in and forced away on the up, only as far as point though. Well fielded. And other than the dropped catch, the fielding has been secure on the whole. Can't think of too many fumbles or misfields.
Oh, absolutely. It's been a big focus of theirs on this tour. Talking to Sean Tate, you mentioned him before, down at the tour game, and they caught beautifully throughout that game, took some really good catches, and we just assumed West Indies, athletic, it was just something that they do. But he said that the recent A tour, which a lot of these guys were on, they fielded horrendously. So Jimmy Adams pulled them in at the start of the tour and said,
Alzari into Green, beaten, prodding forward outside the off stump. That wasn't too far away.
Beautifully, Bobby. I said, this is it. This is the new slips cordon. You're going to stay in the slips cordon. Make sure you get out and take your catches every day. Don't worry about point fielding or whatever. This is where you're going to be. And so far, barring that sloppy piece of glove work from De Silva, throughout the tour, they've been very good.
And Khawaja was on 3 when he was dropped. He's moved on to 29 now. Last ball of the over to come from the tall, slender Alzari Joseph. In it past the umpire to Green, forward beaten once more, and that one just dies and bounces in front of De Silva as well, which the odd ball has done. But an excellent last couple of deliveries in that over from Alzari Joseph. It's none for 19 from the 7 that he's bowled. Khawaja on 29, Green on 6, and Australia are 130 behind at 2 for 58. So we've got just around 5 more minutes left in this day. And are we going to have a change of bowling for the final over?
The left arm spinner.
Spin.
I don't mind it, just to change it up. And there's been an unusual amount of deliveries not carried through to the keeper, has there? So what that means for the test going forward, the way it's moving, we're not going to see late in day 4, day 5 potentially.
Moti, the left arm spinner, another Guyanese cricketer in this lineup, 28 years old and playing in his 5th test match. Made his test debut against Bangladesh in June of 2022. So 3 around the bat here, and he goes quicker delivery, and it's been pulled quite firmly around the corner, low by Khawaja, fielded in the deep. And 1 taken. Interesting to see him. He certainly wasn't tossing the ball up.
Yeah, one got stuck in the hand, in a few nerves.
Might be a few
only
nerves.
early into his test career, and well, he started with a bang. He did play Zimbabwe, who he picked up a couple of 5-wicket hauls and had 10 wickets for the game.
Around the wicket he goes. Green coming forward, strike against the covers now. He's headed off for a single and then was sent back by Khawaja. And that time, well, Craig Brathwaite needed to have really swooped on that ball and done an incredibly athletic bit of fielding to have Green in trouble. But as it was, he was able to get back. But he set off and there wasn't a run there.
Beautifully fielded.
Oh, yes.
Just couldn't quite get it in his hand to run Cameron Green out, but he does change his pace nicely. Modi's an attacking left-arm spinner, which generally they just try and come on and curb the run rate, don't they? So
around the wicket he goes here to Green. He's defending full ball back up the pitch, and Modi picks up in his follow-through. He was awarded a West Indies central contract in December of this year, so they're certainly their premier spinner. 13 wickets in that match against Bangladesh. Forward again, just squirting off the outer edge of the bat towards Silly Point.
They'll obviously rate him highly. Sinclair bowled beautifully in the tour game, picked up 3 wickets late on day 3, and I have to say out-bowled Modi, but they were pretty firm and pretty keen to keep him in.
Moti comes in once more. Will this be the last ball of the day? Defended by Green, up towards extra cover. And it is indeed the end of the opening day of this Adelaide Test match. And Australia go in 2 for 59. And they trail by 129 after the West Indies were all out for 188. But damage inflicted by the young debutant, Shamar Joseph, exciting 24-year-old fast bowler who dismissed both Steve Smith in his new opening position and Marnus Labuschagne. And as he's walking off, there's high fives from his West Indies teammates. And why not? Because he had a merry old time of it with the bat as well. At number 11, I don't imagine he'll be batting at 11, perhaps by the end of this Test series, but a partnership of 55 for the 10th wicket with Kemar Roach that managed to get West Indies up to that 188 when they really were looking at being bowled out for around about 135, 140 at one stage. But he has a smile on his face, and they will be celebrating in the tiny remote village of Baracara, where he is from in Guyana. And it's just been a dream start for him, dismissing Steve Smith with his very first ball in Test cricket. It's been quite an intriguing day.
It certainly has. Obviously been sent in to bat. They started reasonably well, 3 for 98, and we were all a bit surprised up here in the commentary box, and then it went downhill from there until that last wicket partnership of 55 got the momentum back in their favour. And then, like we said, the young debutant came out and made his mark, and well, I'd like to see a couple of early wickets tomorrow morning, and potentially the West Indies are right back in it.
Well, that's it, I think, Tom. It's the potential that we've seen from Shamar Joseph that leaves you wondering what damage could he do tomorrow that could really pull West Indies into contention, when you just think 188 on the board is never enough against this Australian side. But Smith and Labuschagne already gone. Of course, there's so much still to come. Khawaja and Green, the 2 not-out batters. The big let-off for Khawaja, though, when he was on 3. He will resume 30 not-out tomorrow. But I think this crowd, it's been a healthy crowd as well. Nearly 25,500 in on day 1. Did you expect sort of that many, or you hope for this kind of crowd, given it was a Wednesday, given it's back to a day test, which has disrupted everyone's sort of rhythms for an Adelaide Test?
I think everyone was happy that it was a day test again. I think the traditional Adelaide Test has always been a day test, and I think to almost have 25,500 on a working Wednesday is a pretty good turnout. And for those that turned up, they saw a pretty enthralling day of Test cricket, didn't they?
And there's a Saka Junior festival on at the moment as well for picking representative teams. So I know that a lot of families who have got kids playing in that aren't able to come to the Test match. So it's a lot of parents as well as youngsters who would have been on school holidays otherwise.
Absolutely.
But hey, it's been a healthy crowd. And just to sum up the Australian scorecard before I throw down to Andrew Moore for grandstand at stumps, we saw Steve Smith caught low in the slips by Graves, a very good catch, but off the bowling of Shamar Joseph, his first ball in Test cricket, as Smith was out for just 12 in his new opening role. And then Labuschagne out for 10. Caught Moti looking to hook a ball from Shamar Joseph. He couldn't get all of it, and Labuschagne dismissed cheaply as well. So Australia were 2 for 45 at that point, and they close on 2 for 59. Still 129 away on first innings. And so West Indies will resume with the ball tomorrow to see if they can cause a few more headaches for Australia. The final attendance is 26,631 for this opening day. So that's just gone up in the course of the, the last session. I thought it normally goes down, doesn't it, in the last session? So there you have it. But it has been quite an enthralling day, and we expect some more stories to emerge as we go into day 2. So for now, let's go down to Andrew Moore for grandstand at stumps.
12 wickets have fallen on the opening day of this first men's test between Australia and West Indies. The Windies sent into bat, bowled out for 188, but it could have been far worse at 9 for 133 before a spectacular 55-run 10th wicket partnership between the number 10 Kemar Roach, the senior member of this team, and one of the players on debut, Shamar Joseph, who made 36, his highest first-class score. He then went out and claimed 2 wickets, including one with his first ball. Australia at stumps, 2 for 59 with Green on 6, Khawaja on 30, Shamar Joseph stands out like a sore thumb on the scoreboard. 2 for 18. I'm Andrew Moore alongside Carl Hooper and Stuart Clark on the boundary's edge, and Shamar Joseph joined us immediately. Shamar, congratulations on a stunning debut day. 36 with the bat, coming in at 11 and a wicket first ball. That's what dreams are made of, right?
Yeah, it's amazing knowing that our team was in a position where someone had to actually stand out and put up a partnership. So I just went down there and do what I do best.
But that, I mean, you've only played 5 first-class games. That courageous innings you played, first of all, smashing 36, you're dancing down the wicket to some of the best fast bowlers in the world. What was the mindset when you came into bat?
No, well, I go in there with no fear. I just went and bat, trying to build the runs up, try to get it to 200, and I do what I do best.
Shamar, were you nervous when you went out to bat?
To be fair, I wasn't. I just went in because I didn't put nervousness in front of me. I just go with a fair mind and to fight whatever come against me.
And what about with the ball? Your first ball, you run up wrong, and then the dreams start. Bowling to Stephen Smith, one about off stump, seams away, he nicks it. The celebration, it's what dreams are made of.
Yeah, it's amazing getting one of my favourite batsmen. Steve Smith is my favourite batsman, so getting him first wicket out, that's amazing for me. I think that's the best start for my career, and I want to continue doing well.
Absolutely. And what about the celebrations? Anything in particular, or is that was just what came to you?
Yeah, that just comes out. It's a matter of joy, getting wicket on the first ball. That's amazing. So the celebration doesn't mean anything, but just joy.
The fact is, you're standing here after your first day of Test cricket, and admittedly, with a bat, generally it was a tough day for your team, all out 188. But you fought back with the ball. Your first 2 wickets are Steve Smith and Marnus Labuschagne. What's that mean to you?
Yeah, that means a lot. Playing against Australia is one of the best Test team, and coming up against these guys and getting wickets, I think that's amazing for my career starting. And getting Marnus and Steve Smith, those are amazing batsmen. So that's a big start for me in my career there.
We're saying we couldn't take our eyes off you because what you did with the bat, wicket first ball, you were coming in, you weren't bowling, you were coming in, the ball slipping out of your hands. It was all happening out there. How difficult was it, even though you say I'm not going to let nerves get in front of me, to keep that mindset when things might go wrong with the run-up, ball slips out, but then concentrate on the next ball?
Yeah, well, the crowd actually gave me a boost too. I think the crowd was amazing, and that encouraged me a lot. Getting that motivation. They don't know me that much, but I think what they saw there, that was amazing for them, and they just keep cheering for me, and that motivates me well.
People don't know, but you're a security guard, I think, back home, and this cricket thing's just come about. Now you've played 5-6 first-class games, now a Test match. Do you think this is the way forward? Because it sounds better than being a security guard, to be fair.
Yeah, it sounds very better than being a security guard. Is not easy work. Working 12 hours, 7 to 7, and sometimes do double shift. I mean, cricket isn't easy also, but this is what I love, and this is what I want to continue doing for the rest of my life. I wouldn't do it until I beat 50, but what I could do for my career, I would enjoy cricket while it lasts.
Absolutely, and I've got to say, you won't have to worry about the 12-hour shifts. You bowl your 6 hours, you get 5 wickets, you go inside, you get a massage, and someone will look after you now. So that's what you've got to do. Get ready for tomorrow.
Perfect, thank you.
Just finally, Shamar, I was talking to Carl before about, there was a famous Test here, 30-something years ago now, where the West Indies won by a run. It was the narrowest Test victory in cricket history. But Carl said, these are old memories. We need new memories. We need this young brigade to create memories that we'll be talking about 30 years from now. With such a young team, the prospects are so exciting, aren't they, for the future, to try and drag the Windies out of the Test match mire?
Yeah, I know there will be a lot of negativity around, and you have people that doesn't believe in the young team, but we come out here to fight. We come out here to play brave cricket. We doesn't travel from Guyana, St. Kitts, and all over the world just to come and play jockey cricket. We come to fight. We're looking up to our position, and so.
Well, you're here at Adelaide, 25,500 people. You look up at that electronic scoreboard, and there you see you're the highlighted figure. 2 for 18 from 6 overs. Congratulations. And I tell you what, the Aussie public are going to really love watching you play cricket. Well done, mate.
Yeah, thank you a lot. I enjoy it.
And we appreciate you joining us. Shamar Joseph joining us after a stunning debut day here at Adelaide Oval. And already a lot of the members that have stuck around are applauding him off. 26,631 the final crowd. We'll get Carl's thoughts in a tick. But Shamar Joseph, the wicket from his first delivery, this is how it happened. Here he comes, Shamar Joseph, his first ball in Test cricket to Steve Smith. It's a nick! He's got a wicket! The catch is taken! And the West Indies strike Shamar Joseph. He's almost run to the point boundary. What a moment! Steve Smith's out Caribbean Shamar Joseph. 1 ball, 1 for none. Well, Carl Hooper, the West Indies so desperately needed a spark at 9 for 133. He gave it to them with the bat, and, gee, he just delivered the right medicine with the ball. What did you make of it all?
Why in the field? You know, putting together a partnership with Camaro to the back end of the game, and then coming out and up the wickets of Steve Smith. Steve Smith and Labuschagne. I mean, I just thought it was a fantastic day. First day in Test cricket. Made his debut this morning. Just a fantastic performance by Shamar Joseph. I would have keen to hear his thoughts on where he thought the game was and how do they progress into tomorrow. Because I still think this Test match is wide open. I think if West Indies can come out tomorrow, get a couple of wickets early, it blows this Test match wide open. We've got Cameron Green at the crease, new established number 4. I think if West Indies can remove one of these two early in the first hour, this Test match is still wide open.
And the disappointment for the West Indies, dropping that catch, Khawaja behind when he's only on 3. He sits at stumps, not out 30. That was a body blow. If they had Australia 3 down at stumps, it really is game on, which it may be anyway.
Well, yes, I suppose the Civil looking at when he sits back tonight and look at that replay, he probably would have thought that he should have held on. But look, that's gone. The important thing now is tomorrow morning, making sure that first half an hour, 45 minutes, that West Indies try to make some inroads into this batting.
So, Carl Hooper, Tom Cooper's joining us, Stewie Clark. I'm Andrew Moore on Grandstand at Stumps. Australia is 2 for 59 after bowling out the West Indies for 188. We just spoke with Shamar Joseph, and the man who claimed his wicket is Nathan Lyon. Over 500 Test wickets to his name, and he joins us here on the boundary. Nathan, after winning the toss, sending the West Indies in, having them 9 for 133, couldn't have gone better, could it?
Yeah, no, decent day by the bowlers. I thought we stuck at it pretty well. But yeah, partnerships happen, and guys are allowed to play some decent cricket shots as well. And you saw that in that partnership at the end there. Obviously, you never like it when the tail wags, but you've got to give credit where credit's due. And I thought they played it well. They attacked us, but they also left good balls alone. So yeah, pretty happy.
So well publicised now that as a bowling quartet, you've created history, the most wickets ever as a bowling foursome. Yet, in the last 2 tests, an 86-run 10th wicket stand and 55 today. Even for players who've been around for so long with so much success, does that get really frustrating, or is the key keeping your heads?
Yeah, it gets frustrating. There's no point hiding behind that, but we're professional athletes and we're here to do a job, and so we've got to try and stay nice and calm and make sure that we're just bowling our best ball and having clear plans. But yeah, it's pretty amazing that the four of us are all over 250 Test match wickets. It's first time in the history of the game, so that's pretty special, and another one that we can sit back later on and hopefully have a beer over.
Certainly can. The wicket we were talking about today looked a fraction slow this morning, quicken up maybe. What did you make of the wicket?
Yeah, obviously talking to Damien and the guys previously, it's a different grass. Firstly, from the last couple of years, it's a legend grass, and I feel like they tried to remove the tennis ball bounce with what we've probably seen here with the pink ball over the last couple of years. So I know their focus has been trying to get the ball to go through nice and quick to the keeper off the big guys. But yeah, it's probably a little bit drier than what we're used to here as well. So I'm hoping that we can bat big, and then I can come into the game and hopefully spin a few out there later on.
Do you think it'll flatten out in the short term tomorrow? Good for batting, and as you said, it just looked like there was little indentations that were starting to form just because it was a bit soft. It was hard for us to tell from where we were, but a couple of balls sort of keeping low and then the odd one shooting.
Yeah, it wasn't soft. It was more like patchy grass, so it's a decent coverage of grass. And here in Adelaide, sometimes the ball hits the seam and just stands up in that grass, so especially when the roller wears off. So all in all, I think it's a pretty good wicket, and hopefully it's a decent batting day for us tomorrow.
What about the state of the game? Obviously, you lost 2 wickets. Smudge getting out, opening the batting, and then Marnus getting out, hooking. Still, I think, well in front in the game. But you want to get Cameron and Uzi there tomorrow to get a few to get you off to a good start before you sort of press on.
Yeah, that's a key. The key is to come and win the first over, first ball, and the first hour tomorrow, and just have a big focus on decent partnerships. And the guys have been doing that really well. Obviously, following these guys, you got obviously Hetty and Marshy who like to play the up tempo tempo game, so that should be interesting. But hopefully we can build some really good partnerships together, and when the bowlers' turn to come to either bat or bowl, we can do our job.
We just spoke to Shamar Joseph, who's had quite a memorable day. No, you'll ask a question shortly, Tommy. Shamar Joseph, 36, coming at number 11, and got a wicket with his first ball in Test cricket. A fair scalp, Steve Smith. You were the last Australian to do that in 2011 in Sri Lanka. How special is that a moment?
Yeah, I don't think it would have set in for the Joseph yet. It's a pretty amazing moment. I shook his hand and said, "Welcome to the club." There's not many of us, but it's pretty amazing to see a young guy debut, go out there, and he's a lot better batter than what I am. But yeah, it's pretty special to get a wicket with first ball. So, and Smithy, decent batter.
Come on, Tommy, hit Nathan with whatever shot you got.
So with your extensive groundsman knowledge and the different grass here, the weather's heating up through the week. The Adelaide Oval doesn't generally deteriorate. Can you see that happening throughout the remaining days?
Yeah, hopefully it does. It's a little bit drier. It's really hard. I've never really seen a drop-in wicket break up in the sense that you would have batted on plenty of the old ones where they broke up. But hopefully we can get some foot marks there. But usually here the wicket can spin off the middle of the wicket as well. As you know, when I bowled around the wicket to you many times out here and you in the pad a couple of times. But that's all right. We won't talk about that, Tommy.
How do you rate his first ever question in Test match broadcasting?
Yeah, a bit nervous, wasn't he?
I've got to ask you a groundsman question. Do you walk out there and go, "Oh, I could have done it better than this"? Because you've got extensive. You were the best, only the best world's greatest off spinner. You're also the world's greatest groundsman out here.
I don't know. There's an honour board going up for the groundsman curator, so I'll be pissed off if I'm not on that. So
you need to be on that.
But no, I definitely don't think that. Damien's the best in the world, I believe, and this ground's the best place to play cricket.
All right, Nathan, we'll let you get back to the sheds, mate. Well done. 188, all out the Windies, and Australian reply, 2 for 59. And Nathan Lyon joining us here on Grandstand at Stumps. Good to see you, mate. Well played. He picked up one wicket. It was the last one. How long back do you two go, Tommy?
A long time.
Yeah.
Long time. Back to, he's got a story that we used to ignore him when he used to roll out the wickets down at Park 25, and we'd go down there to train and he'd roll the arm over, and he reckons we'd just kick the ball back to him and not respect him very much. But yeah, it's been a fantastic career for young Nathan.
Now he's the greatest ever. Actually, the last time I was at this ground, Tom and Nathan were both playing for South Australia, New South Wales. It wasn't the Big Bash. It was the Big Bash, but it wasn't the BBL. It was New South Wales.
Yep.
Tommy and Nathan beat New South Wales. He was playing for them, but I always reckon he doctored up the wicket, so it was more favourable for them. So yeah, that's how they won that game.
He's just out of earshot. All right.